A core philosophy is stated, the desire for a beautiful death is man's nature. With a final cry, a samurai is brutally impaled by a katana from behind. Onlookers watch the violent conclusion of the duel with expressions of pure horror. The victor, a lone female samurai, stands poised, her blade and body splattered with blood. A close-up on the bloodied sword shows that for them, this is a way of life. The dying man lying on the ground declares that he has no last words. He believes that to simply fight and die is a sufficient end for any warrior. With his last breath, he passionately screams his identity as a samurai for all to hear. His opponent calmly acknowledges that it was indeed a well-fought and honorable battle. A man in a spotted kimono shows his disdain, casually flicking something away with a thud. An observer comments that this outcome is expected from the infamous demon swordsman. With a condescending laugh, he tells the others to look closer at the victor. He points out that her expression is not one of relief after surviving a battle. The demon swordsman's face reveals not victory, but profound anguish and vacant horror. She covers her mouth, letting out a pained cough as if overcome by sickness. This deep-seated torment is revealed to have begun 5 years in the past. A flashback shows a tranquil dojo on a grassy hill, a frog croaking nearby. Inside, a much younger version of the swordsman sits before her father and master. Her father calmly asks if she intends to go to the coming war. A young Tsukatsuba Ginko answers with a blush of pure, unadulterated excitement. She passionately explains her belief that a noble death in battle is a warrior's honor. Clenching her fist, she declares that she, too, desires such a glorious end. Her fantasy is of fighting one against many until she is finally, beautifully defeated. She imagines her own corpse remaining on the battlefield as a testament to her spirit. A blissful, dreamy expression shows she is completely captivated by this idealized vision of death. Her father acknowledges her prodigious skill with the sword, noting success could be hers. She erupts in outrage, shouting that she has no interest in worldly success. He then shatters her ideal by asking about her life and future as a woman. Betrayed, she yells his name in frustration, her warrior identity challenged to its core. Her hand instinctively moves to the hilt of her katana in response to his words. Her father's eye narrows, his focus absolute as he senses her intent. With a swift, smooth motion, she begins to draw her sword from its sheath. Cherry blossom petals drift past as the tension between father and daughter reaches its peak. With her blade drawn, she makes a powerful declaration that she is a samurai, not a woman. Her father's stern expression breaks into a grin as he stomps the floor, approving her words. She kneels, her expression a mixture of determination and trepidation for what is to come. He announces that this will be her final lesson, a true and decisive match. With a heart-wrenching cry of farewell to her father, she lunges forward to strike. A massive spray of black blood erupts across the dojo floor as she slays her master. 1 year later, she stands on the vast battlefield of Sekigahara, armies poised to clash. A fellow soldier with a bandaged head looks out at the enemy forces across the plain. She has chosen to be in the vanguard unit, the first to charge and die. A commander explains that their role in the battle is to be sacrificial pawns. When a comrade asks if she needs her spear, she refuses, her mind elsewhere. She looks to the heavens, pleading with her father to watch her achieve her death. A deafening roar erupts as the two armies finally collide in a chaotic charge. A soldier grunts with effort as he thrusts his spear into the fray. The battlefield descends into a maelstrom of clashing steel and dying screams. A commander frantically orders his men to keep the enemy at a distance to survive. A soldier beginning to yell "charge" is cut down before he can finish the word. As arrows rain down, Ginko charges forward, ignoring all orders of self-preservation. She cuts down her first opponent, her mind beginning to mechanically count her kills. 1! The enemy soldiers are caught completely off guard by her unexpected, ferocious assault. Her eyes narrow with focus as she prepares to continue her relentless attack. She grips her sword tighter, her will a seamless extension of the deadly blade. She moves like a blur, a whirlwind of destruction carving through the enemy ranks. Her kill count rises rapidly, shouting 2 and 3 as she fells more soldiers. She ducks and weaves with inhuman speed, her blade finding its 4th victim. A terrified soldier screams that she is a demon as she claims her 5th kill. Her 6th opponent is reduced to a mere silhouette before her flashing blade. The remaining enemy soldiers recoil in pure terror, their faces pale with fear. Ginko is completely lost in a primal rage, her mouth open in a feral scream. On a vast battlefield, 2 massive armies surge towards each other in a violent clash. In the heart of the maelstrom, Ginko fights with ferocious intensity, letting out a battle cry. A narration reflects that a single warrior's strength cannot change the outcome of a war. This grim reality is illustrated by a soldier being brutally cut down amidst the fray. Undeterred, Ginkgo slices through an armored samurai with a demonic mask, fighting to her limit. Her every move is fueled by the belief that a warrior's duty is to achieve victory. Amidst the chaos, she spots a new target, a samurai commander mounted on a warhorse. The commander holds not a sword but a tapu, a matchlock rifle. Ginkgo is shocked to see the foreign weapon, the gun, aimed directly at her. Accepting her challenge, the commander watches as Ginkgo leaps through the air to attack. She finds a grim amusement in the thought of falling to a foreign weapon. The commander remains calm, the barrel of the rifle leveled at the airborne warrior. With a final defiant cry, Ginkgo commits to her attack, her eyes filled with fearless light. The rifle discharges, and a caption states that Ginkgo's memories of the battle end there. Silence falls on a field of death where Ginkgo stands alone amidst the carnage. She recalls the moment she regained her senses. The battle already concluded. A flashback shows the jarring impact of the bullet striking her headband. She remembers the lead ball fired by the enemy commander flying towards her. The force of the blow to her hachigan was enough to knock her unconscious. She sees herself from an outside perspective, a lone figure amidst the lingering smoke. Stumbling through the field of corpses, she calls out, asking if anyone is still alive. Her panic rises as she screams into the empty air, asking if nobody is left. She falls to her knees, desperately questioning if the Western Army was victorious. An aerial view reveals Ginkgo as a tiny speck in a vast sea of bodies. She forces herself to her feet, her steps squelching through a blood-red stream. Overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the loss, she collapses into the bloody water. She whispers in horror that they are all just corpses, that not a single man is left. A narration offers a solemn eulogy for the infantrymen who all fulfilled their duty. These men cast their lives away for their pride, fighting to the death until none remained. Theirs was an honorable end, the warrior's death they had been taught to seek. This cold comfort does nothing to soothe Ginkgo's soul, her eyes wide with horror. Overwhelmed by grief, she slams her fist into the blood-soaked earth in a silent scream. Her entire body trembles with the force of her sorrow, her face a canvas of anguish. Tears, dirt, and blood stream down her face as a gut-wrenching wail escapes her lips. Her mind retreats to a memory from her childhood, calling out for her father. A younger, wide-eyed Ginkgo sits before her father in a quiet dojo. He explains that while death is terrifying, a warrior's conviction overcomes that fear. It is this unwavering resolution that allows them to find honor in dying while fighting. A young woman's eye reflects the gleaming steel of a katana as she contemplates the pure beauty of the warrior's way of life. In a painful memory, a hand gently touches the head of a man as he lies dying. As a child, she clings to a dying warrior, sobbing that she doesn't want to be left behind. Her gut-wrenching wail echoes across a desolate landscape littered with the bodies of the fallen. A long, agonized cry fills the empty sky, a sound of profound and solitary anguish. A year has passed, and in the new era of peace, Tsukitsuba Ginkgo has lost her place to die. Even with peace established, the bustling streets of a traditional Japanese town are filled with people. Wandering swordsmen, Ronin, now journey the country, seeking to improve their skills in duels. From the sky, a voice boasts of being an unparalleled genius of the sword. A man with his face wrapped in bandages lectures his disciple, who carries a banner proclaiming his master, peerless under the heavens. The master claims that his sword's strength is determined by how many men its wielder has killed. He announces his journey to find and kill even stronger opponents, much to his followers' awe. The disciple looks up in admiration, praising his master's ambition and strength. With a weary sigh, the bandaged master complains of his own overwhelming power and the boredom it brings. His eyes suddenly widen in surprise, sensing an unexpected presence somewhere nearby. A foot clad in a traditional sandal lands silently on the path, the sound barely a crunch. Startled by the sudden arrival, the master and his disciple turn to see who has appeared behind them. Ginkgo stands there, her presence startling the disciple who aggressively demands to know who she is. Her sharp gaze is fixed intently on the peerless banner, her thoughts unreadable. She assumes that the man carrying such a banner must be an incredibly strong warrior. With quiet intensity, she states her desire to fight him by any means necessary. Pressing her own katana to her throat, she asks if he might be the one to finally kill her. The disciple is aghast, calling her insane and scoffing at the idea of his master fighting a woman. Ginkgo declares with cold conviction that she is not a woman, but a samurai. She reveals her deepest wish, to die in battle at the very least. The master's visible eye widens in surprise as he simply calls her an idiot. He accepts her challenge, vowing not to hold back his genius, even against a little girl. With a wicked, toothy grin, he asks if she wants to taste his bisecting blade. The disciple, full of admiration for his master's confidence, looks on with a pleased smile. The duel is over in an instant. The master's decapitated head lies in the tall grass. His disciple can only scream, his face a mask of pure, sweat-drenched terror. Ginkgo stands calmly over the body as the disciple's terrified scream echoes through the air. Finding a hoe nearby, she begins to scrape away the earth, preparing to dig a grave. She drags the corpse of the man she just killed off the path with grim purpose. Placing the body into the freshly dug hole, she grants him a warrior's burial. With methodical, rhythmic motions, she uses the hoe to cover the grave with fresh soil. She gently pats down the mound with her hands, a final quiet act of respect. Her task now complete, Ginkgo reaches out a hand, her expression one of profound sorrow. She presses her hands together in a solemn prayer for the fallen warrior. In a desolate, windswept field, she stands amidst a sea of simple, rounded stone graves. Covering her face with her hand, she quietly mutters the grim count of 100. In a bustling town, two men sitting on a bench discuss the rumors of a demon swordsman. They identify her as an Ochimusha, a disgraced survivor from the great battle of Sekigahara. Ginkgo's foot scrapes against the dusty ground, her steps heavy and weary as she walks. A silhouette of Ginkgo is seen as the men narrate her cursed search for a place to die. Onlookers scoff at her, calling her an idiot for not simply enjoying the life she managed to keep. Others whisper about her immense strength, breathlessly claiming that she is a real demon. A man who claims to have seen her fight declares that she is not from this world. Ginkgo walks on with her head bowed, seemingly accepting the title of monster. Her lonely path leads her to a grand and imposing structure, the Reincarnation Temple. Her tired, world-weary eyes look up at the temple, a flicker of understanding within them. Kneeling before a monk, she hears him agree that the crime of not dying is indeed a heavy sin. She asks her true, desperate question, is there not a man left in this world who can kill her? The monk dismisses her dark obsession, telling her to forget about fighting and such matters. He urges her to pray to the Buddha, who he promises shall provide salvation for her blood-stained life. For a fleeting moment, a hint of surprise or perhaps a sliver of hope softens her hardened features. Obediently, she bows low before the large, serene statue of the Buddha, prostrating herself. The stone Buddha looks down upon her with a calm, impassive, and unchanging expression. She addresses the Buddha directly, confessing that she has killed many people in her life. She accepts her fate, stating that she is fully prepared to burn in hell for her actions. A memory surfaces of her fighting intensely. She wishes to die in such a glorious way. Her prayer intensifies into a demand. She declares she doesn't need salvation, she wants an enemy. A single tear escapes her eye as she makes her desperate, fervent plea. The Buddha's stone eye cracks open, and a single resonant word echoes in response. All right. Ginkgo's eye flies open in shock as she demands to know what is happening to her. She finds herself sprawled on a cobblestone street amidst chaos as people flee in terror. Dazed and confused, she sits up on the ground, letting out a small, terrified sound. A knight in full plate armor shouts at her to get up and run, warning her that it's a raid. Vicious, green-skinned creatures with tusks, orcs, are shown rampaging through the streets. The mangled, blood-soaked corpse of a fallen knight lies on the cobblestones, a testament to the violence. A massive winged dragon perches on a roof, causing the onlookers below to scream in terror. The dragon overlooks a street war zone, where knights are fighting a losing battle against hordes of monsters. A close-up reveals the dragon's menacing maw, filled with rows of dagger-like teeth. Ginkgo trembles uncontrollably, her body shaking with pure, unadulterated terror at the sight. Her face contorts in shock and disbelief as a single syllable of "Ha!" escapes her lips. The dragon looms over the city as Ginkgo pushes herself into a defensive stance. Her mind reels, the concept of a real, living dragon being utterly alien to her. The mythical beast with its sharp teeth and powerful horns is terrifyingly real. A memory surfaces of her as a child, excitedly asking her father if he has ever fought a dragon. Her father had laughed at the question, dismissing the idea of dragons as mere fairy tales. She scrambles to her feet, wondering where she is, having just been in a temple a moment ago. She begins to run, her warrior's mind automatically assessing the unbelievable situation. She catalogs the strange elements of her new surroundings, like warriors encased in metal armor. The buildings are of a design she has never seen before. their architecture utterly foreign. Grotesque, abnormal life forms are fighting in the streets all around her, a scene of chaos. Her confusion solidifies into a startling question. Has she, a killer, wandered into a fairy tale? A grim familiarity begins to cut through her shock, her eye narrowing with focus. She sees a hulking orc in the chaos of battle, a sight she understands intimately. Knights are locked in a desperate struggle against monstrous creatures, their spears ready. A monster is seen devouring a person whole as others watch in horrified helplessness. A severed armored foot lies on the cobblestones, a grim detail of the unfolding carnage. Scattered corpses, the sounds of the fallen, and the smell of blood and iron fill the air. A memory of clashing with a samurai in demonic armor flashes in her mind's eye. The memory of the battlefield at Sekigahara, littered with bodies, returns to her. Her terror and confusion recede, replaced by the cold, focused resolve of a seasoned warrior. Surrounded by monsters and knights, she settles into her fighting stance, ready for a battle. A hulking orc smashes a knight with a powerful, crushing blow from its club. Ginkgo, her face a mask of comical confusion, wonders which side she should join in the fight. Her eyes then light up with pure, battle-crazed excitement as she declares her wish to join. She thoughtfully considers her options, questioning who she should follow and who she should cut down. An imposing horned beast stands over two knights, its monstrous strength clearly superior. The watching warrior's face contorts in shock at the grim turn of events. In a ravaged town square, a young girl sobs over a fallen man's body. The weeping child mourns her papa, kneeling amidst the rubble and devastation. A hulking pig-faced monster lets out a grunt, having spotted the grieving girl. A shadowy, cat-like creature with glowing eyes pounces on a victim in the background. Having just tossed a human aside, the monster begins its charge toward the child, its face twisted in rage. The massive beast thunders across the cobblestones. Onlooking knights realize with a start that the child is in grave danger. The knights curse their helplessness, knowing they are too far away to save the kid. An extreme close-up reveals the monster's bloodthirsty face, complete with a nose ring. The terrified child can only watch as two enormous fists are raised to crush her. In a flash, the monster is sliced into multiple segments around the unharmed girl. The warrior Ginkgo gazes calmly at the aftermath of her impossibly swift strike. The girl lets out a yelp, still kneeling on the ground where the monster fell. Two knights and a surviving monster stare in utter disbelief at the incredible feat. Another monster looks on, shocked by the sudden and complete turn of events. Ginkgo asks the child if she is all right, her voice breaking the stunned silence. The child looks up, her shock giving way to a renewed wave of sobs. Her pent-up terror and grief erupt in a loud, unrestrained, wailing cry. Ginkgo awkwardly pats the crying child's head, attempting to offer some comfort. A new horde of monsters charges down the street, the ground trembling beneath them. The faces of the charging creatures are a grotesque and menacing menagerie. Ginkgo muses on the strangeness of the creatures, wondering if it's all a dream. She quickly dismisses her fanciful thoughts, her mind turning back to the fight. With a sharp, predatory grin, she vows to cut all the monstrous fellows down. The warrior's silhouette is framed by the shocked faces of her monstrous foes. She dodges a monster's long tongue, her movements a blur of controlled action. Ginkgo dismisses her opponents as weaklings, possessing only paltry strength. A single sweeping arc of her blade blows several of the monsters apart. She continues her relentless assault, her katana flashing through the charging horde. A monstrous reptilian creature is swiftly cut down by her powerful attack. Her bloody work complete, she looks up and her attention is caught by a dragon. She recalls Japanese legends of dragons commanding absolute godlike power. Rummaging through her belongings, she quickly prepares for her next move. A fierce, determined grin spreads across her face as she declares her desire to fight it. Ginkgo breaks into a sprint, calling for the magnificent beast in the sky to wait. The two dumbfounded knights stare after her, asking who the hell she was. They dazedly wonder if they have truly been saved after she killed an army of orcs. The now safe child sits quietly amidst the scattered remains of the battle. The town square is littered with the corpses of the defeated monsters. The knights reflect on how the mysterious girl saved them from total annihilation. The younger knight wonders with awe if their savior could be a hero. The older knight vehemently denies it, boasting of his encyclopedic hero knowledge. He smugly notes that she ran into a forest that leads to a dead end. He confidently states she will be fine, as long as she is unable to fly. In a stunning reveal, Ginkgo soars through the sky, chained to the flying dragon. The dragon's massive, shadowy head looms as she hangs precariously from the chain. She cheerfully apologizes for borrowing its leg, explaining that she cannot fly. Dangling high above the town, she eagerly asks the dragon if it is strong. She questions if it could be the one to grant her a glorious warrior's death. With a sharp clink, she draws her katana, her intent to duel now clear. A confident, almost manic grin of anticipation spreads across her face. Her expression suddenly shifts to one of pure, wide-eyed shock at the view. She beholds a vast forest, a walled city, and a colossal, luminous tree. Tears stream from her astonished eyes at the impossible and beautiful sight. She realizes this fundamentally different view is like another world entirely. The annoyed dragon whips its body, striking her and knocking her loose. Her face is a mask of shock as she loses her grip on the now broken chain. A hand reaches out in a futile attempt to regain her hold as she begins to fall. Letting out a piercing scream, she plummets helplessly toward the forest below. Her face is a picture of terror as she falls, a single leaf stuck to her head. She sits dazed in a forest clearing, her first thought being that she survived. Getting to her feet, she expresses her relief at having landed in a forest. She observes that the place looks completely different from her home of Edo. A signpost with writing she has never seen before confirms her displacement. A frog with a single sharp horn lets out a ribbit, adding to her confusion. Looking to the sky, she notes that she has also lost sight of the dragon. A figure in traditional Geta sandals wonders aloud where in the world they are. They recall being inside a temple just moments before this sudden displacement. A memory surfaces of a plea to be sent to hell, the domain of the Rakshasa. The serene stone face of the Buddha had simply replied with, "All right." The surrounding alien foliage makes them doubt the reality of their own senses. A single bead of sweat trickles down their face, betraying their deep-seated fear. They question if this could be another world, entirely distinct from their own. Their anxious expression reveals the struggle to accept the impossible situation. A forced, nervous laugh escapes their lips as they try to deny the truth. They attempt to dismiss the idea, telling themselves they must simply be asleep. A sudden, piercing scream shatters the quiet, putting them on high alert. Their demeanor shifts instantly from bewildered to intensely focused and ready. They realize with alarm that the scream belongs to a child. Without a moment's hesitation, they dash through the undergrowth toward the sound. The thought of a child being attacked fills them with a cold, righteous fury. They make a solemn vow not to forgive those who prey on the weak. With burning anger, they promise to deliver judgment upon the monstrous Oni. They arrive to find a monstrous, sentient tree holding a small child captive. The Trent's blocky, wooden face looks down and simply says, "Busted." The samurai stands frozen, their face a mask of blank, speechless shock. Their mind struggles to process the impossible sight of a talking tree. A small companion points out that the monstrous tree also has a face. The captive child, hanging upside down, cries out for help before they are killed. The Trent scoffs, declaring the child will become its second meal. The samurai rubs their eyes, trying to force themselves awake from the nightmare. Sweat pours down their face as the grim reality of the situation sinks in. The creature's wicked laughter confirms that this is no dream, and they will all die. The human-eating Trent looms, its numerous roots writhing like serpents. The monster's dark shadow falls over the samurai, its maw filled with sharp teeth. The Trent lashes out with one of its thick, powerful roots to crush the warrior. The samurai expertly parries the sweeping attack with their katana in a flash of sparks. The Trent sarcastically asks if its agile, well-trained opponent is some kind of hero. A monstrous, sentient tree holds a small, screaming creature in its grasp as Ginkgo looks on. She analyzes its annoying ability to attack with all its roots at once. The Trent laughs, taunting her and wondering how long she can keep dodging its attacks. Ginkgo's expression hardens, her focus intensifying as she prepares to counterattack. Abstract motion lines convey a sudden, incredibly fast movement across the scene. She becomes a whirlwind of motion, unleashing a flurry of impossibly fast slashes. Ginkgo stands victorious amidst the Trent's severed roots, the monster looking on in shock. The Trent's face is a mask of pure disbelief and surprise at her power. A new, strange appendage sprouts from the Trent's body with a heavy thump. Her gaze remains cold and intensely focused, completely unfazed by the monster's transformation. The Trent roars in fury, vowing to massacre her with its true powerful form. A close-up shows Ginkgo's face, her eyes sharp and ready, her blade reflecting the light. She calmly critiques its attack strategy, calling its numbers-based assault too straightforward. A flashback visualizes the chaotic clash of swords and spears from a real battle. The narration explains that a real battle is far deadlier, with constant threats. The Trent's severed head can only stare in stunned silence, its tongue lolling out. Ginkgo dismisses the Trent's power, judging its fighting prowess to be below average. Her battle-hardened expression breaks as she lets out a startled cry of, "Wah!" She lets out a comically terrified scream, her composure completely shattered by an unseen fright. The child she rescued sits on the ground, looking up at her with wide, awe-filled eyes. Ginkgo expresses her relief that the child is unharmed, but mentions she has questions. Suddenly remembering something important, the child scrambles past Ginkgo with a gasp. With a look of panic, the child exclaims their concern for the flower. Their hands gently hold a magnificent glowing flower made of pure crystal. The child's face is a picture of pure, sparkling joy and relief. Ginkgo's own eye, with its swirling pupil, reflects her confusion at the scene. The child is overjoyed to have finally found the mythical medicinal mana rose. Miko apologizes for her earlier panic, forgetting what she was going to ask. The dense leafy canopy of the forest provides a backdrop for their conversation. Miko introduces herself, stating her specialty is raising flowers, and thanks Ginkgo profusely. Ginkgo looks down with a sharp-toothed grin, introducing herself as Tsukitsuba Ginkgo, a samurai. She finds it amusing that her own specialty is cutting people down. Miko, changing the subject, begins to ask Ginkgo something more important. Standing over the defeated Trent, Miko marvels at Ginkgo's strength, asking if she's a hero. The word hero completely baffles Ginkgo, who has no idea what it means. Miko is astonished, insisting that a hero is simply a hero, a self-evident concept. Her shock intensifies as she demands to know where Ginkgo even came from. Ginkgo takes control, stating her intent to clarify the situation by asking some questions. Her gaze becomes sharp and intimidating as she demands concise and honest answers. Miko readily agrees to help in any way she can, grateful to her savior. Ginkgo poses her first crucial question, asking if Miko has heard of Edo. Miko is utterly confused by the name, confirming she has never heard of it. Ginkgo quietly accepts this, understanding the implication, and prepares her second question. The two sit on the remains of the Trent, their conversation continuing in the clearing. Ginkgo gestures with her hand, trying to make a point during their discussion. Miko listens with a skeptical, pouting expression, her arms crossed in disbelief. Ginkgo throws her arms wide in exasperation, trying to explain her otherworldly origins. Nearby, two fluffy, wide-eyed rabbits watch the strange exchange with confusion. The dense foliage of the forest frames the scene. Sunlight filters through the tall trees of the alien woods. Miko lets out a sigh, concluding their perplexing discussion about other worlds. She exclaims in frustration that Ginkgo doesn't seem to know anything at all. Miko lists off words from Ginkgo's culture, like shogun, sekigahara, and samurai. Two small fluffy creatures comically state that they've never heard any of those words. Ginkgo's interest is piqued by the mention of dango, a food she wants to try. Miko is shocked by Ginkgo's complete ignorance of her own cultural touchstones. Ginkgo realizes with a serious expression that her own common sense is useless here. She ponders if this place is a foreign country, a question hanging over her katana. A flashback shows a younger Ginkgo diligently studying books about foreign lands. Her gaze hardens with certainty. This is not just a foreign country. The truth is something far more profound than simply crossing a sea. Her mind flashes back to the grotesque, brutish monsters she has already seen. She recalls the terrifying sight of a dragon perched atop a Gothic building. The memory of a vast, otherworldly city with a colossal tree solidifies her confusion. Sweating, she admits to herself that the strange new reality is beyond her comprehension. A grand, sweeping landscape confirms her dawning horror. She's in another world. Looking up at the forest canopy, she is grounded back in her immediate reality. Miko bursts into laughter, dismissing the idea of another world as impossible. Ginkgo insists it's the only explanation, proclaiming she came from there. Miko calmly stops her, preparing to pose a simple yet profound counter-question. She asks why, if they're from different worlds, they can converse so easily. Ginkgo is left completely stumped, her expression blank and uncomprehending. The realization hits her, and she frantically asks if Miko can speak Japanese. Miko is equally bewildered, explaining Ginkgo is the one speaking their world's language. The linguistic paradox causes Ginkgo's mind to reel, sweat pouring down her face. She mutters that it must be a trick, while Miko simply calls her a weirdo. Ginkgo's demeanor shifts to serious as she prepares to ask another question. Pointing to the slain Trent, she asks what kind of monster it is. The word demons is new to Ginkgo, her eyes wide with curiosity. Miko explains the monster is a tree demon, a Trent, and this world has many. She describes demons as cold-blooded and violent, showing a shadowy and a goblin-like fiend. Miko continues, explaining that they attack towns and livestock, ruining livelihoods. Most terrifyingly, she concludes, they also attack and kill humans. A devastating image shows an entire city in flames. A true disaster. Ginkgo's eyes are wide with pure shock and disbelief at this revelation. She recoils, shouting that it's impossible for a whole capital to be destroyed. Miko sadly confirms this is the nature of demons, revealing 100,000 people were slaughtered. The sheer scale of the tragedy causes Ginkgo's heart to pound with terror. Her small companion wonders if the horrifying story has scared her. Miko rallies, rejecting despair and insisting that humanity can fight back. Her face lights up with hope as she reveals their secret weapon, heroes. She describes heroes as humanity's strongest warriors, possessing the power to fight demons. Ginkgo's fear is instantly replaced by a look of wide-eyed wonder and excitement. The scene shifts to a European-style city, the architecture grand and imposing. A group of battered knights walks wearily through the streets. One of the knights complains that the battle is already over. Another, more practical knight immediately asks about his rewards for showing up. They bow low, apologizing profusely to the formidable fire hero, Grunica. Grunica glares at them, her expression one of pure, simmering fury. Chewing on some gum, her annoyance is palpable as she listens to their excuses. An order is given for someone to pick up an item off the ground. The woman insists he eat it, claiming some sweetness remains. Terrified, the man realizes Grunica-sama is truly furious with him. Grunica, holding a staff, impatiently asks for an explanation of what happened. A flashback shows a grotesque orc, tongue-lolling amidst a battle. A soldier recounts how a shockingly strong woman in weird clothes appeared. Grunica consults a small, card-like device while listening to the report. She questions if an orc army was defeated with just a sword. Her expression hardens into silent, annoyed contemplation of the news. The soldiers admit they don't know where the mysterious swordswoman went. Grunica scoffs, declaring she is only interested in making money. Her hat dips low, casting a shadow over her determined face. Her attention turns to the pile of orc corpses on the street. She refers to the bodies as trash and asks about their disposal. The soldiers worry the bodies are too heavy and suggest burning them. With a decisive, "all right then," she prepares to take matters into her own hands. A massive torrent of dark fire erupts, incinerating the orc corpses. Enraged, she wonders which bastard dared to steal her rightful prey. Far away, the samurai Ginkgo lets out a wild, uproarious laugh. A bewildered Miko asks Ginkgo why she is laughing, who declares her happiness. Ginkgo explains her past, seeking strong foes and even killing strangers. She now has vile monsters to fight in this new world. She can finally test her strength against these monsters and heroes. She exclaims how she could not help but laugh at this world full of hope. Overcome with excitement, she shouts her desire to fight and praises isekai. Miko begins to understand that Ginkgo is truly weird, her face etched with concern and sweat. Ginkgo excitedly asks Mikodona where she can find a hero. Miko suggests that before that, Ginkgo should come to her place. She wants to thank Ginkgo for saving her and asks if she is hungry. Ginkgo's eyes sparkle as she gratefully accepts, declaring one must eat first. Setting off, Ginkgo strides into the forest, thinking of miso soup. When told she's going the wrong way, she asks how else they'll leave. Miko mysteriously beckons her over, insisting she just do it. Miko gently places her hands on Ginkgo's shoulders, holding a flower. Ginkgo is confused by Mikodono's strange actions in the field. Miko shushes her, asking her to be quiet for a moment. Squeezing her eyes shut, Miko explains she is concentrating her power. Ginkgo laughs, assuming it's a prank, boasting nothing can surprise her now. A brilliant flash of light erupts as Miko's eyes open wide. She cries out the name of her teleportation spell, Warp Flower. They soar through the sky on a current of petals over a flower-filled landscape. Having landed, a shocked Ginkgo stammers, asking how they did that. Miko proudly explains her floromancy, a magic that teleports them instantly. An aerial view shows the charming, peaceful village they have arrived at. A large timber-framed house stands peacefully, smoke curling from its chimney. Ginkgo marvels at Miko's magic, while Miko is surprised Ginkgo doesn't know magic. Miko explains they are here to meet her sensei, who rarely gets visitors. She describes her sensei as super kind, like a parent to her. Her sensei left her hometown to become a sister, a holy woman. She established an orphanage called the House of Love for children. For over 60 years, she has cared for orphans of all races. Ginkgo is deeply impressed by this incredible act of kindness. She concludes the sister must be a benevolent, Buddha-like grandma. Miko announces their arrival at the large stone church, the sisters' home. Ginkgo energetically calls out a formal greeting, announcing their presence. The heavy wooden door creaks open slightly before them. Finding the entrance empty, Ginkgo wonders if the sister is away. Miko suggests they come inside while Ginkgo voices her disappointment. A menacing voice from the darkness growls for them to get away. A nun bursts out, screaming and attacking Ginkgo with a massive mace. The force of Ginkgo's parry sends the nun flying backward. Ginkgo is shocked by the sudden, unprovoked assault from the woman. The nun lands and furiously demands to know who her attacker is. She accuses Ginkgo of reeking of blood and demands her business with Miko. Ginkgo declares it is a samurai's path to cut down any who attack her. Miko frantically waves her arms, pleading for them both to stop. The nun's fury vanishes, replaced by a cheerful laugh at the misunderstanding. Ginkgo furiously retorts that the nun was the one who attacked first. She wonders what's wrong with this crazy woman and where the kind sister is. The nun cheerfully points to herself, confirming she is the sister. She suddenly doubles over, breaking into a violent coughing fit. Miko cries out for her sensei as she collapses to the ground. Miko urgently tells Ginkgo to help get her sensei inside. The sister looks pale and weak, sweat beading on her face. Inside, the room is simple with wooden beams overhead. She takes a drink from a mug adorned with a flower. She spits it out, exclaiming that it tastes like crap. Laughing it off, she insists she's fine and apologizes for bothering their guest. Ginkgo is horrified, realizing that the woman she almost killed was ill. The sister confirms she's been sick for half a year, but isn't dying. Ginkgo is mortified, thinking she almost lopped the head off a sick person. The sister notices the medicine has a different taste than usual. Miko proudly reveals she acquired a high-grade mana rose for the medicine. The sister's face contorts in pure fury upon hearing the name. She erupts from the bed, smashing a table and screaming Miko's name. She furiously demands to know why Miko broke her promise not to go there. She asks if Miko was nearly eaten by a tree monster, a Trent. The sister's eyes widen in horror, realizing Miko risked her life for her. She lunges towards Miko, her face a mask of rage and fear. Miko thinks she is about to be hit as her sensei calls her an idiot. Instead of a blow, she pulls Miko into a fierce, tearful embrace. Miko apologizes to her sensei, still held in the tight hug. Ginkgo watches the emotional scene unfold amidst the wreckage of the room. She smiles softly, realizing the sister is a bodhisattva after all. Later, the sister formally reintroduces herself as the director of the orphanage. She announces her name is Jibril, but her nickname is Luchan. Ginkgo responds with her own formal introduction, stating she is a samurai. Luchan declares that as Miko's benefactor, Ginkgo is her benefactor as well. She offers Ginkgo a massive feast, insisting she eat her fill. A young samurai, Ginkgo, declares her meal delicious while her host, Luchan, boasts of feeding kids for years. With sparkling eyes, Ginkgo marvels at the unfamiliar but wonderful isekai meal she is enjoying. Her companion, Miko, asks their host if they happen to have any miso soup available. Ginkgo, her mouth still full, announces that she has a question for Luchan Dono. Seated at the kitchen table, Ginkgo asks if Luchan has truly cared for orphans for 60 years. Looking back on her past, Luchan fondly recalls raising hundreds of her beloved children at the House of Love. Ginkgo is deeply moved, blushing as she expresses her admiration for Luchan's upstanding character. A close-up focuses on the cross, hanging from Luchan's rosary beads. Luchan clarifies that while she works as a sister, she is certainly no saint. Leaning forward intensely, she confesses her actions are not selfless, but for her own self-satisfaction. A grim memory shows a child kneeling over the body of a parent, slain by demons. Luchan explains how orphan children, left with nothing, could only cry out in despair. The slitted reptilian eye of a massive, scaly serpent monster is shown in a close-up. A younger Luchan, an elf warrior, is seen dragging the giant serpent's carcass through a cheering town. Though the townspeople celebrate her as a hero, Luchan looks distressed by the praise. She recalls seeing two small children crying for their lost parents amidst the rubble. Onlookers had pitied the children whose parents were killed by the giant snake in their home. Luchan overheard someone say that one shouldn't help if they don't have the resolve. Filled with a protective rage, she swept the children into an embrace, vowing to become their parent. Back in the present, Luchan insists she needs no thanks, as her actions are for her own satisfaction. Ginkgo quietly listens, processing the depth of Luchan's complex motivations. Miko lets out a small giggle, covering her mouth with her gloved hands. Ginkgo turns to Miko, asking her what she finds so amusing. Miko points out the logical conclusion that Luchan Dono must be at least 60 years old. Luchan laughs, realizing Miko is questioning her youthful appearance. Pulling back her hood, she dramatically reveals the reason for her ageless looks. Ginkgo exclaims in wonder at her strange-looking ear as Luchan proudly announces she is an elf. Luchan explains that elves can live for 1,000 years, and she is still in her youth. An encyclopedia entry details the long-lived, beautiful, and reclusive nature of the elven race. Ginkgo marvels at these fantastic creatures, while Luchan is annoyed by her over-the-top reaction. Luchan insists that elves are not that rare, as Miko quickly offers to explain Ginkgo's unique situation. A butterfly with a spade symbol on its wing flutters past a view of the town. The stone church is shown with an exclamation of great surprise. Over a meal, Miko explains that Ginkgo is not from this world, which Ginkgo confirms. Ginkgo states that she has crossed worlds from a land of samurai, where everything is different. Luchan thoughtfully contemplates the concept of a samurai. She laughs, suggesting that Ginkgo might just be waking up from a very long dream. Miko defends Ginkgo, stating that while it seems impossible, she doesn't believe Ginkgo is lying. Luchan finds the idea of a world without any demons or magic to be preposterous. She laughs, calling Ginkgo weird but likable, as Ginkgo mutters in frustration at not being believed. Having made a decision, Luchan gets up from her chair. She announces that she is heading into town for some sister work, prompting Miko to worry about her health. Luchan joyfully proclaims that she is completely cured and fit as a fiddle, all thanks to Miko. She laughs, expressing her profound happiness at getting to be Miko's parent. Miko is overjoyed, feeling that her efforts were truly worthwhile. A close-up shows Luchan's warm, blushing smile of gratitude. A simple shot shows the exterior corner of the house. Ginkgo lets out a sigh of contentment, feeling completely full after the delicious meal. Walking down a wooden hallway, Ginkgo happily recalls the wonderful pizza and shoe she ate. She resolves to pay her respects to Luchandona for the wonderful experience. Ginkgo looks at an ornate, swirling pattern on a door or wall. A strange winged lizard-like creature scuttles across the floor, startling her. She muses on the delightful world, though she is still not used to wearing shoes indoors. Ginkgo is suddenly seized by a violent coughing fit as she walks down the hall. A loud crash draws her to a room where Luchan is collapsed on the floor, gasping for air. Luchan lets out a pained cry, coughing up a shocking amount of blood. Ginkgo rushes to her side, horrified by the blood, as Luchan weakly insists she's fine. Miko runs into the room, shielding Ginkgo and telling her not to look. Bloodied and in pain, Luchan desperately pleads with Ginkgo not to tell Miko the truth. Ginkgo is stunned, sweating as she processes the desperate plea. Luchan explains that Miko risked her own life to make the medicine. A flashback shows Miko happily humming to herself as she works in her garden near a small cottage. The memory continues, showing Miko diligently watering a patch of beautiful roses. Luchan declares with fierce conviction that she will not allow Miko's kindness to be dragged through the mud. Ginkgo questions the nature of the cure-all that was supposed to fix anything and everything. Luchan coughs, clarifying that the medicine only works on an illness, and her affliction is different. She recounts venturing into a crystalline cave called the Snake Hole half a year ago to fight a demon. She reveals that she lost that battle, and her current condition is the direct result. "It's a curse," she declares, revealing a patch of cracked stone spreading across her back. Ginkgo gasps in horror, realizing her back is turning to stone. Luchan confirms the demon that cursed her has the ability to turn living creatures to stone. She laments her pathetic state, caused by the failure of just half of her internal organs. Ginkgo is horrified by the unbelievable logic of a petrifying curse. She asks what kind of enemy could possibly possess such a power. Luchan names the monster, a dangerous demon also known by the title Serpent King. A view of a jagged, formidable mountain range is shown. The dark crystalline interior of a cave is shown. The entrance a swirling vortex of shadow. Inside, a horrid devil orc and an evil imp goblin stand guard, growling menacingly. The two monsters are instantly and brutally torn apart by an unseen foe. The attacker is revealed, the Serpent King Basilisk, a monstrous humanoid with a massive serpent tail. Ginkgo trembles, covering her mouth as she acknowledges that the title King sounds incredibly strong. Luchan explains that she sealed the cave with heavy chains so the basilisk cannot escape. She insists that Miko cannot fix this and tells Ginkgo to leave her be. She believes that children should live happily and not have to show concern for adults. Ginkgo asks what will happen to the curse, and Luchan dismisses it as no problem. She explains the curse will lift when the caster dies. She plans to wait for it to starve. Ginkgo's eyes light up as she realizes there is a solution. She will go and cut the snake herself. Luchan protests, telling her to hold on and reminding her she was told to leave it be. Ginkgo declares that a samurai never abandons a person in need and that she shall repay the meal. She dashes out of the room shouting, "I'm off," as Luchan calls for her to wait. Ginkgo announces she's borrowing the roof, leaving Luchan confused. Ginkgo gracefully leaps up the side of the brick house with a cheerful, "Up ho!" Peeking over the roof, she ignores Luchan's continued shouts for her to listen. Perched atop a tall stone tower, she scans the horizon, ignoring the distant cries. Her sharp attention is caught by something in the distance. She identifies a strangely shaped mountain, feeling an ominous air emanating from it. Elsewhere, a woman with wild red hair licks her lips, sensing an impending battle. Ginkgo dashes away from the church with a triumphant laugh as someone yells for her to wait. Luchan is baffled, wondering how Ginkgo knew the mountain's name and what a samurai even is. A man in a dark coat doubles over, coughing violently, as Ginkgo calls him a dumbass. In a manic whirlwind of energy, a young samurai named Luchan dashes away. She lets out a triumphant laugh, pleased with her unseen actions. From the church entrance, an unseen person shouts for her to wait. She pays them no mind, bounding away with gleeful abandon. Nearby, an elf-like woman named Ginkgo watches with a frustrated expression. She mutters about "that idiot" and offers a weary apology to Jibril. A man beside them lets out a faint laugh between coughs. The departing Luchan turns and yells an insult back at him. This chaotic departure leaves a young girl, Miko, to tend her garden. She proudly holds up an enormous, perfectly bloomed king pansy flower. It's a beautiful day, her sensei is cured, and she met Ginkgo-san. She happily plans to sell the flowers and give some to villagers. Miko's peaceful moment is shattered by a startling sight. She sees her sensei speeding away, yelling for her to stay home. She is left utterly confused by his sudden, urgent departure. Elsewhere, Ginkgo is filled with anxiety, speaking with Jibril and villagers. They are worried about rumors of a giant snake in the mountain. Jibril confidently identifies the monster as a basilisk she has fought before. Ginkgo, however, clutches her head in distress, insisting this one is different. A rustling in the bushes catches her attention, confirming her fears. A strange bird-like creature emerges from the foliage, clucking innocently. It then reveals its true monstrous form, a snake-tailed bird cockatrice. The cockatrice lunges with ferocious speed, the attack a blur of motion. Ginkgo is sent flying by the powerful impact of the beast's charge. Just as the creature is about to strike again, Sensei arrives. He leaps between Ginkgo and the monster, yelling for it to move. The story reveals what was happening concurrently in a rocky clearing. The samurai, Luchan, stands victorious over a massive, three-headed basilisk. Jibril, having arrived, stares in wide-eyed, speechless shock at the sight. A flashback shows Luchan excitedly identifying the powerful three-headed foe. She had marveled that the beast's features were a true isekai wonder. In the present, Jibril asks if Luchan really defeated all three heads. Luchan cheekily asks about Jibril's stomach, explaining her thoroughness was necessary. Confused, Jibril lifts her robes to inspect the cursed area on her midriff. The dark blemish on her skin sizzles and vanishes completely. Small goblins celebrate the death of the mutated, three-headed serpent king. Later, the victorious group celebrates boisterously in a tavern. A historical narration begins, showing the demon king ruling a dark world. The Dark Age is depicted with images of enslaved and fallen humans. A lone young hero is shown slaying the demon king, ending his rule. Grateful people gathered around the hero, forming the great human capital. The group arrives on a hill overlooking the magnificent capital city Avalon. A detailed, sweeping view shows the sprawling, walled city and its castle. The trio stands ready to enter the legendary capital Avalon. Inside the city, a young woman with braided hair screams in terror. Panicked citizens point to the sky as a swarm of demons descends. A close-up shows the muscular, winged, and menacing form of the demons. From above, the demons gloat, marveling at the number of human victims. One demon sadistically wonders how it will play with the humans below. It threatens a terrified citizen, asking if it should pluck his ears. The citizen screams in terror as the demon lunges to attack. A powerful cross-shaped blast of energy obliterates the demon in a flash. A surviving demon utters a sound of shock at the sudden intervention. The other demons recoil in surprise from the fiery explosion. The hero Boris is revealed, wielding his dwarf-crafted exploding axe. The citizens erupt in cheers, relieved that a hero has come to save them. A young man clenches his fists, shouting encouragement to the hero. Boris calmly identifies the demons as B-level imps. He grimly notes the city's defensive barrier is down, hoping it's a coincidence. A new, more powerful group of demons arrives, challenging Boris directly. Boris clashes with the new threat in a shower of sparks. With battle fury, Boris roars for his foe to taste his exploding axe. The scene shifts to a bustling, peaceful European-style city. A young woman observes the lively streets, taking in the new sights. Her gaze travels up the ornate buildings, admiring the architecture. Ginkgo lets out a gasp of wonder at the incredible crowded scene. She remarks on how busy the streets are, especially in this city. Her companion explains that this city is home to royalty. She recounts the tale of the hero Arthur, who slayed the Demon King. The city flourished under the rule of Arthur's descendants. A friend cheerfully asks Ginkgo if the city is impressive. Ginkgo is asked if her home, Edo, was similar, but she says it was quieter. A flashback shows the spontaneous decision to visit the capital. The decision was made after a game of shogi, where Ginkgo's skill was noted. A woman in a nun's habit explains she wanted to mix with a crowd. She felt it was better for everyone than being cooped up in the village. With a manic grin, she declares Ginchan the star for the day. Ginkgo is flustered, but the nun laughs it off as talking to herself. Miko spots a bookstore and decides to go inside. She asks her friends to wait for just a moment. The charming bookstore is filled with books and passers-by. Inside, the stout shopkeeper reads a passage from the goddess Hisui. The passage humorously advises reporting aggressors so he can beat them up. Miko clears her throat, and the shopkeeper greets the new customer. He assumes the child is just looking for a simple picture book. He boasts of his vast collection, from legends to Bibles. Miko nervously asks if he has any books on magic. The shopkeeper is stunned into silence by her question. Miko's eyes gleam with hope as she presses her inquiry. She specifically asks for a book by author Maren Anbrun. The shopkeeper explodes in anger, denying he sells such unhealthy books. He berates her, questioning if she knows the laws. Thoroughly intimidated, Miko apologizes for her foolishness. The shopkeeper scoffs that such books would cost a fortune. Miko confidently presents a rare mana rose, worth 50 gold as a trade. The shopkeeper's anger melts away into disbelief and interest. He stammers, trying to find a reason to refuse the incredible offer. Leaning in, he whispers conspiratorially, confirming her request for Maren's book. Miko triumphantly holds up a large ornate grimoire. Back with her friends, Miko celebrates getting the battle magic book she wanted. In a weapons shop, a small child in a horned helmet desperately pleads with the smith to sell them a sword. The smith points dismissively, adding that the child's thin arms are too weak to even swing a weapon. With arms crossed, the smith scoffs at the child's dream of becoming a hero, telling them they can't. Dejected, the child sits sobbing against a wall on the cobblestone street outside the shop. A young woman with kind eyes, Miko, approaches and gently asks the crying child if they are okay. She apologizes for approaching so suddenly, explaining that she couldn't help but overhear their conversation. The child confirms their desire to be a hero, but sadly recounts how the shopkeeper told them they couldn't. With tears streaming down their face, the child explains their father was killed by a sea monster, fueling their quest for revenge. Miko listens with deep empathy, her expression somber as she understands the child's profound pain. Watching from a distance, her companions, a nun and a samurai, react to the tragic story with anger. The child, overwhelmed by emotion, suddenly apologizes to their deceased father, surprising Miko. Miko encourages the child not to give up, suggesting a sword isn't the only way to become strong. With a determined grin and a clenched fist, she enthusiastically presents an alternative: magic. She passionately describes magic's power to heal, fly, and fight demons, declaring one can become anything with effort. Miko excitedly tells a story of magic burning down a dragon as big as a city, leaving the child in awe. The child's eyes sparkle with a new hope as they whisper the word magic to themselves. Their hope quickly fades as their posture slumps in renewed despair, letting out a small sigh. They explain that their mother said learning magic requires an expensive academy their poor family cannot afford. The child begins to sob once more, their dream crushed for a second time as Miko looks on. Miko watches, her face a mask of intense, sweaty concentration as she formulates a plan. A dark, ornately bound book is shown resting on a surface, a silent promise of a solution. Miko calls out to the dejected child, holding up the very book she just acquired. She presents the grimoire, explaining it's a special textbook that can teach magic to those who can't attend school. The child takes the book, their eyes wide with disbelief as they realize what it is. Miko encourages them to work hard, offering the book as a gift, which the child accepts in shock. She gives a final warning, reminding them that demons are strong and scary, so they shouldn't fight just yet. The child clutches the book tightly, vowing to learn tons of magic and become a super strong mage. With tears of gratitude, the child thanks their Oni-chan, leaving Miko slightly flustered. The silhouettes of Miko's companions watch the heartwarming exchange from a distance in the city street. The nun, Jibriel, comments on Miko's kindness, while the samurai, Ginkgo, ponders the concept of mages in this world. Miko rejoins them, cynically remarking that magic used to be for everyone before a greedy association took control. A close-up reveals Miko's gentle, satisfied smile after her profound act of kindness. The camera pans over a now quiet and mostly empty town square, setting a contemplative mood. Ginkgo, the samurai, turns her head, her expression serious and thoughtful as she observes the tranquil scene. She reflects on the day's events, murmuring that she understands now, just as someone named Luchandono had said. Looking over the city's spires and clock tower, a woman notes that this seems to be an important town for its people. She walks through the streets with a child, observing the lack of blood compared to other, more dangerous places. Ginkgo concurs, deducing that demons would have no chance of forcing their way into such a well-established city. The peaceful, everyday life of the city is shown, with a smiling young man carrying a stack of books. A small child excitedly begs his mother for a hero-themed chocolate with a figure inside. The boy beams with joy, hoping to get the rare dragon hero figure, as his mother agrees to just one. Ginkgo, however, feels alienated by the peace, believing there is no place for her in such a tranquil city. Her internal monologue reveals she has killed hundreds of people for the sake of fighting and dying as a samurai. A violent memory flashes by, showing a man dying in battle with a crazed, ecstatic smile on his face. Ginkgo recalls that she is always the one responsible for sending these smiling warriors to their deaths. Another memory shows a fallen warrior on the ground, offering his thanks to Ginkgo after their duel. The dying man expresses his gratitude for finally being able to die in battle, accepting that it's his turn. Ginkgo stands over his body in a field, a solitary figure of death against the landscape. In his last moments, the man had comforted a younger, weeping Ginkgo, telling her not to worry. He had assured her that her own day to die in battle would definitely arrive for her. The memory concludes with the young Ginkgo clutching his lifeless body, her face a mask of profound grief. Back in the present, Ginkgo sits at a table in the peaceful town, a stark contrast to her violent thoughts. She walks with her companions through the idyllic landscape, the peaceful scenery offering no solace. Her inner thoughts are a lament. There is no battle, honor, or death to be found here. Her expression is one of hollow emptiness, a warrior without a war, her katana at her side. Her brooding is shattered as she turns in alarm, her companions crying out her name in panic. The entire group is thrown into a state of sudden fear, their faces contorted in shock. The idyllic scene dissolves into chaos as townspeople flee in terror, shouting warnings about demons. A massive, monstrous shadow falls over the panicked crowd as a demon complains about the troublesome humans. Perched on the rooftops, a group of grotesque, gargoyle-like gremlins leer down at the chaos they've created. A close-up reveals the menacing, toothy grin of one of the mischievous gremlins, its eyes narrowed with malice. A hero in a horned helmet grits his teeth, admitting he's being overwhelmed by the sheer number of demons. A nun named Jibriel urgently tells a younger girl, Miko, to stay back from the danger. From a high vantage point, a demon announces they will kill everyone in the streets as payback for their fallen comrades. The demon leader smirks, his gaze falling upon the group of onlookers who have not fled. Jibriel stands her ground with Miko as the demon mockingly calls the three of them idiots for not running. The largest gremlin seizes the hero from behind, declaring him a hostage and threatening to strangle him to death. It warns that it will kill the hero, who was trying to protect the onlookers if anyone moves. With a sinister grin, the gremlin declares checkmate, confident in its victory. Jibriel and Miko watch in horror, realizing the hero is about to be killed. The captured hero, with what might be his last words, urges the others not to bother with him and to just run. The gremlin turns its attention to Ginkgo and her party, sadistically asking how it should prank them. Ginkgo, however, stands her ground, her expression calm as her party begins to walk forward. The gremlin is utterly baffled, demanding to know why they are approaching instead of fleeing for their lives. A smaller demon points out Ginkgo's cold indifference as she tells them to kill the hero if they want. The captured hero is stunned as Ginkgo explains that a warrior captured in battle should die honorably. The hero can only gasp Ginkgo's name in shock at her brutal and unforgiving samurai logic. Ginkgo explodes into action, thrusting her entire scabbard forward and impaling the gremlin through its eye. The gremlin screams in shock and pain from the unexpected and unorthodox attack. Ginkgo's eyes are wide with focus as she prepares her next, even more audacious move. She grabs the massive gremlin's thick, scaly arm with a grunt of tremendous effort. Her expression is one of fierce, determined exertion as she prepares to lift the enormous beast. The smaller demons look on in stunned silence at her incredible display of raw strength. In a whirlwind of motion, she swings the massive gremlin's body like a club, smashing into the other demons. One of the smaller demons is sent flying, letting out a pained cry from the brutal impact. The gremlin, being used as a weapon, shrieks in rage for everyone except itself to die. The battle ends, leaving a tangled pile of dismembered demon bodies in a spreading pool of black blood. The hero and the nun stare, utterly speechless and wide-eyed with shock at the raw power they have just witnessed. Miko recalls seeing Ginkgo defeat a trend in the forest, realizing she knew Ginkgo was strong even then. As Ginkgo sits on a slain demon, Miko thinks she is too strong and wonders what a samurai truly is. The face of a defeated demon is shown, its eyes wide and its mouth agape in its final moment. Another demon's face is shown, its eyes squeezed shut in death or agony. Ginkgo performs a quiet prayer for the dead demon she has just slain, her hands pressed together. She lets out a sigh of relief, musing that even a peaceful city has battles that can easily claim lives. A subtle, pleased smile touches her lips, a warrior finding her purpose once again. Her contentment blossoms into ecstatic fervor as she declares this place is worthy to be called hell. The hero, Explode Axe, looks on, his expression grim and thoughtful under his horned helmet. He addresses the hero, noting that his arm is quite banged up from the fight. He recognizes the woman with them as the former spear hero, Jibriel Louis, who jokes she's now just a pretty sister. The hero asks Jibriel about Ginkgo's identity, but Jibriel admits she doesn't know much herself. A perplexing rumor is shared about a girl who claims to be from another world. The nun Jibriel confirms this, adding that the habit of killing humans is deeply ingrained in her. The dwarf hero, Boris, expresses his concern about bringing a known killer before the country's nobles. A young girl in a distinctive hat watches the tense discussion with a worried gaze. Another companion tearfully interjects, insisting that Ginkgo-san was the one who saved her. Ginkgo herself is shown happily enjoying a meal, oblivious to the suspicion surrounding her. A disturbing memory flashes of Ginkgo's body being afflicted by a strange curse. Her own determined declaration echoes, "A samurai never abandons a person in need." Despite this, the young girl in the hat screams out that she does not trust her. A woman with rabbit-like ears, Luchan, tries to reason with the dwarf hero, Explode Axe. She concedes that Ginkgo's immense strength cannot be ignored, and she wants to be sure. Luchan needs to determine if Ginkgo is a human of this world or a demon. Boris, his face grim, asks what her plan is to make this determination. She declares her intention to take Ginkgo to the Heroes Guild for judgment and potential execution. Unseen, a small girl clutching a magic book follows the group to thank them again. She marvels at how the Oni-chan with weird clothes defeated demons with just a small sword. Her awe quickly turns to doubt as she peeks from behind a corner, clutching her book. A wave of uncertainty washes over her as she wonders if swords are better than magic. In a tiled square, Boris strikes a heroic pose, surrounded by his companions. He lets out a self-important pleased with his own grandeur. Jibriel immediately berates him for trying to look cool after being beaten by gremlins. Boris grumbles about Jibriel's unchanging arrogance, calling her a one-star hero. Jibriel ignores him and asks the girl with a scar for her name. The samurai girl energetically introduces herself as Ginkgo, a samurai from Hinamoto. Boris then formally introduces himself to Ginkgo, his expression serious. He sincerely thanks her for saving his life by defeating the gremlins, bowing his head. Ginkgo laughs heartily, explaining she just saw monsters and did whatever she wanted. Standing over the slain demons, Boris questions if she fought simply because she wanted to. He internally concludes that she doesn't need his thanks for her actions. The dwarf hero calls her a snappy girl as she looks on with a curious expression. His gaze then sharpens, his attention turning to a new arrival. A small, polite girl named Miko nervously introduces herself, explaining she's from the House of Love. An unseen person remarks on her politeness, a stark contrast to the rude elf, Jibriel. The group is charmed by Miko's polite demeanor as Luchan adjusts her sword. Miko expresses her profound relief that the hero survived the battle against the demons. She blushes, overjoyed that she even got to speak with him. Ginkgo expresses her surprise that someone with Boris's small frame can wield such a massive axe. Offended, Boris proudly proclaims that he is not small, he is a dwarf. An encyclopedia entry explains that dwarves are a prideful race with incredible strength and long lives. Ginkgo realizes Boris, like Luchan the elf, is not a normal human. A single footstep emphasizes the arrival of another character's opinion. Lounging on some rubble, Jibril adds that dwarves are a disliked, stubborn race of weapon makers. Luchan enthusiastically agrees, calling them geniuses at ironworks who can create any tool. A vast arsenal of weapons illustrates the fact that dwarves make over 90% of them. Their craftsmanship extends to buildings, as shown by a quaint, timber-framed house. They can even craft intricate clothes and other fine goods with incredible detail. Jibril concludes they are the backbone of civilization, which Boris proudly affirms. He boasts of making legendary weapons like Gungnir and Mjolnir, declaring nothing is impossible. Ginkgo is fascinated by the idea of a race of small people who excel at crafts. She excitedly asks if they can make a katana, but Boris doesn't know what that is. Miko asks an elderly man, Sensei, if he knows Boris, who confirms they joined the guild together. The two old friends laugh, reminiscing about meeting decades ago, a chat between long lifespans. Boris's gaze turns from the friendly chat to Ginkgo, his expression growing suspicious. He watches Ginkgo scratch her head, his mind filled with unease. Though she doesn't look evil, he cannot shake the feeling that she reeks of death. He wonders how messed up her world must have been for killing to be so common for her. Pulling Jibril aside, he asks for a private word about the dangerous samurai. Jibril reveals she has a plan to determine if Ginkgo is truly human at the guild. Her plan is to have Ginkgo meet the formidable hero of law. The narrative explains that heroes are marked by special medals and pendants. A hero is defined as one who moves forward with courage, helps the weak, and purges evil. They must possess not only strength, but also an elegant spirit and a good heart. The Hero Guild assesses these qualities to determine if someone is worthy of the title. This judgment is delivered by a mysterious, silhouetted figure known only as the Assessor. Boris is stunned, recognizing the Assessor's power to judge a person's very soul. He calls it a dumb plan, but Jibril dismisses his concerns, retorting that he has no better ideas. Suddenly, Ginkgo's curious face pops up directly between them, startling them both. Jibril yelps in fright, while Ginkgo laughs, explaining she was just curious about their conversation. Annoyed, Jibril remarks that Ginkgo is like a cat, able to move without a sound. Ginkgo then asks Luchan a strange question. Do monsters revive when they die? The scene cuts to a dark, smeared stain on the white-tiled floor. The group stands in the plaza, staring at the empty ground where the gremlin corpses once lay. Ginkgo explains that she wanted to line up the corpses, but two vanished before she realized. Luchan is horrified by the very idea of a warrior lining up corpses. Miko timidly suggests that gremlins are just vicious, but Ginkgo wonders if her skills were insufficient. Boris immediately shouts that there's no way, as gremlins aren't strong enough to survive being bisected. Jibril's eyes widen as she realizes the horrifying truth. The gremlins are gone, but not dead. The wounded monsters have escaped and are now loose somewhere in the city streets. Taking command, Jibril orders everyone to split up and search before an innocent person dies. Hidden in an alley, the two surviving gremlins congratulate themselves on playing dead. They reveal that a witch Sama's magic allowed them to survive a single cut. Shocked by Ginkgo's strength, they decide to bide their time and play with the townspeople. Back in the plaza, Jibril organizes the search party, sending Boris and Ginkgo east. Ginkgo is impressed by the gremlins' survival tactic, calling it an amazing technique. Her expression transforms into one of manic glee at the thought of facing so many new enemies. Luchan instructs a terrified Miko to wait for them while they hunt. Jibril sternly tells the little girl to hide inside a building for her own safety. Miko looks on with a worried expression, her hands clasped nervously. With a profane and enthusiastic declaration, Jibril rallies the group to go hunt some demons. On the ground, a defeated demon with pointed ears lies on the tiled floor. The demon's face is a mask of shock, its eyes wide in its final moment. Jibril and Boris stare at each other, a single point of light between them. A hand strikes a spear shaft with a brilliant flash of impact. The impact shatters the weapon in a burst of dark energy. In the thick of battle, Jibril and Boris fight in perfect, violent sync. The entire party is a whirlwind of destruction, cutting down demons with overwhelming power. The aftermath is a massive splash of black blood, from which the victorious Jibril emerges. The chaotic battle continues, a blur of motion and dark splattering liquid. Gabriel and Boris look on, their faces mask of shock at the carnage. Steel clashes against steel in a brilliant flash of impact, the duel beginning. With a manic grin, the samurai Ginkgo declares she will cut monsters to pieces. Her companions, drawn simplistically, agree with her brutal efficiency in a horrified way. A blonde girl, Miko, watches the silhouettes of the warriors, her face etched with horror. She whispers to herself that the warriors showed absolutely no mercy in their slaughter. In a brief memory, a popular nun hero is shown being admired by townsfolk. Another memory shows a stout warrior, Boris, roughly grabbing a man by his collar. Ginkgo thoughtfully examines the hilt of her gleaming katana, lost in thought. She muses that her favorite blade, found at Sekigahara, is starting to lose its edge. Standing on a blood-splattered floor, Ginkgo explains her companions went east after a gremlin. With a flick of her sword, she declares she will take the western route. As Ginkgo departs through the city, Miko runs after her, calling for her to wait. Catching up, Miko nervously and timidly asks if she can come along. Ginkgo's expression is sharp and focused as she considers the girl's request. With a flat expression, she bluntly refuses, much to Miko's shock. Her face intense, Ginkgo proclaims this is a personal battle against the gremlin. She insists this is a samurai's battle, a duel to the death without holding back. Ginkgo tells a disappointed Miko that they are not playing around. Boris appears, grabbing Miko's head and angrily warning her not to do anything unnecessary. Miko, though intimidated, argues that while she might not be reliable, she must try. She reveals her family was killed by demons, which is exactly why she must fight. A shadowy, demonic figure represents her conviction that she cannot always be running away. With newfound resolve, Miko declares she wants to fight and not let them run free. Miko's passionate plea makes Ginkgo pause, her intense expression softening into thought. Ginkgo looks on with a sad, contemplative expression as a single tear falls. A memory surfaces of a younger Ginkgo begging her father to join a battle. She had insisted that it was a samurai's desire to show their prowess. Her father sternly refused, calling her a greenhorn who would only disrespect everyone. The memory ends with a young Ginkgo breaking down into loud, childish sobs. Back in the present, Ginkgo tells Miko that she understands her reckless feelings. With a gentle smile, she finally gives Miko permission to do as she wishes. High above the city, the muscular gremlin leaps between rooftops, making its escape. The creature curses, panting that its wounds are preventing it from flying properly. Clutching its injury, the gremlin seethes with anger at the woman who wounded it. It vows to take her to its nest for a taste of eternal torture. Its sinister plan involves using a witch and corpses to create the strongest demon. With a maniacal laugh, it promises to return with Behemoth and a troll army. On a rooftop, Miko spots the fleeing creature and shouts that she has found it. The winged gremlin flies away, blood dripping from its injured form. Down below, the rest of the party looks up, having followed the bloodstains. Ginkgo notes they can't fly, but Miko confidently tells her to leave it to her. Miko holds out a handful of sunflower seeds, preparing her magical attack. She throws the seeds forward with a shout, imbuing them with power. The seeds glow with an ominous light as they fly through the air. The force of her magical launch creates a small explosion on the rooftop. Miko unleashes her technique, a special magic she calls florimancy. She shouts the name of her attack, sunflower bullets. The gremlin's head snaps back, caught completely by surprise by the sudden assault. Multiple explosions pepper the demon's body in midair with devastating force. Miko proudly explains the seeds explode thanks to mana from a bomb flower. The smoking, injured gremlin looks down, surprised and angered by the attack. Ginkgo and Miko watch from the rooftop, their expressions focused and ready. The gremlin, shocked by the surprise attack, screams that it will kill them. Ginkgo and Miko stand ready for the demon's furious retaliation. Suddenly, the gremlin screams in terror, recognizing one of the women below. It abandons all thoughts of fighting and flees in a complete panic. Ginkgo congratulates Miko on her successful magic as the demon escapes. Miko frets about how to stop it from flying away, but Ginkgo is focused. A new idea dawns on Ginkgo's face, her expression turning thoughtful. An arms shop owner cowers behind his counter, terrified by the commotion. He panics, wondering why a demon is in the city and where the heroes are. Ginkgo bursts in, startling the man, and asks if he is the owner. She politely but urgently asks to borrow a bow and a single arrow. The shopkeeper is left utterly bewildered by her strange and sudden request. A discarded helmet and some weights lie on the cobblestones near a doorway. A large, powerful bow and arrow now lie, ready on the street. Miko asks Ginkgo if she can use a bow. Ginkgo admires its strange shape. Ginkgo declares that mastering all weapons is a warrior's path. She explains her admiration for the legendary archer from her homeland, Nasu no Yoichi. A different young woman strains to draw the bow, finding it impossibly heavy. The bow cracks under the immense tension as she struggles with all her might. She gives up, asking for a lighter bow, but the smith bluntly refuses. He explains the bow was made for beastmen or dragonborns, not humans. Ginkgo, now ready to act, states that she does not like demons. With a look of grim determination, she prepares for the impossible shot. She asks her companion, Mikodono, to hold on to her swords for her. With a firm grip, she takes hold of Miko's wrist. Her hand firmly grips the wrist of her companion in a moment of trust. The hand holds tight, a gesture of faith before the great feat. Ginkgo stands in the city street, holding the massive bow, aiming at the sky. Miko panics, insisting it's impossible for Ginkgo to draw such a powerful bow. Ginkgo's face is a mask of intense concentration as she begins to draw. Her fingers grip the feathered shaft of the arrow, knocking it to the string. She calmly tells her friend not to worry, her confidence unwavering. The narration explains the immense draw weight of Japanese wakyu bows. Their force could penetrate shields and armor, tearing enemies to nothing. These warriors storm battlefields on horseback, their skills becoming second nature. Grueling training was said to even change the length of their arms. This training resulted in their incredible, almost unbelievable Herculean strength. The arrowhead glows with contained energy as she draws the bowstring taut. Ginkgo's eye twitches from the immense strain of the powerful weapon. The shopkeeper and Miko watch from a safe distance, stunned by her power. The shopkeeper marvels, even noting her culturally specific arrow placement. High above, the gremlin taunts them, asking why they don't simply run. Ginkgo's mind is on the warrior's belief in an honorable death after giving one's all. She internally challenges the demon to fight and take her head with its claws. With a final surge of power, Ginkgo releases the arrow in a brilliant flash. The arrow becomes a streak of light, soaring through the sky with incredible speed. It closes the distance to its distant airborne target in an instant. The gremlin looks up in shock just as the arrow finds its mark. The projectile slams into the demon's head, consuming it in a massive blast. With incredible force, a glowing arrow strikes a winged gremlin directly in the head. The monster's skull erupts in a blinding flash of light upon impact. High above the city, the demon's form disintegrates like a firework over the clock tower. Onlookers below erupt in a triumphant cheer, celebrating the incredible feat of archery. The archer Ginkgo stares in disbelief, stunned by her own successful shot. Her friend Miko rushes in for a celebratory hug, praising her amazing skill. Ginkgo's wide eyes reflect her lingering shock and the exhaustion from the powerful shot. She smiles, agreeing with Miko that they have successfully achieved victory together. Suddenly, a new arrow rips through the air with terrifying speed. A second projectile follows, striking a nearby building in a fiery explosion. Perched on a rooftop, a blonde woman sighs, complaining about her meager reward. As she vows revenge on the village chief, an arrow strikes her in the head. Witnessing this from below, Ginkgo's eye widens in absolute horror. She watches as the woman's body begins to topple from the rooftop. A sickening splat echoes as the fatal blow lands, stunning the onlookers. Ginkgo, Miko, and their companion are frozen, their faces masks of pure terror. The story flashes back 2 days to the group's journey through the countryside. A young Miko cries out in pain from a minuscule cut on her hand. Nearby, Ginkgo stands over a slain monster while their sensei panics comically. Ginkgo gently applies a bandage to Miko's tiny wound with a careful touch. She looks on, bewildered by the unfamiliar and strange monsters of this world. She tries to identify the beast, guessing it might be a werewolf or a kobold. Standing over the defeated creature, she wonders how Buddha knew of such a place. Their sensei fusses over Miko's cut, insisting on getting a closer look. She exclaims how cute Miko is, even with the tiny bleeding wound. A companion sternly warns their sensei to conserve her magical energy. Ignoring the advice, Sensei prepares to cast a healing spell on the small cut. With a cry of "heal," she unleashes a burst of radiant, magical energy. A brilliant light envelops Miko's hand as the spell instantly takes effect. The small scratch on her skin vanishes completely without leaving a trace. In a single moment, the wound is miraculously and perfectly gone. Miko is astonished that the wound is fixed, thanking her sensei for the magic. She proudly confirms to a stunned Ginkgo that this is indeed sorcery. She explains heal is a basic spell everyone learns at the Magic Academy. She adds that all sisters and doctors in this world can use it. Ginkgo is struck by the incredible realization that this world has sorcerers. The spell's cost becomes clear as Sensei vomits violently from the exertion. She collapses, complaining that her mana is drained and she cannot move. A companion explains this happens when she uses heal, even in good condition. Ginkgo, having an idea, asks if the spell can be used on another friend. Her companion quickly explains that it won't work on their friend, Luchandono. She clarifies that heal is for wounds, while Sensei suffers from mana exhaustion. Furthermore, she notes their different mana types would make sharing ineffective. Ginkgo marvels at how history-changing such powerful magic would be in Japan. Later, Ginkgo cheerfully asks if magic can revive a shattered head, disturbing Miko. Miko patiently explains that heal only boosts regeneration, it can't regrow missing flesh. A more powerful regrow spell exists but has a punishingly high mana cost. Miko excitedly introduces the legendary magic of revive, far beyond regrow. She recounts how mages have sought this divine power, but it remains a theory. The mana needed is too great, causing fatal mana depletion in any who try. Ginkgo realizes with dawning horror that attempting revival means death for the caster. Miko declares with finality that the dead cannot be revived. It's common knowledge. The group continues their journey, Sensei still feeling sick from the earlier spell. They walk through the quiet cobblestone streets of a detailed European-style town. The peaceful scene is shattered by the image of the blonde woman, fatally impaled. A stark dark panel shows the woman's eyeball, dislodged by the brutal impact. Ginkgo and Miko are frozen in terror at the gruesome sight before them. A ghostly image of the victim wails about having to face the court of law. Miko frantically insists it wasn't Ginkgo's fault, vowing to testify for her. Ginkgo is overwhelmed with guilt and fear at the mere mention of the law. She collapses to her knees in a pathetic heap, crying out Miko's name. Her face is a mask of pure, sweating terror as her mind reels. A memory surfaces of her master teaching her the samurai's code of righteousness. The name Ginkgo echoes in her mind, a reminder of her strict upbringing. Her master's words ring out, "A samurai must only cut down the willing." A young, tearful Ginkgo vows to engrave this harsh code into her heart. She then asks what a samurai should do if they accidentally kill an innocent. Her master roars that the only atonement is to immediately commit seppuku. Back in the present, Ginkgo draws her sword, lamenting she couldn't die in battle. She calmly entrusts Miko with the duty of beheading her after the ritual. She prepares to cut her own stomach, her blade gleaming in the light. A bewildered Miko asks why, unable to comprehend the grim tradition. Ginkgo declares that this is how a samurai takes responsibility for their actions. Suddenly, the dead woman stands up, complaining that the arrow hurt. Blowing a bubble, she glares at them, remarking that she almost died there. Ginkgo and Miko stare, their faces identical masks of wide-eyed shock. Their terror is comical and absolute as they process the impossible. The woman is alive, leaving Ginkgo and Miko utterly baffled and afraid. She demands to know who they are and orders them to kneel before her. When she asks what happened, a sheepish Ginkgo confesses it was her arrow. Enraged, the woman lunges forward and delivers a powerful punch to Ginkgo's face. She furiously berates Ginkgo for dodging, while Ginkgo mumbles it was a reflex. Miko is still reeling, recalling the woman said she almost died. Her mind flashes back to the gruesome scene, certain the woman was dead. Miko is horrified, realizing the woman died and then came back to life. Ginkgo and a small bunny companion peek out, the situation still tense. Their sensei steps forward, declaring he will handle the situation and take responsibility. Ginkgo, however, insists a samurai must not leave loose ends before they die. Sensei confesses his plan to lure a demon, turn the city into a battlefield. He laments that in his search for an enemy, he has lost his samurai pride. The revived woman is unimpressed, dismissing his confession as rambling. She gets in his face, demanding he show some real sincerity for his actions. She agrees that punishments should come with pain, not just a simple apology. The sensei suggests traditional punishments like whipping liars or cutting off a thief's fingers. The woman smiles wickedly, intrigued by the idea of a painful resolution. Miko looks on in confusion as the woman seems to consider the offer. In a flash of movement, Ginkgo severs her own arm in a spray of blood. The woman screams in pure shock at this act of extreme self-mutilation. Miko is equally horrified by her friend's shocking and misguided act of atonement. Ginkgo stands silently, clutching the stump of her arm, her expression grim. In a shocking act of penance, Ginkgo holds up her own severed arm. The blonde woman erupts in fury, screaming and questioning Ginkgo's sanity. She frantically clarifies that when people want sincerity, they actually mean money. Miko scolds Ginkgo, who meekly explains it was better than disemboweling herself. With a groan of frustration, the blonde woman clutches her head in exasperation. Leaning in close, she growls that Ginkgo has completely ruined her mood. The woman then furiously demands that Ginkgo give her the severed arm. A witch warns Ginkgo and Miko to stay still as the woman prepares. The severed limb is pressed firmly against the bleeding stump. A burst of fiery energy erupts, causing Ginkgo to yelp in surprise. Her eye widens in shock at the sudden and intense heat. Ginkgo looks down in disbelief as magic swirls around her reattached arm. Her arm is now perfectly whole, leaving her speechless and sweating. Miko recognizes the incredible feat as the legendary regrow magic. Ginkgo marvels at her restored arm, noting she can move it smoothly. Miko explains that only an amateur's attempt would leave imperfections. The witch states her magic is perfect, warning Ginkgo not to overexert herself. As they depart, the witch nonchalantly demands a fee of 300 gold. Ginkgo is left utterly flabbergasted by the sudden massive bill. She desperately shouts for them to wait, her voice echoing in a starburst. Her face is a mask of desperate, tearful shock at the situation. Dashing forward, she introduces herself as Tsukitsuba Ginkgo, a samurai. Her eyes gleam as she praises their power and requests a fair fight. The group watches the witch walk away down the empty cobblestone street. From the rooftops, Miko laments that the mysterious woman ignored them completely. An overhead view shows the winding streets of the European-style city. The perspective pulls back, revealing the city nestled in a vast rolling landscape. The scene shifts to a quaint village west of a place called Avalon. This village is a scene of utter devastation, with bodies littering the streets. A wounded man weakly pleads for someone to save them amidst the carnage. A monstrous lizardman stands over the dead, roaring about their weakness. The street is a grim tableau of fallen soldiers and destruction. The lizardman leaps, demanding a human who can provide some entertainment. A brilliant flash of light intercepts his attack in midair. The monster's face contorts in confusion from the unseen blow. He turns to see two figures, demanding to know who is there. An old man in academic robes stands with his stern-faced assistant. The assistant confirms they received intel about a ferocious demon's attack. The old man observes the lizard man's evil face, his intentions clear. He surmises the creature must be rotten even among other demons. Enraged, the lizard man lunges, screaming at the old man's insult. The old man calmly raises a hand, invoking the name of his spell. A massive wooden hammer smashes into the demon's face with incredible force. Smoke rises from a damaged building in the aftermath of the battle. The defeated lizardman, now chained, sweats nervously, awaiting his fate. The old man declares his intent to interrogate and judge the creature's sins. He begins his questioning, asking if this was the first village attacked. The lizard man defiantly refuses to answer, calling him an idiot. The old man calmly announces he will use law magic instead. A glowing orb of light forms in the palm of his hand. The light transforms into a cheerful, winged doll dressed as a judge. He introduces the creation as Judge, a monodoll made from his magic. The doll explains its ability to see a person's entire history and sins. It will deliver a sentence without any emotion, the lizardman learns with dread. The terrified lizardman can only sweat as Judge prepares its assessment. Judge's eye sparkles as it begins to see into the creature's past. It immediately confronts the lizard man about his love for hearing human screams. The doll recounts his first crime 9 years ago, killing a traveler. It describes how he tortured his victims in his home. Judge declares he has killed 20 people, shocking the lizard man. The assistant finds a captive beastman, confirming the creature's cruelty. The doll recalls the lizardman's assault on the cat hero Matatabi. The old man looks embarrassed at the mention of this particular incident. Judge lists his crimes, beginning with destruction of property. The list continues with unjust violence towards civilians. He finishes by recounting the assault on a hero protecting the people. The doll triumphantly declares him an evil, psychotic murderer with no appeal. Citing royal law, it prepares to deliver the final sentence. With a bang of its gavel, Judge pronounces the sentence, death. A colossal, shadowy gavel smashes the lizardman's soul into oblivion. The old man laments getting no info on a witch from the small fry. His assistant immediately moves to help the injured villagers. The old man's face is set with grim determination. He reflects that his law magic can see the sins of anyone. He vows that anyone Judge deems evil will face death. Meanwhile, Ginkgo's group debates killing a monster hiding in a box. Later, Miko marvels at the beauty and sharpness of Ginkgo's katana. Ginkgo proudly explains that a katana is a samurai's soul. She identifies the shorter blade as a wakizashi, a backup weapon. Miko's friend comments on another companion's early bedtime, like a grandma. Miko clutches the katana, her expression turning serious and thoughtful. She gets Ginkgo's attention, stating she has something to ask. Ginkgo agrees, inviting her to ask away. Miko recalls Ginkgo saying her world had no monsters like slimes or goblins. She asks why, in such a heavenly world, samurais were needed at all. Miko guesses they fought bears or wolves, but Ginkgo says the answer is obvious. Ginkgo gives a chilling one-word answer: humans. Miko laughs nervously, finding the idea of people fighting each other incomprehensible. Ginkgo remains silent, her stoic expression confirming the grim truth. A title page shows a despondent Ginkgo, hungry and alone. She stands frozen in a grand European-style town square, utterly shocked. Ginkgo's face is a mask of bewildered shock at her new surroundings. Miko scolds Ginkgo, who laments missing a duel with a strong mage. Miko reminds her she can't just pick fights with powerful strangers. She expresses her relief that the mage ignored Ginkgo's battle lust. Ginkgo bemoans her failure to uphold her honor by challenging the strong. Miko reflects that Ginkgo, while usually kind, can sometimes be scary. A memory of Ginkgo's terrifying swirling eye flashes through her mind. Miko frantically shakes the disturbing thought from her head. She reaffirms her trust, reminding herself that Ginkgo saved her life. A puzzled Ginkgo listens as her companion declares her a good person. Her friend rallies them to action, and Ginkgo enthusiastically agrees. In the town square, they spot a trio of small, determined children. The children are armed with crude weapons, shouting war cries to build courage. Ginkgo and her friend watch the children's intense display with bewildered expressions. Approaching them, Ginkgo's friend asks why they are swinging weapons in the street. The children explain they heard rumors of big scary monsters flying around. They declare their intention to fight the gremlins and protect the streets themselves. Ginkgo's friend is impressed, calling them brilliant for being ready to die for a cause. The word dying alarms Ginkgo, who knows the children will surely die if they fight. She graphically describes the horrors of battle: bleeding, broken bones, and spilled guts. A close-up on Ginkgo's eye shows her intense, focused gaze as she speaks. Laughing maniacally, she asks if they're scared, successfully terrifying the children. Her demeanor softens as she tells them to leave the monster repelling to her. With a gentle smile, she advises them to go home to their worried families. Her friend watches from a distance as Ginkgo talks to the now calm children. The friend is touched by the scene, a fond smile spreading across her face. The children are now in awe, exclaiming that samurais are super strong and awesome. Ginkgo's friend's belief is reaffirmed, concluding that Ginkgo is a kind person after all. An unseen voice in the city agrees with her friend's assessment. A tall man in academic robes walks by, declaring that facing evil is a hero's job. Ginkgo watches the imposing, mustachioed figure pass, her expression serious. A close-up reveals the old man's weathered face and stern, determined gaze. The children joyfully swarm the man, calling him Dracro and begging him to play. Dracro first asks about their studies, to which the children cheer that they're done. He softens, promising to play with them tomorrow, much to their delight. The children wave goodbye as Dracro and Ginkgo's group stand together. Ginkgo's friend is stunned, realizing he is the famous hero of law, Dracro. Dracro confirms his identity with a serious, thoughtful expression. The children excitedly explain that he is a strict but just person who judges all. They elaborate on his law magic, which allows him to judge evil. Ginkgo expresses her admiration, calling him an outstanding elder, which pleases him. Dracro's expression turns grim as he warns the children to stay inside. He then raises his hand, acknowledging that the situation is fine for now. Ginkgo's friend proudly boasts that Ginkgo defeated the gremlins, surprising Dracro. Ginkgo's heart thumps with joy, realizing she has made a friend for the first time. Dracro begins to ask about Ginkgo's origins, but dismisses the question as unimportant. He summons a small winged creature in a judge's outfit, introducing it as Judge. Ginkgo and her friend are completely startled by the magical creature's sudden appearance. They are both captivated, marveling at the cute and mysterious magical being. Judge explains its power of retrocognition, ensuring it never misjudges evil. Ginkgo playfully scratches the little creature under its chin, much to its delight. Her friend jokes about a pun as Ginkgo continues to play with the creature. Dracro's tone becomes grave, recounting a recent attack by orcs and a dragon. He mentions that soldiers reported being saved by a weird girl from nowhere. Judge explains that with enhanced criminal searches, they can't let strangers roam freely. Dracro formally requests Ginkgo's cooperation, promising it won't take long. He assures her that Judge can deliver a sentence instantly and won't harm the innocent. Ginkgo looks confused, questioning the name Judge as the creature approaches. Her eye widens in alarm as the small creature gets uncomfortably close. Judge hovers directly in front of Ginkgo, sweating nervously as it prepares its power. A close-up on Judge's face shows its wide, trembling eyes as it begins to see. It is overwhelmed by a chaotic montage of Ginkgo's violent, blood-soaked battles. Judge recoils in horror, letting out a piercing scream from the psychic shock. Dracro is startled by the creature's violent reaction, his eye wide with shock. He catches the falling Judge, demanding to know what it saw. Judge trembles uncontrollably, its eyes wide and blank with fear. It lets out a choked cry, identifying Ginkgo's true nature. Pointing a shaky finger, it screams that Ginkgo is a murderer who has killed people. Ginkgo reacts with pleased surprise, blushing as she asks if it read her memories. Judge frantically explains that killing a human is the greatest taboo, but the law doesn't work. It concludes that she is a monster from a messed-up world, a samurai. Dracro demands to know what it means, but Judge goes limp in his arms. He shakes the fainted creature, desperately asking what happened to the sentence. The group stands in a tense standoff under a dark, oppressive sky. Ginkgo's friend is pale with shock, her mind reeling from the revelation. Dracro turns and walks away with a weary sigh, leaving Ginkgo behind. He reflects that this is a pickle, as Judge has never failed to pass a sentence before. He concludes that he cannot simply let such a suspicious being walk free. Turning back, he asks Ginkgo if she will let him capture her for now. He bluntly describes the dirty mouse-infested cells where she would be held. Ginkgo erupts in fury, shouting that she has done nothing to shame her parents. She vehemently refuses his offer to be imprisoned. Dracro sighs, realizing that since asking won't work, he must use force. He raises his hand, invoking the name Themis, as magical energy gathers. The two warriors face off, Dracro with a summoned broadsword and Ginkgo with her katana. Dracro asks for his opponent's name, his expression serious. Ginkgo introduces herself as Tsukitsuba Ginkgo, a samurai, her gaze unwavering. The battle begins as Dracro lunges forward with a powerful swing. Ginkgo becomes a blur of motion, her after images showing her fluidly dodging his attacks. She expertly parries his heavy blow, the impact creating a brilliant flash. She spins into a swift counterattack, sending Dracro's sword flying from his grasp. Dracro is thrown back by the force of the powerful slash. Ginkgo lands, her hair whipping around her from the speed of her attack. Dracro is caught completely off guard by her ferocity and speed. The two combatants pause, Ginkgo ready while Dracro assesses the situation. Dracro calmly licks a small cut on his hand from the exchange. Ginkgo erupts in frustration, shouting that his half-hearted attacks cannot kill her. She demands he fight with all his spirit, declaring it the rule of battle. Dracro's face darkens, admitting to himself that she is strong. He internally notes her incredible swordsmanship and well-built body. Most unsettling of all, he realizes she is far too accustomed to fighting humans. He reflects that their society has only ever punished evil. The heroes of his world have always protected people from violence and death. Their enemies have always been monsters, creatures who lack reason and only wish to kill. He thinks of the constant threat monsters pose to humanity's existence. This shared threat of demons has united all humans as comrades. With the last war between humans thousands of years ago, there's no need for such skills. He questions why someone like her even exists in this era. He concludes that she is an abnormality, a dangerous relic from a violent time. In a burst of violent energy, a samurai and a robed man clash swords. The samurai, Ginkgo, flashes a grin of pure battle lust as she parries. Her expression shifts to alarm as her opponent's attack lands unexpectedly. With a powerful swing, the robed man's sword is sent flying from his grasp. The two warriors engage in a blur of incredibly fast sword strikes. The robed man, Dracro, calmly licks a small cut on his hand. He internally acknowledges a single, crystal-clear truth as he grips his fist. With a ferocious cry, Dracro prepares to unleash a powerful knife-hand strike. The decisive blow connects with a blinding flash of raw impact. Dracro's hand is shown plunged deep into Ginkgo's vulnerable side. From the force of the strike, a small pouch falls to the ground. Ginkgo gasps in agony, a thin line of blood trickling from her mouth. Blood sprays from her side as she clutches the grievous, deep wound. Dracro's eyes burn with conviction, vowing that he cannot let her go free. Despite the pain, a defiant, blood-stained grin spreads across Ginkgo's face. A small, detailed ornament is shown on the hilt of Ginkgo's sword. Dracro's face contorts in shock at an unexpected intervention. A small blonde girl, Miko, throws herself between them, blocking the attack. Miko strains against the immense force, her small body trembling with effort. Dracro cries out in alarm, recognizing the child who has interfered. He begins to shout her name in sheer disbelief and panic. Miko is thrown back as a spiky-haired samurai rushes in, yelling furiously. Expressing her relief that it was a close call, Miko offers an apology. The spiky-haired samurai, Luchan, furiously scolds her for jumping into a battle. Luchan warns Miko that she could have been cut down for her recklessness. Miko clings to the injured Ginkgo, declaring her unwavering trust and support. Ginkgo's fierce expression dissolves into one of pure, wide-eyed shock. Miko bows her head in apology as Luchan begins to explain the situation. Luchan reveals that Draco is a top hero, one of 12 on the round table. She explains that he wields power equivalent to royalty as both a hero and a jury. Luchan emphasizes the chaos that would ensue if a figure like him were killed. Miko tearfully apologizes for having interrupted their important battle. Ginkgo looks on, her face a mask of confused concern for her friend. She rushes to Miko's side, anxiously asking if she's been hurt. Miko reassures her that she's fine, the blow only having grazed her shirt. Unseen by Miko, a trickle of blood runs down her leg from a small wound. Draco quietly acknowledges that the immediate danger has passed for now. Miko turns to Ginkgo, stating that she needs to know one thing. She pleads to know if the law hero's summon was lying about Ginkgo. Miko desperately insists that Ginkgo would never kill other people. Ginkgo confirms that she has, asking if killing isn't normal for a samurai. The casual admission sends Miko into a state of pure, horrified shock. Luchan exclaims how awful it is, just as she was starting to believe in Ginkgo. Ginkgo explains that in her world, a human's greatest enemy is another human. She clarifies that for thousands of years, humans have been at war. Miko finds the very idea of a war fought between people incomprehensible. Draco listens to this revelation with a thoughtful, serious expression. A splash of black ink symbolizes the violent history Ginkgo describes. Draco strokes his long beard, processing the grim reality of Ginkgo's world. Luchan questions Ginkgo's strange claim of being from another world. Miko, looking flustered and emotional, begins a confession of her own. She admits that she knew she wasn't the one who cured their sensei's disease. A flashback shows Miko peeking as Ginkgo cleansed their sensei's curse. Ginkgo is stunned, realizing that Miko had known her secret all along. Miko states that Ginkgo is a strong and kind person who saved both of their lives. She declares that regardless of good or evil, they are friends. Because of their bond, Miko earnestly asks Ginkgo what a samurai truly is. Ginkgo pauses thoughtfully, considering how to answer the profound question. Her eyes narrow with focus as she prepares to explain her way of life. An image of a feudal town illustrates fighting for one's country or lord. A daimyo figure represents the unwavering loyalty a samurai holds. A large banner of supremacy symbolizes the fight for personal fame. A chest overflowing with gold shows that some samurai fight for money. A burning building depicts those who kill innocents for their savage desires. Ginkgo explains the ruthless mindset of winning at any and all costs. Miko reacts with comical disgust, declaring no interest in such a path. She is completely shocked by the very idea of such a motivation. Ginkgo clarifies that she herself has no need for fame or money. She clenches her fist with conviction, stating she only wants one thing. A lone warrior runs through a battlefield, striving for a heated life. Ginkgo declares that the samurai way is her belief, to follow her heart. She tells Miko that she must be the one to decide these things for herself. Miko is left speechless and blushing by the powerful and earnest advice. Ginkgo dismisses Miko's gratitude, claiming she only acted as she wished. Her gaze sharpens as she mutters the single ominous word, cuffs. In an instant, a magical cuff materializes and snaps shut around her wrist. Draco calls her naive, declaring the arrest complete as she falls to the ground. His eye is wide with grim finality as he confirms the capture. Ginkgo struggles fiercely against the powerful magical restraint on her arm. Draco warns her not to even try to brute force the cuff open. She strains with all her might against the glowing cuff's immense power. The cuff crackles with magical energy, inflicting incredible pain upon her. Veins bulge on her face as she pushes against the overwhelming magic. The magical backlash causes Ginkgo's old wound to tear open violently. Draco watches the grim outcome of his trap with a weary expression. A spray of blood erupts from her side with explosive, shocking force. Ginkgo holds her bleeding side, her face a mask of pure agony. Miko and Draco watch in horror as her serious wound completely reopens. Miko scolds her for forgetting the mage's warning about her unstable mana. The two friends look on, their faces etched with worry and concern. Ginkgo, still defiant, demands that Miko deal the final, killing blow. Draco stands apart from the group, refusing her request with a firm no. Ginkgo explains that living after a loss brings shame to a samurai. Draco dismisses her rules, stating they have nothing to do with him. He declares his own belief. He will never kill unless sentenced by the law. He calls her arrogant for trying to impose her values on others. A frantic scream interrupts their tense standoff as new figures arrive. Ginkgo, Miko, and Draco all turn in surprise at the sudden commotion. A woman in a nun's habit and a dwarf warrior run in, panting heavily. The two newcomers are completely out of breath, having arrived just in time. A stern man in academic robes and a mortarboard stands with his arms crossed. Blood spatters as a hand grips the hilt of a sheathed katana tightly. A spiky-haired girl covers her mouth, her eyes wide with shock and surprise. A small cartoonish figure with curly hair lies comically defeated, tongue lolling out. In a vast town square, a samurai girl states she has many questions. Boris furiously scolds Miko for not hiding, while Draco pleads for calm. The intricate, half-timbered architecture of the European-style town is shown in detail. Draco calmly observes the group, murmuring that he now understands the situation. Gabriel explains to Boris how their simple plan to assess Ginkgo went awry. Boris reveals that dwarves and elves can easily detect the scent of blood. Gabriel admits she initially thought Ginkgo was a demon and even tried to kill her. She passionately declares Ginkgo is a good kid who saved both her and Miko. Another man confirms Ginkgo also saved him, which is why he sought help. A unique, black, heart-shaped healing flower is identified as a potent curative plant. The man gratefully offers the precious healing flower to a surprised Ginkgo. He clarifies his floromancy enhances flowers, so it's not true healing magic. His power is versatile, allowing him to do many things with any flower. Draco delivers his verdict, stating he has no intention of executing her for now. Gabriel and Boris react with utter shock and confusion to the unexpected ruling. Draco confirms that his familiar judge was unable to pass a sentence on her. He accepts full responsibility, admitting he underestimated her strength during the arrest attempt. He deems her too dangerous to be free, ordering her confined in the guild's prison. Gabriel lets out a massive sigh of relief that her friend won't be executed. She looks fondly at Ginkgo, happy that her friend's life has been spared. Ginkgo, however, appears disappointed, having at least expected to be executed. Draco raises a single tattooed finger, signaling he has a crucial point to make. He explains that after reviewing all the facts, he has confirmed one vital detail. He prefaces his reveal, acknowledging it will sound absurd, but explains everything. Gabriel grows impatient, angrily demanding that he finally spit out the answer. Draco pauses, looking out over the city as he prepares his grand revelation. He poses the central question: why couldn't judge sentence a crime as severe as murder? He reveals the law only applies if the perpetrators are humans from this world. The shocking implication of her otherworldly origin hits Gabriel and Boris with full force. Ginkgo thinks to herself that she knows someone who might understand this strange theory. She struggles with her heavy cuffs, comparing their weight to a bag of rice. An overhead view shows the quiet, winding streets of the medieval town. A solemn procession, led by Draco, makes its way through the city streets. Gabriel gently drapes a white cloth over the detained Ginkgo's shoulders. A friend asks the now-cloaked Ginkgo, whom she calls Luchandono, if she is all right. Ginkgo mutters that she can walk, then remembers she is a detainee. She lets out a pained, guttural sound of embarrassment and self-pity. She wonders with deep shame just what she is doing with her life. A memory of a battlefield reminds her of a samurai's duty to die fighting. She reflects on Buddha-sama bringing her to this world where her dreams could come true. A single tear escapes her eye as she questions her unfulfilled purpose. She wonders what Buddha-sama's true intentions were in sending her here. Breaking her silence, she asks her captors where they are going. Draco informs her their destination is the Hero Guild, which surprises her. Boris clarifies that it is a gathering spot for heroes. Ginkgo's eyes sparkle with excitement as she asks if many heroes are there. She is completely captivated by the thought of meeting powerful new warriors. Gabriel offers to give Ginkgo a history lesson while they walk. She begins her tale, commanding Ginkgo to listen closely. She speaks of a dark age when demons, led by a king, ruled the world. An immense, terrifying figure is revealed, the demon lord Loki, looming over a city. His power was overwhelming, and his grotesque army enforced his tyrannical rule. Humans were enslaved, forced into hard labor by brutish orcs. Gabriel explains that humanity was only spared to be used as a workforce. Ginkgo erupts in fury, declaring the practice immoral and vowing to kill them all. The group listens intently as Gabriel continues her epic story. She explains that brave adventurers and travelers fought against the tide. These early heroes received rewards for defending innocent villagers from demons. They explored new lands, pushing back the frontiers of the demon-controlled world. They also mined dungeons, clearing out monsters and gathering precious resources. One adventurer, Arthur Pendragon, stood as a champion for all humanity. Arthur did not fear death. The stronger his enemies, the more he fought. In fact, the greater the challenge, the wider his confident smile grew. He was always fighting, leaving a trail of defeated monsters in his wake. His bravery inspired many other adventurers to join him as loyal companions. Finally, their journey led them to a final confrontation with the Demon Lord himself. At the end of his long journey, Arthur defeated the Demon Lord's army. For this monumental feat, the people bestowed upon him the title of hero. Inspired by his bravery, other adventurers began to protect the people. With the Demon Lord gone, humans and heroes took back their lands. Arthur, now crowned king of humans, looked upon his fellow warriors. He declared that they, the protectors of the people, were the real heroes. Gabriel cheerfully concludes that this is how the current generation of heroes was made. To support them, an organization was formed, the Heroes Guild. Ginkgo is starstruck by the epic tale, calling King Arthur a fairy tale figure. She finds the story of a perilous journey to defeat a great enemy inspiring. Dracro's gruff voice cuts through their excitement, announcing their arrival. Before them stands a magnificent building, the Heroes Guild Avalon branch. The entire group stares in collective awe at the grand structure. Ginkgo marvels at its majesty, stating even Edo had nothing so amazing. She expresses her excitement to her companion, Miko Dono, about going inside. Miko Dono admits it is her first time entering a guild building as well. She suddenly hesitates, nervously suggesting that perhaps she shouldn't go in. Dracro presents a guild pass, an apple-shaped emblem with scales of justice. He explains it is a hero's mark, symbolizing their power and duty. He clarifies that bringing outsiders isn't forbidden, just not recommended. Gabriel is overjoyed at this news, letting out a cheerful, "Hey!" The group eagerly proceeds towards the guild's grand entrance. A shadowy figure's intense eyes watch the approaching group with deep suspicion. A young woman with a bandaged nose looks on, her expression uncertain. A spiky-haired youth nervously suggests to Mikodono that they should also go inside. Ginkgo quietly advises Miko to use her heal magic on her blade wound. Miko is flustered by the sudden, gentle gesture of concern. She is surprised that her friend cared enough to notice her injury. Miko is shocked to learn Ginkgo noticed the wound from the very beginning. Her face flushes with pure, comical embarrassment at the revelation. An imposing ornate building, the Usyagi Guild, stands tall against the sky. An elderly man and a samurai girl approach the entrance as a smaller girl runs inside. The samurai girl, Ginkgo, peeks up at the grand architecture with a curious expression. Looking up, Ginkgo marvels at the tall, big building, finding this world interesting. Her eyes narrow as she recognizes a familiar, pervasive smell that she feels is everywhere. Inside, the colossal slain corpse of a fish-like dragon dominates the grand hall. The group stares in shock, exclaiming at the sight of the dead monster. Ginkgo wrinkles her nose at the reek, wondering if corpses are used as decorations. The old man identifies the beast as a water-type dragon, slain by Cyrene. A voice from a balcony above challenges their presence, demanding to know who they are. A small, dark silhouette of a girl appears on the ornate railing, looking down. The silhouetted figure's wide eyes and frilly dress are visible against the light. A warrior and a nun recognize the figure, crying out her name, Cyrene Sama. An intense close-up shows Cyrene's wide, dark eyes staring down at them. Her eyes are revealed to have unique, sparkling, cross-shaped pupils. Cyrene joyfully welcomes her, "Lovely heroes, glad to see them in good health." She greets the old man, Gabriel, and points out that the warrior Boris's horn is broken. She explains she was careless fighting gremlins, but they are gone now. Realizing her impoliteness, she decides to come down from the balcony. With a cheerful hop, she leaps from the railing, beginning her descent. She crashes face first into the floor with a violent impact as a nun screams her name. An onlooker dryly remarks that this is what happens when you're not nimble. A girl with rabbit-like ears looks on, calling out Cyrene's name in concern. Now recovered, Cyrene cheerfully greets two small, simplified figures, asking who they are. The two girls introduce themselves, with Ginkgo and Miko stating their names. The nun clears her throat, preparing to introduce the important figure before them. Surrounded by hearts, Cyrene is introduced as Cyrene Arthur Artorius von Avalon, a royal. Ginkgo and Miko are stunned by the revelation, with Miko offering a flustered apology. Miko recalls a story about Arthur, the country's first king, and his descendants. A diagram explains that Cyrene is his descendant, making the entire country her territory. A sharp glint appears in an eye, showing a moment of intense focus. Miko asks if this means Cyrene is a super big person, which Ginkgo confirms. Ginkgo interrupts, announcing that something about the dragon is bothering her. A close-up shows the massive dead head of the Ranchu dragon. The group looks at the giant monster, questioning if Cyrene truly slew it. Ginkgo confronts Cyrene, bluntly stating that she doesn't look that strong. Cyrene admits her body is smaller than average for her age. She contrasts her small size with the demon's incredible fierceness. The Ranchu dragon is identified as a danger level A oceanic monster. A flashback shows it attacking a boat, having learned the taste of human flesh. After coming ashore, it began attacking nearby villages, leaving a trail of destruction. Cyrene explains her magic soldier finished it off, apologizing for the gruesome sight. Ginkgo's eyes sparkle, realizing this means Cyrene is very strong after all. She impulsively asks for a sparring match, but Miko scolds her for being rude. A deep rumbling sound echoes through the hall as Miko tries to silence Ginkgo. The dragon's head lifts from the floor, its eye wide and menacing. The reanimated monster lets out a deafening roar, its form crackling with energy. The nun and Boris cry out in panic, realizing it has come back to life. One of the adventurers is thrown back as the monster thrashes violently. Boris insists he was certain it was dead, just like the gremlins from before. The monster's powerful jaws chew through the solid marble floor, shocking the onlookers. A warrior watches in alarm as the creature's head rears back, preparing an attack. Its throat bulges ominously as it lets out a gurgling sound. A high-pressure water cannon erupts from its mouth with immense force. A spiky-haired boy dives desperately out of the path of the deadly water jet. The attack blasts a perfectly circular, smoking hole through the wall. Boris stares in shock at the wall, exclaiming what a dangerous water cannon it is. The dragon lashes out again, sending Boris flying with a powerful strike. The impact is immense, shown by a starburst of force lines. A man named Themis shields Cyrene, ordering her to stand back from the danger. Boris crashes into a thick stone pillar, shattering it completely. The dragon lets out a weak cough, revealing it's a high-level but small demon. A close-up shows a bandaged, grim-faced Ginkgo, her expression unreadable. The dragon's body lies crashed on a balcony as onlookers cry out Ginkgo's name. Ginkgo stands before her dragon form, commending its spirit despite its wounds. She notes that it must be in extreme pain and won't last much longer. The dragon's maw hangs open, blood dripping from its torn flesh. Its large dark eye is shown bleeding, a sign of its mortal injury. Another wound on its fin bleeds profusely, highlighting its suffering. Ginkgo's face is set with grim determination as she offers to assist with its suicide. Her companions panic, thinking she'll fight the knight with her bare hands. Themis identifies her as a magic soldier knight as Cyrene watches. In a blur of motion, Ginkgo unleashes a powerful slashing attack. The knight's armor is torn to shreds in a chaotic explosion of debris. Ginkgo herself looks utterly shocked by the unexpected result of her attack. A textured panel emphasizes the chaotic aftermath of the strike. Ginkgo stands opposite the now empty, shattered suit of armor. A single gauntlet, still clutching a sword, hangs in the air for a moment. The knight's armor clatters to the floor in a heap around the dragon's head. A small fragment of armor falls, adding to the pile. The helmet, with its heart-shaped visor, lies among the wreckage. A puff of smoke or energy dissipates from the fallen helmet. The dragon's form dissolves into smoke, leaving only its head behind. Ginkgo voices her confusion, asking what happened to the giant human that vanished. Themis reveals the truth, identifying the knight as a Manadal. Ginkgo and Miko are stunned by the revelation of the Manadal. Themis explains they are magical creations with humanoid features and a summoner's will. He clarifies they are Cyrene's magic soldiers, the strongest fighters in Avalon. The group expresses their relief with the nun telling Ginkgo she should thank Cyrene. Cyrene proudly dismisses the thanks, stating it is a king's duty to protect her people. A swirling vortex of energy suddenly envelops Cyrene's form. She gasps, clutching her chest as a powerful backlash strikes her. Her companions cry out her name in alarm as she is thrown back. Ginkgo and Miko realize with horror that it's a mana overload. A diagram explains the first risk of magic: mana depletion, leading to exhaustion. The second more dangerous risk is mana overload, a backlash from using too much magic. Ginkgo's companions question why Cyrene would use such a risky, double-edged weapon. They argue that with their combined forces, they could have won without her magic. Ginkgo and Miko look on with concern at the suffering queen. Ginkgo scolds Cyrene for being reckless, guessing she's using her pawns outside the capital. A weak hand reaches out as a pained, sweaty face shows immense strain. While coughing, Serene tells Draco that heroes fight every day for her people. With tears in her eyes, she passionately declares her absolute duty to protect everyone. Gabriel tends to Cyrene, moved by her feelings and wishing nobles had heard. Themis urgently tells Cyrene to rest, warning her death would bring chaos. A single discarded sandal lies on the floor, adding to the quiet tension. Ginkgo and Serene sit opposite each other, sharing a quiet, meaningful look. Cyrene looks at the samurai with a curious expression, questioning her. Ginkgo acknowledges Cyrene as a kind lord, but one with specific duties. She uses a shogi board to explain a general protecting soldiers is unheard of. The samurai bluntly calls Cyrene's decision to risk her own life a foolish action. Ginkgo's face then lights up, confessing she likes Cyrene for her foolishness. The sudden, heartfelt confession leaves Cyrene and her advisor completely stunned. A companion observes Ginkgo's actions, pondering where she is going with this. Another friend looks on with a happy, surprised expression at the exchange. Cyrene is confused by the term outsider, questioning Ginkgo's statement. Ginkgo's companion asks if she is not from this country, which Ginkgo confirms. The samurai excitedly prepares to elaborate on her otherworldly origins. Cyrene's personality flips, furiously declaring anyone besides her people can go to hell. Ginkgo and Gabriel are left completely flabbergasted by her sudden, intense change. Gabriel clears her throat, preparing to explain the queen's strange behavior. She explains Cyrene's worldview, her beloved people, and the scums she ignores. Themis and Gabriel decide the timing is perfect to discuss Ginkgo with Serene. Cyrene turns to Gabriel with adoring, star-filled eyes, asking to be included. Themis tells the rest of the group to wait as he leads Cyrene away. An ornate balcony railing is shown as the private meeting begins elsewhere. The remaining group wonders about the secret talk between Draco, Ginkgo, and Serene. The rabbit-eared girl worries if Ginkgo will be okay against the two idealists. The small girl with a flower in her hair looks on with concern. The group gathers around the dragon corpse, wondering if it could revive. The rabbit-eared girl notes the high value of the dragon's teeth and scales. Their sensei suddenly cries out in alarm as something unexpected happens. The severed dragon head lunges forward, swallowing the small girl whole. The rabbit-eared girl points in absolute terror at the horrifying scene. The onlookers can only scream in pure horror at the sudden, brutal event. Themis explains a grave matter to Ginkgo and Serene in a grand map room. Serene looks up in shock, questioning the very concept of another world. Draco confirms it's a completely different world, not just a foreign land. Serene protests, exclaiming she is far too old to believe in fairy tales. Draco explains that according to his familiar, Judge, Ginkgo is completely abnormal. He states with certainty that despite some similarities, it is another world. Ginkgo looks annoyed at being called an outsider. As a companion notes, this is a lordly trait. Cyrene asserts that Judge is a fair jury and would never lie. The stern face of Draco Dono is shown, his expression grim and serious. Draco Dono turns to Serene, asking if she might have any knowledge. With a wide, cheerful smile, Serene simply replies with a definitive, nope. Draco asks Ginkgo if she isn't curious, but she bluntly says she doesn't care. Ginkgo passionately declares that no matter where she is still herself. The conversation stalls, much to the exasperation of one of the advisors. Cyrene changes the subject, excitedly confirming Ginkgo defeated the gremlins. As the king, Serene bows deeply to Ginkgo, offering her profound thanks. A veiled woman steps forward, a mysterious smile on her face. She informs Ginkgo that there is a specific demon the king wants her to defeat. Ginkgo questions why she is being asked, pointing out the land's existing heroes. The number 137 appears, representing a grim and significant count. Ginkgo's face is a mask of pure shock at the staggering number. Cyrene explains this is the number of heroes sent against this one demon. Over an image of toppled chess pieces, she delivers the grim news. They are all dead. Ginkgo's eye is wide with horror, processing the scale of the loss. The name Cyrene is screamed across the panel in a burst of fury. Her advisors erupt, demanding to know what she is thinking and not wanting more heroes to die. Draco Dono insists they cannot simply allow an outsider to be sent to her death. He tells Ginkgo to leave, but she reacts with a terrifyingly excited grin. Draco Dono pulls back, offering a curt apology for his harsh words. The group sits at the table, the atmosphere tense after the outburst. Serene makes her formal request, her eyes shining as she asks Ginkgo to kill the demon lord. A young girl with a flower in her hair holds up a strange patterned egg. Ginkgo cheerfully holds a screaming mandrake root in a fantastical garden. In the book-filled room, Ginkgo questions the existence of the demon lord. She recalls the history she was told about the land and the demon lord. She asks if the first hero, Arthur, didn't already slay him 1,000 years ago. An analogy of ants following their leader illustrates how demons unite. Cyrene begins her explanation, asking Ginkgo if she knows how a demon becomes king. A small doodle shows that the demons simply become one unified force. Ginkgo explains the fastest way is to remove the current demon lord to prove their strength. Draco and Cyrene listen intently to the barbaric logic of demon succession. Ginkgo asks if Cyrene had a specific person in mind for this method. Ginkgo's face becomes a comical mask of nervous sweat at the implication. A vision of samurai warriors flashes as Ginkgo denies she was thinking of anyone. Ginkgo asks if the strongest is always the one who ends up on top. Cyrene explains that a demon lord requires more than just raw strength. She reveals the name of this ultimate power, the magic of dominion. Ginkgo repeats the word confused as Cyrene explains demon's inherent weakness. The magic of dominion allows a demon to become an absolute ruler. It allows a king not just to lead, but to forge a true army. Ginkgo realizes how troublesome it would be if all the demons gained a king. The gravity of the situation settles, reflected in their serious expressions. The pressure becomes too much and Cyrene abruptly bursts into loud tears. Ginkgo and her small companion are stunned by the sudden emotional breakdown. The samurai frantically asks why the queen is suddenly crying so loudly. Draco Dono reveals the crucial problem. The demon lord was revived 5 years ago. Ginkgo quietly processes this news, understanding the depth of the crisis. A tranquil countryside illustrates the 1,000 years of peace after Arthur's victory. Draco Dono explains that while demons still existed, it was a peaceful era. The demon lord's revival is shown as a massive eye-opening in darkness. The revival brought immediate chaos, shown as a town engulfed in flames. A younger Cyrene screams in despair, questioning why this happened during her rule. Draco Dono explains that Cyrene is essentially asking Ginkgo to join the fight. He then tells Ginkgo this is unfair and promises to help her return home. Ginkgo's companion warns that Cyrene would likely betray her as a threat later. In a moment of desperation, the young queen, Cyrene, tearfully begs Ginkgo to kill the demon lord. A companion angrily tells the king, Draco, to have some shame for his desperate plea. Ginkgo's expression remains unreadable as she quietly considers the emotional request. A flash of energy signifies a profound shift in Ginkgo's thoughts and resolve. Draco Dono gently chides Cyrene for being so harsh with an outsider. Ginkgo's companions look on as she stands with her back to them, processing her decision. A broken shackle symbolizes her contemplation of whether she should simply go back home. Dismissing the thought, she declares the offer of a fight is too sweet for a samurai to refuse. A memory of kneeling before a Buddha statue in her homeland reinforces her conviction. The divine being had told her this new world was a worthy place to fight and die. With fierce anticipation, Ginkgo grits her teeth and eagerly accepts the monumental task. The story shifts to a weathered stone path leading towards a distant, lonely castle. A gloved hand touches the crumbling stone, a voice warning of its fragility. Far to the east of Avalon, a hero and 2 soldiers encounter a certain demon. The muscular tiger hero, Sangetsu, coils his body in midair, preparing a powerful strike. A blur of motion lines conveys the incredible speed and force of his attack. Sangetsu drives his fist directly into the head of a colossal, scaly basilisk. The impact is immense, cracking the creature's skull and stunning other nearby monsters. 2 goblin monsters spot their formidable opponent and shout a frantic warning. Sangetsu's eyes narrow with the intense, unwavering focus of a predator. A goblin archer grins with malevolent confidence, seemingly unfazed by the hero's speed. With impossible swiftness, Sangetsu blurs past the 2 goblins, who are left staring at empty air. Standing amidst the carnage, he lectures his unseen foes on understanding the food chain. He delivers a chilling warning that one should never try to bite a tiger. His tone softens as he informs a soldier that the fight is now over. The stone bridge is quiet once more, the immediate threat having been neutralized. A female soldier peeks out cautiously from behind a stone barricade. She jumps for joy, cheering for the tiger hero's incredible strength and coolness. Her excitement gives way to concern as she notes monsters now attack even small bridges. She moves to lick a goblin arrow embedded in the wall out of pure curiosity. Her armored companion sharply warns her not to, as the arrows are poisoned. He grimly lists the fallen monsters, noting their combined force could destroy a town. The female soldier marvels at how Sangetsu killed them all in a single instant. Sangetsu calmly licks his paw, a picture of pure feline confidence. With their faith in their protector restored, the trio continues their journey. A flashback shows a monstrous entity coiled around the bridge, the source of the danger. A map reveals this is one of 6 crucial routes between Avalon and Kalmgi. A year prior, this bridge was closed due to an increase in monster attacks. A bespectacled official questions a decision made 2 months ago about trade routes. An army was formed to sweep the area of the ever-increasing monster threat. The soldiers are shown in full armor, ready for their difficult mission. Preparations for this large-scale operation were completed just last week. The female soldier explains they lost contact with that very team this morning. Sangetsu's face hardens as he asks if the missing heroes were Gong and Falk. The female soldier, a huge fan, is thrilled that Sangetsu knows the 2 heroes. She gushes about the legendary abilities of Gong the gorilla and Falk the eagle. She exclaims how powerful and cool all the Beastmen heroes are. Her excitement turns to dread as she considers the implications of their disappearance. Sangetsu scolds her for doubting his mentees, shocking the 2 soldiers. A small rock suddenly hurtles through the air towards the group. With a flick of his wrist, Sangetsu bats the projectile away, causing an explosion. He nonchalantly tells his companions he was just doing some volunteer work. He muses that it's better for the world if he picks up trash as they walk. 50 meters away, a lizard man lies dead, a rock embedded in its skull. At 200 meters, a monstrous fish has also been silently dispatched in the water. A giant mushroom creature is shown defeated 400 meters from their position. An even more distant attack streaks through the air, aimed at an unseen target. At 500 meters, a massive eyeball creature explodes, terrifying its goblin handler. Sangetsu imparts grim wisdom. The weak die, but humans are strong. His words reignite the soldiers' hope, and they reaffirm their belief in the missing team. They rationalize that the team must simply be lost or still fighting. Sangetsu agrees with a firm nod, and they prepare to press onward. His keen eye twitches, his senses suddenly on high alert. He abruptly halts, startling his 2 companions. Sangetsu gazes down the seemingly empty bridge, his expression grim. The female soldier asks what's wrong, puzzled by his sudden stop. She senses that something is there, on the quiet path just ahead. Her companion excitedly runs forward, smelling treasure and hoping the team left something. The treasure is the severed heads of the 2 missing heroes, Gong and Falk. Blood drips from the gruesome display onto the stone below in dark splatters. The 2 soldiers and Sangetsu stare in utter horror at the horrific sight. The armored soldier doubles over, gagging, as Sangetsu recognizes his fallen comrades. Sangetsu clenches his fist, vowing to avenge his fallen friends. His face a mask of cold fury, he swears he will rip the demon lord's throat apart. The female soldier points out the lack of bodies, questioning the official story. From the shadows of a nearby structure, a new figure emerges. Sangetsu's rage recedes as he snarls, sensing a new, different presence. A small, horned demon girl in a suit stands amidst the carnage, a living weapon at her side. Sangetsu glares at this unsettling new foe with controlled fury. The demon girl stands over the blood-splattered ground where the 50 soldiers fell. She looks at the blood on her fingers with casual curiosity. She brings the bloody finger to her mouth to taste it. A single drop of blood falls from her finger, a dark speck in the air. Her face contorts in disgust as she declares weak meat tastes like dog shit. A woman with a pointed hat faces off against a monstrous, flaming tiger. The story transitions to a peaceful European-style town with a grand castle. The empty cobblestone streets of the city are shown, quiet and still. The narrative voice announces a new and important development. With a goofy expression, Ginkgo cheerfully announces her intent to join the battle against the Demon Lord. Her companions react with comical, wide-eyed shock at her sudden declaration. An illustration shows Ginkgo's bizarre training method of balancing her katana for 24 hours. The group stands in the plaza, still reeling from Ginkgo's impulsive decision. The spiky-haired youth exasperatedly tells the old man, "Gramps," that he tried to stop her. A small girl asks Ginkgo why she made such a sudden decision. Ginkgo explains her plan to scold the Demon Lord for his heresy and dishonorable conduct. A small, armored warrior bellows that her reasoning is utterly naive. He reminds her of the countless people who have died in the past 5 years. He questions what an unrelated otherworlder could possibly understand about their struggle. He asks if she is truly interested in saving lives, finding excessive benevolence unsettling. Ginkgo firmly denies his perspective, declaring that to swing her sword is her creed. A furious warrior roars about a life-or-death clash with a true warrior as their blades lock. Ginkgo excitedly declares this battle lust is the wish of all samurai, baffling her companions. A woman with star pupils coldly observes that some idiots enjoy battle, finding satisfaction even in death. In a somber graveyard, a figure muses she'd let trillions die to save her own people. Luchan asks with deep concern if Ginkgo is really leaving on her dangerous quest. A spiky-haired youth gives up arguing, telling Ginkgo to just suit herself. A nun and an old man decide they will see Ginkgo off, which she gratefully accepts. Draco watches Ginkgo's small party depart, annoyed she didn't even say a proper goodbye. Cyrene asks Draco if he successfully acquired what they needed, and he confirms he did. Holding up a lock of dark hair, Cyrene identifies it as Tsukitsuba Ginkgo's essence. Draco reveals he secretly cut the hair from Ginkgo before they left the guild. Cyrene notes that Draco's own wariness is why he would allow a monster like Ginkgo to go. Draco confirms his deep mistrust, stating that easy allies can just as easily become enemies. With a gleam in her eye, Cyrene excitedly announces it is time to begin their ritual. She leads Draco into the Cluttered Heroes Guild archives with a grand, welcoming gesture. Their spell begins with an empty glass flask and a small, sharp dagger. A single strand of Ginkgo's hair is placed inside the flask to serve as a catalyst. Cubes of meat are added to the alchemical mixture, their purpose unknown. Cyrene explains they are using conveniently available cuts of dragonfish for the spell. The next ingredient shown is a large, brilliantly cut and sparkling gemstone. She identifies it as a rare mana diamond from the country of Devious, which will be the core. The final component needed to activate the powerful magic is the caster's own blood. Cyrene channels her power, and the flask on the table begins to glow with an intense light. As smoke billows, she explains this is her innate magic soldier ability at work. A dark, spiky-haired silhouette begins to form within the swirling magical smoke. She proudly reveals the Destined doll, a tiny, confused Ginkgo replica floating in a bowl. The miniature Ginkgo looks utterly bewildered by her sudden and strange existence. Draco looks upon the completed creation and calls the result splendid. Cyrene explains her Destined doll magic creates a self-sustaining mana doll, unlike others. The tiny Ginkgo sits in the bowl, wondering about her rabbit ears and sword. Cyrene declares that as long as the doll exists, she will always know the original's location. With this, she proclaims Tsukitsuba Ginkgo's whereabouts are now completely within their grasp. She admits this powerful magic was originally created to monitor her own heroes fighting the Demon Lord. She expresses annoyance at having to use such a valuable tool to track an outsider. Holding the bowl, she gazes down at the tiny, oblivious figure floating within. The miniature Ginkgo doll senses the ill intent and glares back with fierce intensity. Amused, Cyrene shakes the bowl violently, prompting a companion to tell her to stop. A youth reminds her that abusing mana dolls is illegal, but she feigns innocence. Holding the doll close, she urges the samurai from another world to be as useful as possible. The doors burst open as a new hero, Grunika, makes a dramatic and energetic entrance. Cyrene is overjoyed to see her hero, Grunika, who has a long, powerful serpentine tail. Grunika immediately demands money, while Draco reminds her not to ask royalty for payment. She explains she had to revive herself after an accident, which consumed a lot of mana. Grunika recounts being requested to kill a demon before she arrived at the capital. The demon she faced was a huge-ass goblin, which she dispatched with ease. Draco clutches his head in anguish at the mention of her other, more dangerous foe. Cyrene asks if any of her people were hurt by the witch, but Grunika says no. Grunika lists the witch's terrifying powers, including revival and gigantification magic. She concludes the witch is running amok and must be a high-priority target. Cyrene holds up the Destined doll, a sly and curious look on her face. Grunika peeks over her shoulder, intrigued by the new doll Cyrene is holding. Cyrene presents the Destined doll, cheekily asking if this new hero could be of use. Peering through a magnifying glass, Grunika screams in shocked recognition of Ginkgo. Draco gravely confirms they know a lot, and Grunika mutters that Ginkgo is actually mental. The scene cuts to a desolate stone bridge leading towards an old crumbling tower. The cobblestone path of the ancient bridge is empty and silent under a cloudy sky. A wide view reveals the bridge is shattered, a massive chasm separating its two halves. A small horned girl stands on the edge, her living weapon a monstrous, drooling maw. Her strange concentric ringed eye is wide with shock and disbelief at a recent failure. Another horned girl, Dora, approaches her companion and asks what she is doing. The girl laments that she didn't get to eat the delicious-looking tiger hero. An unseen voice urges her to see the witch for her godlike healing magic. The girl throws a tantrum, screaming that she wants to eat the striped meat. Her living weapon roars in aggression, its multiple mouths gaping wide in a silent scream. She leaps from the ruined bridge, plummeting towards the ground far below. A pool of pure darkness with a single watching eye manifests directly in her path. An unseen caster on the ground below invokes the powerful spell, Dark Prison. Two massive wooden doors erupt from the darkness, slamming shut on the falling girl. She lets out a final muffled scream as she is completely engulfed and trapped. The doors slam shut with a deafening final clang, sealing her fate. The heavy ring handle on the ornate wooden door swings with the force of the impact. Wreathed in dark, smoky energy, the sealed doors hover for a moment before vanishing. A black stain remains as a voice says, "She won't die from that experience." In a dark void, two unseen figures complain about meeting in the afternoon. One declares with finality that the age of humans is coming to an end. They muse that current humans possess a dangerous darkness called madness. The black stain lifts from the bridge and speeds away from the ancient ruins. A woman panics as Mini Ginkgo vanishes, only to see her friend has eaten the doll. A small party of adventurers walks through a quaint, walled town with smoking chimneys. A young woman with spiky black hair grits her teeth in grim determination. In a field outside the town, Ginkgo stretches with a satisfied cry of relief. She looks out at the landscape, her solo quest about to begin in earnest. Her companions ask with concern if she is truly going on her journey alone. With a gentle, sincere smile, Ginkgo turns and thanks them all for everything. She flashes a wide, confident grin and wishes her friends good luck on their own paths. Miko looks on with a worried and uncertain expression, unsure of what to say. Lu-chan, with a skeptical look, tells her to do her best, she guesses. Ginkgo walks away, determined to see how far a lone, nameless samurai can go in this world. Full of boundless optimism, she pumps her fist and joyfully shouts, "Let's go, isekai!" Her journey takes her into a rugged wilderness with distant towers under a vast sky. Her traditional Geta sandal steps firmly onto the rocky, dusty path forward. She walks alone through the vast, empty landscape, lost in quiet thought. She wonders aloud what kind of person the demon lord might be. She imagines him as a powerful and ambitious ruler, like a daimyo from her homeland. Unseen by her, a shadowy goblin silhouette watches her from a short distance. She worries a lone samurai might be denied a duel due to her low social status. The thought of being turned away at the gates fills her with intense mortification. At that moment, the stalking goblin leaps to attack her from behind, its blade raised. Ginkgo's instinct takes over, her expression snapping from daydream to cold focus. In a flash, she draws her blade and cuts the ambushing goblin to pieces. A close-up shows a goblin's torso, its armor and body rendered in detail. Raising a dagger, a goblin leader with a pointy helmet shouts an order to attack. In a grassy field, a lone samurai is completely surrounded by a charging goblin horde. The goblins laugh cruelly, calling her a fool and demanding she surrender her belongings. Instead of showing fear, the samurai Ginkgo simply grins back at her attackers. Becoming a blur of motion, she sends several goblins flying through the air. She smashes the pommel of her sheathed katana directly into a goblin's face. A muscular goblin lunges with a knife, but she dodges with fluid grace. She delivers a powerful open-palm strike to the goblin's head with incredible force. Her powerful blow sends the goblin hurtling backward across the battlefield. The few surviving goblins stare in stunned terror at the effortless display of carnage. A larger rabbit-like beastman is also dispatched with a single, powerful blow. Ginkgo calmly sheathes her sword, stating she has no interest in such pointless conflict. The terrified goblins flee, shouting that she was far stronger than she looked. Ginkgo sighs, reflecting that walking alone seems to attract robbers in any world. A memory shows her facing down similar thugs in the high-crime Warring States period. Her stomach lets out a loud, embarrassing growl, reminding her of her hunger. A close-up reveals her blushing with embarrassment at the sudden, inopportune realization. She remembers with a jolt that she forgot to pack any food in Avalon. Looking out at the barren landscape, she laments that there is nothing to hunt. She comically declares that a warrior is strong even on an empty stomach. A fond memory surfaces of her happily eating delicious elf recipe mushroom stew. Her gaze falls to the ground, where she spots something potentially edible. She looks towards a patch of strange, spiky mushrooms growing in the undergrowth. The mushrooms are patterned with strange black and white concentric circles like targets. Her eyes light up with delight as she exclaims her discovery of mushrooms. Happily plucking one, she reminisces about her days as a wandering survivalist. She examines the strange fungus, wondering if it's a local specialty. A wave of panic hits her as she realizes it could be poisonous. Dejected, she holds the mushroom, her shoulders slumped in disappointment. Despite the risk, her hunger wins out and she takes a large bite. An explosive blow from an unseen assailant sends Ginkgo flying through the air. A furious nun berates the dazed Ginkgo, who is now hanging upside down. The nun expresses her annoyance at Ginkgo, calling her by the wrong name. She holds up the spiky mushroom as evidence of Ginkgo's utter recklessness. A small blonde girl, Miko, calmly identifies the fungus as a poisonous mushroom. She explains that only the spikes contain the poison and must be removed. Miko adds that it should be roasted with fire to kill any parasites. Ginkgo and the nun look on, momentarily stunned by Miko's practical knowledge. With a cheerful cry, Miko unleashes a burst of flame to prepare it. Ginkgo declares the cooked mushroom delicious, while the nun scolds her for her carelessness. The nun Jibril asks Ginkgo why she is out here all alone. Jibril calls Ginkgo a baby of this world, knowing nothing of its dangers. She insists that as sensei, she cannot leave a strong but idiotic kid alone. Ginkgo listens to the stern lecture with a somber, serious expression. She tries to leave, stating she cannot involve others in her personal battles. Jibril grabs Ginkgo firmly by the head with a powerful, unyielding grip. She dismisses Ginkgo's samurai code, declaring that she owes Ginkgo a favor. A flashback shows Ginkgo standing victoriously over two massive slain snake monsters. Jibril vows she will not let Ginkgo die before that debt is repaid. Overwhelmed by Jibril's forcefulness, Ginkgo stares in shock and silent acceptance. Defeated, Ginkgo has no choice but to accept Jibril's forceful companionship. Miko timidly asks if she can join their journey as well. Jibril is initially surprised by Miko's unexpected request to come along. She refuses, insisting their journey to fight the Demon Lord is no picnic. Miko looks disappointed but seems to understand the gravity of the situation. Jibril explains that Ginkgo will face many strong demons on her quest. Miko realizes one of these demons might be the demon sword's holder she seeks. Jibril is surprised by Miko's sudden, intense focus and change of heart. Ginkgo and Jibril stand in the field, Miko now silent and contemplative. Jibril dismisses Miko's demon sword as just another enemy to be defeated. She begins to lecture them on the true scale of the demonic threat. She strikes a dramatic, energetic pose, explaining some demons are built differently. A vision of a burning city illustrates the power of a single hellfire demon. Jibril declares these ultimate threats are known to them as disasters. Ginkgo is in awe, amazed by Jibril's fearlessness in the face of such power. The group is startled by a sudden, unseen movement from high above. A massive griffin swoops down with terrifying speed, its talons extended. The creature's talons snatch Miko from the ground, lifting her into the air. The griffin soars away, carrying the screaming Miko high above the landscape. Ginkgo and Jibril watch in horror, screaming that Miko has been kidnapped. The griffin lets out a sharp, piercing cry as it flies away. The two give desperate chase, vowing to save their captured friend. Jibril asks what kind of bird it is, struggling to identify the creature. Ginkgo identifies the creature as a demon, known to them as a griffin. A detailed illustration shows the griffin in its lair, surrounded by gold. Ginkgo wonders aloud why a gold-hoarding monster would take Miko. A thought strikes Ginkgo, a possible explanation for the strange kidnapping. She recalls hearing that golden hair is rare and valuable, like a wig. Jibril dismisses the idea as absurd before pausing to consider it. She comically calls out to the birdie, trying to get its attention. Jibril offers her own blonde hair, claiming it's much better than Miko's. The griffin looks back with an indifferent squawk, unimpressed by the offer. Jibril curses as the griffin completely ignores her and continues flying away. Ginkgo tries to calm the panicked Jibril, noting the monster shows no bloodlust. Jibril's demeanor snaps to cold fury, vowing to kill anyone who harms Miko. High in the air, Miko draws a small, self-defense sword from its sheath. Swallowing her fear, she prepares to fight back against her powerful captor. With a determined cry, she plunges the blade into the griffin's leg. The griffin shrieks in pain, its grip on Miko loosening as it reacts. Miko plummets from the sky, crashing hard onto the ground below. She cries out in pain, clutching her bruised backside after the rough fall. She marvels that she made a griffin flinch before remembering her peril. Alone and vulnerable, she stands in the woods, clutching her small sword. She is grateful that her self-defense sword came in handy in the crisis. A wave of self-pity washes over her as she worries about her sensei. Her face is a mask of exhaustion and fear from the terrifying ordeal. She wishes she were as strong as Ginkgo-san, feeling weak and useless. She tries to imitate Ginkgo's fighting stance, finding a flicker of courage. Resolved to find her sensei, she ventures alone into the dangerous woods. A cloaked figure lets out a startled yelp as a hand presents a large patterned egg. With a sinister smile, a woman identifies the rare dragon's egg, a powerful magical catalyst. Miko's face is a mask of pure shock and disbelief at the scene unfolding before her. In a forest clearing, a griffin rider has pinned a victim as Miko runs towards them. Ginkgo points to a spot on a high cliff, explaining it is where Miko fell. Lu-chan panics over Miko's fall, while Ginkgo praises her friend's brilliant resourcefulness. Ginkgo's expression hardens into one of serious focus, her senses sharpened by danger. Admitting their mistake, Ginkgo tells Lu-chan they had let their guard down during the chase. Lu-chan begins her first lesson about this world, starting with the dangers of goblins. A repeating pattern of silhouetted goblins illustrates their high reproduction rate in vast numbers. A goblin clad in heavy winter gear shows their ability to survive in harsh climates. An array of crude weapons and poisons compensates for the goblin's individual weakness. Lu-chan explains that a goblin's worst traits are its violent nature and twisted personality. A flashback shows a kind doctor treating an injured goblin despite it being a monster. The doctor is later seen with his hand to his head, his face etched with sorrow. Having learned where the doctor lived, the treated goblin stealthily followed him home. That very night, under the light of a full moon, the treacherous act occurred. The goblin crept up the stairs inside the two-story house, a knife held ready. The doctor lay dead at the top of the stairs, stabbed by the creature he saved. As a gruesome souvenir, the goblin took the severed head of a 7-year-old girl. A massive goblin horde charges up a hill towards a small, fortified encampment. Goblins identify an elf woman as a valuable target whose corpse will sell for a lot. The attacking horde is a chaotic mix of different goblin types, all eager for battle. Ginkgo's eye narrows as she identifies the approaching enemies with a single muttered word. A warrior explains that a goblin's strength lies in its numbers and its ruthlessness. Standing alone, Ginkgo holds her katana ready, her wild hair flying in the wind. Ginkgo's focused eye reflects her understanding that there will be endless opponents to face. Miko is shown in a past moment, clutching the dragon's egg in a state of terror. The griffin rider cheerfully asks Miko if she knows about a human from another world. Mounted on her majestic griffin, the rider lands in front of the bewildered Miko. Miko questions the strange concept of another world, completely confused by the idea. The rider explains isekai, a different dimension that is similar yet very different. Against a cosmic backdrop, she compares the two worlds to the two sides of a coin. She whimsically wishes that someone could just melt the two worlds into one. Miko is completely lost, asking what her strange captor is even talking about. The writer realizes her philosophical rambling has failed to connect with her audience. She tries to change the subject, saying she's separated from her friends and must go. With a gleeful laugh, she begins to pat Miko's head repeatedly in an odd gesture. The writer asks Miko if riding her favorite pet, the griffin, feels good. She kindly offers Miko a ride, though Miko's thoughts reveal she was forced. A small panel shows the writer casually tossing Miko onto the griffin's back. Miko looks up at her captor, her expression filled with panicked confusion. She questions how a demon could obey a human, since the griffin had just attacked. The writer muses that a big, strong pet is more interesting than a common cat. She points out that Miko is also holding a demon's egg, not as a pet. Miko explains she hoped it would be useful to her friends or for cool magic. With a sly, knowing smile, the writer asks if Miko knows about mana. All living things in this world, from rabbits to fish, possess this invisible power. The ancient humans, unable to comprehend mana, simply called it holy power. This answer satisfied them, making the concept seem majestic and perfect to them. She adds that eggs are also perfect, as lives yet to come with beautiful shapes. Miko is astonished, wondering where her captor learned such profound, unheard-of knowledge. The writer cheerfully admits that she just made the entire explanation up on the spot. Miko realizes that the person her captor is looking for might be her friend, Ginkgo-san. The writer's reason for being there was a rumor about an otherworlder's appearance. Miko recalls being the very first person Ginkgo-san spoke to upon her arrival. She remembers how the three of them were always together since that first meeting. Miko wonders if Ginkgo-san met anyone else in the chaos of her arrival. Her face is a mask of dawning realization and concern for her friend. She tries to ask where her captor learned about the concept of isekai. Her question is completely ignored as the writer announces they are leaving the forest. As they emerge from the trees, they look down upon the goblin encampment below. Miko lets out a scream of pure horror at the devastating sight she witnesses. The encampment is being overrun, her friends fighting for their lives against goblins. The writer asks if the people being attacked by goblins are Miko's friends. The rider's eyes lock onto the battlefield with a sudden, intense, and serious focus. Ginkgo is seen in the fray, her expression determined and ready for battle. The rider's face contorts in a massive expression of pure, unadulterated shock. Her heart is shown pounding violently in her chest from the sudden, intense shock. Miko tries to get her attention, but the rider clamps a hand over her mouth. The rider puts a finger to her lips, silencing Miko completely with a gesture. Her expression now cold, she forbids Miko from interfering, saying she would be useless. She instructs Miko to simply wait and see what happens on the battlefield below. Down below, a lone warrior charges towards a goblin encampment against the sunset. Ginkgo becomes a blur of motion, leaping into the air to attack a goblin. She lands and immediately parries a crushing blow from a monstrous, fanged goblin. The force of the parry sends her skidding back across the ground, but she holds. Her blade flashes as she cuts down several smaller goblins in her path. Ginkgo stands amidst the carnage, efficiently dispatching the goblin horde surrounding her. With a fierce look, she declares that beasts are not the only thing she cuts. Her eyes burn with intensity as she proclaims that she can take lives too. Two goblin archers draw their bows, preparing to fire a volley at her. Ginkgo's expression is cold and ruthlessly efficient as she spots the archer's threat. She swiftly grabs a nearby goblin, using its body as a living shield. In battle, even an enemy's body can be used as a shield against arrows. A winged elf warrior carves a path through the goblin horde with her spear. The elf's spinning attack sends a goblin flying as Ginkgo watches the move. Ginkgo marvels at the elf's spear, noting its use for slashing, not stabbing. The elf explains that Japanese foot soldiers also use long spears for slashing. High on a bridge, Ayaya and Miko watch, with Miko exclaiming how awesome they are. Ayaya's eyes gleam with a sinister, manic smile as she observes the battle. She finds the one-sided slaughter boring, noting that both warriors are super strong. With a crazed grin, she decides to use one of her spells to make things interesting. She raises her gnarled staff of Ayaya, ready to cast her powerful magic. A close-up shows the dark, swirling orb at the top of the magical staff. The griffin's eye flashes with an unnatural light as the powerful spell is cast. Ayaya's face contorts with ecstatic power as she unleashes her dark magic. Luchan senses the magic and demands to know what Ayaya is doing from above. A monstrous fist slams into Ginkgo, sending her flying backward through the air. Ginkgo's face is a mask of pure, unadulterated shock from the sudden, powerful attack. A samurai warrior Ginkgo reacts with comical shock, her sword held ready. In a rustic village, a horde of goblins is suddenly thrown into the air. Standing amidst the chaos, Ginkgo wonders aloud what is happening. The goblins let out cries of terror as they are helplessly flung about. Their faces are masks of pure shock and disbelief at the unseen force. A colossal crowned goblin king materializes before Ginkgo and her companion Luchan. Its face is a snarl of pure malice, with sharp teeth and glowing eyes. Ginkgo realizes with horror that the goblins have merged into one being. From afar, a witch with swirling eyes recognizes the magic at play. The massive creature lunges, its powerful fist aimed directly at the small samurai. The blow connects with devastating force, sending Ginkgo hurtling into a pile of rocks. Despite the impact, she pushes herself up, bruised and determined to fight on. Her expression hardens as she prepares to face the monstrous foe alone. She instructs her companion Luchan to go to Miko's side. Ginkgo explains that it is shameful for a warrior to win with superior numbers. Luchan argues that Ginkgo cannot possibly defeat the fused monster alone. Ginkgo's eye is filled with unwavering focus as she ignores the protest. She charges forward, skillfully parrying another bone-crushing punch from the giant. The immense pressure forces her to one knee, her sword planted for support. Blood drips from a wound on the monster's face as it growls in fury. Ginkgo defiantly shouts that she will not need any help in this fight. The Goblin King surprisingly tosses a small cube-like object to Luchan. Luchan catches it, expressing concern for Miko, but telling the king he'll be fine. The king tells Luchan not to die as she runs from the battle. The scene shifts to the fractured landscape of the small goblin village. The setting changes to a peaceful, sun-dappled clearing in the woods. A rope ladder hangs down a cliff face, hinting at a hidden location. A heeled boot steps firmly onto the grassy ground, announcing a new arrival. A woman in a nun's habit, Jibril, appears with a determined expression. Jibril identifies the witch, Circe. Noting the griffin's presence confirms her identity. Circe casually greets Jibril, mockingly commenting on her interesting friend, Miko. Jibril's face contorts into a mask of pure, unadulterated rage. The two women face each other across the clearing, with Circe's griffin nearby. Controlled by a spell, Miko suddenly kicks her sensei, Jibril, catching her off guard. Immediately after, Miko clutches her head, groaning in pain from an internal struggle. Vines and roses begin to sprout from Miko's body, a terrifying transformation. Lu-chan, witnessing the scene, cries out Miko's name in horror and confusion. Miko covers her mouth, her body writhing in agony from the floral curse. She stumbles, her limbs now entangled in thorny vines and blooming roses. Miko looks at her hands in terror, questioning why she's turning into a plant. Circe claps her hands softly, a look of sadistic glee on her face. She identifies Miko's new form as the flower monster Alraun, fittingly. Jibril urgently warns Lu-chan to stay away, or she'll be transformed too. Jibril reveals this is Miko's own unique, scummy magic being used against her. A close-up captures Miko's horrified expression as the transformation worsens. Circe explains Miko will lose her mind and become a loyal pet. She implies her griffin was once something else before she transformed it. Miko understands now why a monster would be so loyal to a human. Circe points out that everything in the world possesses mana. She boasts of her ability to change an organism's mana from within. She unleashes her magic on a nearby snake, causing it to writhe in agony. The creature's body twists and contorts as it begins to grow unnaturally. The snake sprouts wings and horns, transforming into a winged serpent. The newly created monster hisses, its transformation complete and terrifying. Jibril moves with incredible speed, slicing the serpent down in a spray of blood. Circe smiles, taunting that Jibril knows best how wonderful her magic is. Jibril glares back, her expression one of cold, simmering hatred. Miko, still on the ground, asks why she is attacking them. Circe dismisses her plea with a cold, indifferent smile. The griffin leans down and sharply pecks Miko on the head. Miko cries out in pain from the sudden, humiliating attack. She clutches her head, the sharp sting a clear act of dominance. Circe cheerfully remarks on how wary Jibril was when they first met. Jibril furiously demands that Circe release the magic she cast on Miko. Circe ignores her, casually asking how Jibril has been since their last encounter. She teases Jibril, having heard she now runs an orphanage. Circe gets close, remarking that the nun's outfit doesn't suit her at all. She whispers a venomous question, asking if Jibril thinks she's human again. A memory of a terrified, dirt-covered child, a young Circe, flashes through Jibril's mind. The memory shows a demonic Jibril looming over the terrified child. Jibril's eyes are wide with terror, sweat beading on her face. Circe declares Jibril is no hero, her hands only bringing misfortune. She threatens to put the collar back on the useless elf. A small bird-like creature asks its sensei why she isn't fighting back. Defeated, Jibril collapses, weakly urging Miko to run. A mushroom on the ground has neutralized Jibril's magic, preventing her from fighting. Jibril's face is a mask of weary defeat as she tells Miko to flee. Circe reminds the fallen Jibril that she cannot disobey her master. The bird creature looks on in terror at the unfolding scene. It begins the dangerous task of preparing a poison for Circe. Circe identifies the poisonous mushroom used for large-scale demon subjugations. The bird creature is ordered to pluck all the spikes from the mushroom. A strange, spotted hand is shown, perhaps another of Circe's creations. The creature is then instructed to mix the spikes with its saliva. Circe warns it to be careful not to swallow the deadly mixture. Miko lies on the ground, suppressing her screams of agony from the curse. Circe spots a new favorite and declares it good timing. She muses that she needs more firepower to eradicate the humans. She reveals her plan to turn half of Avalon's people into monsters. A hero is shown contemplating the impossible choice Circe has created. A vision shows monsters attacking civilians, Circe's cruel strategy in action. Jibril weakly retorts that Circe's words won't amount to anything. Circe dismisses her, comparing her to an uncontrollable goblin. Jibril's staff begins to glow and vibrate, moving on its own. The staff launches itself through the air, impaling Jibril through the chest. Jibril's face is a mask of shock and agony from the sudden blow. A new figure descends from the sky in a blur of motion. A bandaged samurai lands, interrupting Circe's triumphant moment. Circe is momentarily stunned, exclaiming that the staff moved on its own. Circe taunts the wounded Jibril with the thought of her sister Serene's despair. A woman with wild blonde hair, Circe, leans forward with a manic grin, tauntingly asking her opponent if she wants to see something. The nun Jibril lets out a pained cry, blood trickling from her mouth as she clutches across. Her eyes snap open in sudden wide-eyed shock and alarm. Circe laughs, proclaiming her godlike magic as a samurai warrior descends from the sky behind her. Her crazed expression shifts to one of surprise as she faces the newcomer. She turns, her wild hair flying, to confront the dark silhouette of the warrior. Jibril and her companion question the samurai's weapon, wondering if it's alive or a form of magic. Circe's swirling eye focuses with intense curiosity on her new foe. Her gaze narrows, filled with a mixture of menace and intrigue. Her focus drifts, looking out over a quiet, rustic landscape from a past memory. The vision reveals a massive, masked goblin cradling the severed head of another, larger goblin. This act is explained as a grim burial of respect for a fallen enemy. A younger, bloodied Circe from a different memory begins to speak. A girl with a rose over one eye, Miko, looks on in awe at an unseen event. A young Circe confronts a shadowy figure, demanding to know what he's doing to her companions. The memory reveals the figure brutally striking her across the face. In the present, the samurai Ginkgo clashes with Circe in a burst of motion. Ginkgo slams Circe face first into the ground with overwhelming force. The decorative rose on Circe's head is crushed by the impact. Jibril and a small creature watch the swift, brutal defeat in the stunned silence. Ginkgo's eyes are sharp and focused as she moves with deadly speed. The battle is a whirlwind of motion, a chaotic scene of combat in a forest clearing. Ginkgo effortlessly dispatches Miko, sending her tumbling through the air. He then turns his attention to a small, screeching, bird-like creature. The creature lunges at him with its talons bared in a desperate attack. Ginkgo's expression remains calm and focused during the chaotic fight. He intercepts the creature, his movement a blur of controlled violence. The creature lets out a pained squawk as it is neutralized by his strike. Ginkgo reassures his companions that the demon is now immobilized. Miko looks on in awe, questioning Ginkgo's powerful new form. Ginkgo explains that the creature attacked him first, justifying his actions. Jibril realizes with a start that she can finally move again. She questions what happened, but Ginkgo urgently tells her they must run. Ginkgo insists the samurai doesn't retreat, but that Circe is bad news. Hidden in the bushes, Circe watches, a tear of frustration in her eye. She emerges brandishing a gnarled staff topped with a skull. The staff glows with a dark power as Ginkgo reacts in alarm. Its energy crackles ominously, a clear sign of a powerful spell. Ginkgo unleashes a powerful, sweeping arc of energy from his katana. He is startled when his attack connects with something unexpected. Circe sits some distance away, complaining that her arm hurts. She clarifies that her arm was folded from blocking the powerful blow. A skull-shaped projectile of light comes flying back towards Ginkgo. The projectile seems to move with a will of its own, twisting through the air. Ginkgo lands, baffled by the light and sensing no bloodlust from it. His eye narrows, recognizing the ominous nature of the strange attack. The light strikes him and he lets out a pained cry of "Ugh!" His face contorts in shock, realizing he made a critical mistake. He had thought he could alter the projectile's trajectory, but failed. He is confused, certain he was hit, but feeling no pain. His confusion turns to abject horror as he looks down at his hand. His arm has transformed into a grotesque, monstrous appendage. A small, shadowy creature warns Miko that the light turns people into monsters. Ginkgo questions if she has become a monster herself. She laughs it off, joking that she's not a folklore Oni. Miko points in terror, exclaiming that a horn has grown on Ginkgo's head. Circe recovers, noting that healing her bones consumed a lot of mana. Her gaze drifts down to the group below with detached curiosity. Ginkgo points to her own horn, realizing the truth of the transformation. She asks Miko if the weird woman was responsible for the change. Jibril confirms it, adding that Circe also fused the goblins earlier. A flashback shows Circe's magic sending goblins flying into the air. Ginkgo looks at Circe in the distance, understanding the threat she poses. Circe smiles serenely, her eyes closed in ecstatic bliss. She snaps her fingers, her expression playful and sinister. Her staff unleashes a powerful wave of dark energy. The energy sweeps across the field, narrowly missing Jibril. Jibril dodges the attack with a burst of speed. Circe stands in a dark forest, introducing herself as the witch. Her face fills with joy as she proclaims her love for demons. She calls them beautiful, strong, cool, and purely evil creatures. Humans, she argues, are always at each other's throats, driven by desire. She scoffs at their made-up justice, which punished an innocent girl. A harrowing memory shows a figure bound to a pyre and pierced with stakes. Jibril argues that all races are fighting to survive against the demons. She calls Circe disgusting for a human, but Circe just laughs. Circe reveals her horrifying dream, to turn all humans into demons. Ginkgo stares at her monstrous hand, the reality sinking in. She looks down, her horned head bowed in silent contemplation. Circe is seen in the distance, her staff held ready. She muses that she can dodge the arrow of light if she runs. A vision of a crowned goblin king flashes, questioning the transformation. Ginkgo's eyes narrow with a sharp, analytical focus. Circe gestures grandly, proclaiming she is turning everyone into demons. Gabriel identifies one of the potential forms as a succubus. Miko recognizes another transformation, the plant monster Alrona. Ginkgo, with her horn, observes that she's never seen such a demon. Gabriel agrees, admitting she's been curious about Ginkgo's unique nature. Circe's interest is piqued, asking if Ginkgo is somehow special. She wonders if Ginkgo is the only one different in this world. She realizes a unique demon requires a unique human to start with. Her eyes widen with a predatory gleam of discovery. A dark excitement fills her as she wonders if she has found her target. Gabriel screams for her two companions to run away. She charges forward, intercepting a monstrous creature with her staff. Circe leaps into the air, launching a blast of dark energy. She comments disdainfully on Gabriel's close-quarters fighting style. Miko watches the incoming attack, her expression frozen in shock. Her eyes snap into focus, wide with fierce determination. A massive explosion erupts as Miko intercepts the blast head-on. A girl with a rose covering one eye stares in surprise. An intense, furious glare comes from a woman in a nun's habit. Heavily bandaged, a blonde girl recoils in pure, unadulterated terror. A small, horned warrior unleashes a ferocious attack on the terrified girl. The devastating blow sends the bandaged girl flying backward through the air. Her attacker lands gracefully in the forest clearing after the powerful strike. Both the rose eye patch girl and the nun watch the scene in horror. Lying defeated on the ground, the bandaged girl looks up in shock. She incredulously questions her attacker's intelligence. In a grassy field, the horned warrior proclaims her unyielding resolve. Her gaze is fierce as she vows to gladly fight any who challenge her. A manic grin spreads across her face as she offers a fair fight. The bandaged girl scrambles away in a full-blown, terrified retreat. From a cliff, she comments on the samurai's wild nature. The empty, grassy cliffside is shown under a cloudy sky. She muses that she will now simply wait for them to become demons. Giggling, she eagerly anticipates what kind of monster the samurai will become. A katana blade suddenly and violently erupts from her chest. Impaled by the samurai, both of them plummet from the cliff's edge. The witch's swirling eye widens in a final moment of shock. Her attacker's face is a mask of pained, grim determination. Suspended upside down, the samurai is impaled by a shadowy figure. The words "dark prison" appear in the oppressive blackness. She bursts free, shattering the prison in a blast of dark energy. Her eye is wide with furious resolve after breaking her confinement. Her foot stomps the ground, asserting her victory over her captors. She stands over the wreckage and the defeated, bandaged figures. A victim screams as they are pulled back into a pool of shadow. A hand gives a defiant middle finger before sinking into the darkness. A heavy, ornate door slams shut with a resounding crash. The samurai is suddenly held fast by a giant armored hand. She struggles against the immense grip, her face contorted with alarm. Her fist clenches tightly with unwavering, furious determination. She finds herself in a chaotic laboratory filled with strange artifacts. She faces a towering, shadowy silhouette in the distance. A serpentine creature smashes through a nearby stone archway. The samurai sits amidst the lab's chaos, facing her new opponent. The shadowy figure reveals himself, addressing her simply as human. He chides her for breaking doors instead of opening them gently. She retorts that she is a friend of the witch who owns the lab. The samurai angrily asks what he was playing around for. The man grumbles about the complete lack of common sense. He stands over a defeated, bandaged figure on the checkered floor. Ginkgo declares she will not let him kill her important comrade. He tells her to wait as he begins to search the laboratory. The shadowy figure's silhouette is stark against the inky blackness. Ginkgo demands he reverse the transformations inflicted upon her friends. He coldly refuses, blaming their monstrous fate on their own weakness. Ginkgo's eye narrows with suspicion and a hardened resolve. The man turns away, beginning his search through the cluttered lab. He remarks that this place is indeed the witch's laboratory. He muses that magic is not irreversible and a solution must exist. He rummages through the cluttered shelves and tables for a cure. He dismisses useless potions that make apples bitter or cats hateful. He declares them all worthless before finally spotting his target. He presents the curse releaser, an ornate skull-shaped bottle. He assures her the information is true, stating that he does not lie. He offers her the cure, and she gratefully accepts his gesture. Her expression turns serious as she prepares to act on a new plan. She lunges forward, her sword a blur in a sudden surprise attack. A fierce grin spreads across her face as she traps his arm. He compliments her skill, acknowledging her experience in fighting. The skull-shaped bottle is shown in intricate floating detail. He reveals he won't give it for free and casually tosses it away. Her companions watch in shock as the precious cure flies past them. A girl with a rose eye patch looks on with a pained expression. Ginkgo grunts as she sprints towards the edge of the cliff. She leaps through the portal in desperate pursuit of the bottle. The man admits he might have tossed the cure a bit too far. Ginkgo dives headfirst towards the flower-filled valley far below. She lands gracefully in the field of white flowers. A single drop of liquid splatters on the soft grass. The bottle lands safely in the field before a scrambling Miko. Ginkgo looks back up, realizing the man in the portal have vanished. She wonders aloud, her expression annoyed, if she was fooled. Her companions rush to her side, frantically asking if she's all right. The nun scolds Ginkgo, but Ginkgo defends her choice to fight. Ginkgo grins, stating that sickness and health begin with the mind. She proudly declares that a warrior's will triumphed over magic. Miko's eye widens with curiosity as she spots the bottle. She asks Ginkgo about the skull-shaped bottle she is now holding. A view of the sheer, empty cliff face is shown under a cloudy sky. The nun grabs the bottle, her face a mask of intense suspicion. She questions who the man was and how he abducted the witch. The curse releaser bottle floats in a bubbly, magical background. The group questions why a witch would ever create a cure. Miko confirms she can sense the witch Circe's mana on the bottle. Ginkgo takes the bottle back from them, her expression resolute. She uncorks it and prepares a drink, to Miko's absolute horror. She downs the potion's contents in a single decisive gulp. A dark, bat-shaped aura erupts violently from Miko's body. The shadowy energy writhes and begins to dissipate into the air. The last wisps of the dark curse finally fade away completely. Miko stands cured, surrounded by swirling, cleansing energy. Her eyes sparkle with joy as she exclaims that she is cured. Ginkgo smiles, confirming the cure was genuine, with a thumbs up. The nun furiously berates Ginkgo for her reckless poison test. Ginkgo admits she gambled that she could somehow survive a trap. Miko is horrified, realizing Ginkgo used herself as a poison tester. The nun vehemently orders her to stop such dangerous behavior. A woman in a nun's habit, Gabriel, looks on with a furious, pained expression. Clutching her arm, she trembles, a single tear escaping her eye in distress. Amidst a field of flowers, she offers a quiet, heartfelt apology to her sensei. She confesses to her companions that the recent attack was her fault. Her friend, the samurai Ginkgo, asks for the identity of this enemy, Circe. Gabriel grimly explains Circe is a human mage, allied with demons against humanity. Within a dark alchemist's lab, she reveals Circe's terrifying singular magic. Grotesque demons flash by as Gabriel states Circe turned many humans into them. A flashback shows a younger elven Gabriel confronting a foe in a gnarled forest. The younger Gabriel is shown in the midst of a desperate battle. Defeated and transformed, Gabriel lies amidst dark flowers, admitting she was a victim. Now a demon, she is shown kneeling in submission before the cloaked witch, Circe. Her magic, Gabriel explains, binds her creations, making them unable to disobey. A demonic silhouette shatters its chains, symbolizing her eventual, lucky escape. Back in the present, Gabriel laments helplessly watching Circe transform innocent people. She clenches her fists, consumed by guilt and blaming her own weakness. Her life as a hero, she confesses, has been an attempt to atone for past sins. A close-up captures her anguished expression as she relives her painful past. Ginkgo leaps up furiously, declaring that it all sounds like the witch's fault. She insists that Gabriel was just a victim and should not carry the blame. With righteous anger, Ginkgo vows not to overlook the witch's evil deeds. Her expression softens into fierce loyalty, stating she cannot stand by while a friend hurts. A close-up reveals Ginkgo's determined, almost tearful eyes full of empathy. She makes a solemn offer to help rescue the people turned into demons. Gabriel looks up, completely stunned by her friend's selfless declaration. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears of gratitude and surprise stream down her face. The three companions stand in the field, the heavy moment passing between them. Ginkgo, flustered, mutters about how serious the conversation has suddenly become. Their small companion, Miko, suddenly remembers the precious medicinal water they possess. Miko's face is a mask of comical shock as she recalls the vital item. The scene shifts, showing the treetops against a clear sky. On a grassy hillside, a magnificent griffin lies motionless, defeated. The group gathers around the beast, identifying it as another of the witch's victims. Gabriel confirms it was most likely a human, a favorite transformation of Circe's. Miko cheers with excitement, thrilled that they have already found someone to save. She presents the cure to Ginkgo, insisting she should be the one to use it. Ginkgo gently holds the skull-shaped bottle to the griffin's beak to administer it. As she does, a strange ethereal smoke begins to rise from the ground. Gabriel is struck by a thought, wondering why Ginkgo was unaffected by Circe's magic. Ginkgo shouts back defensively that her strong will protected her from the curse. Miko speculates that Ginkgo's world might not have any magic at all. She further theorizes that Ginkgo's world might be completely devoid of mana. Gabriel realizes this could mean a zero-mana human would be immune to the magic. Ginkgo, confused, questions this, pointing to her arm which was healed by magic. Miko suggests it might be lingering mana from the previous healing spell. Gabriel connects this to the reason Ginkgo's world is free of demons. Miko agrees with the startling possibility. Ginkgo exclaims in shock, realizing her world lacks both magic and monsters. She defensively insists her world must have something unique that theirs doesn't. The scene transitions with a whoosh over a range of jagged, formidable mountains. An aerial view reveals a dilapidated medieval town nestled within a rocky valley. In a dark street, a figure brutally strikes someone down with a gnarled staff. A shadowy young man with a mask and staff surveys the rundown, desolate town. A close-up reveals the grimy, puddle-stained cobblestones of the street. The shadowy man remarks on how the place looks as rundown as ever. His sharp, glowing eyes scan the area with a cold, detached air. The town square is revealed to be a slum, teeming with a menagerie of monsters. The man walks through them with authority, casually shooing away smaller imps. A pair of grinning, mischievous goblins are shown in close-up. A large, monstrous creature lets out a guttural roar or a loud belch. He tells a larger beast to quiet down, his tone one of casual command. A close-up shows his arm, wrapped in bandages. A flashback begins with a blonde bandaged Circe playfully saying, "Boo!" Circe dismisses a wound that the man apparently treated for her. She complains about the expensive, rare materials used in the curse releaser. Circe then yells at him for entering her room and tells him to go to hell. The man thinks to himself that she should be thanking him for their encounter. A close-up captures his intense, focused eye. Circe playfully asks if he saw a phoenix during their adventure. She excitedly plots to use humans to assassinate the royals of the mainland. The man is clearly annoyed and exasperated by her chaotic scheming. With manic glee, Circe declares that she might just open the door. From the shadows of a nearby doorway, a single menacing eye watches him. Back in the present, the man mutters that he needs to make another griffin. At a stone castle at night, a cloaked figure approaches a large barred gate. The bandaged Circe smashes the gate open with her staff, sending a goblin flying. A close-up reveals the goblin's shocked and pained expression. Inside, human prisoners are held behind iron bars, guarded by whip-wielding goblins. The stark contrast is shown between a terrified human and a scarred, sneering goblin. Circe stands before the kneeling, freed prisoners, sarcastically thanking her slaves. A weary, dirt-covered prisoner looks on with a pained expression. Another prisoner, an elf, begs her to stop the cruelty. Flashbacks show the prisoners being forced to build houses for their goblin captors. They were also made to cook food for the demons, and they were forced to forge weapons for their monstrous overlords. A prisoner asks what more she could possibly want from them. Circe cruelly taunts them, saying the demons they raised are attacking more humans. A prisoner's eyes narrow with pure, unadulterated rage. With a wicked laugh, Circe reminds them they are magically bound and cannot disobey. The prisoners' faces are masks of furious, simmering defiance. Scene cuts to a high castle wall against a dark night sky. A massive, corpulent, spotted creature sits before 5 small, prostrated children. The creature, Cyrene, lets out a guttural noise, drooling with a distressed expression. A memory shows 2 young boys cowering in fear before a looming shadow. A child cries for their lost parents amidst a scene of chaos and destruction. Circe offers the captive men a poisoned knife to wound Cyrene and save the children. A man's eye widens in furious defiance as he curses her for the cruel choice. He yells, questioning who would ever trade a royal's life for hostages. He declares they would rather be worked to death than let her harm the children. Circe laughs, amused by their strong reaction, and reveals her offer was a joke. In a dark prison, a cloaked and bandaged woman announces to the inmates that she will set them free. A man and a strange bird-like creature stare back in wide-eyed shock at her declaration. The bandaged witch, Circe, stands before a heavy door, her gnarled staff pulsing with dark, skull-shaped energy. A coastal village with thatched roof huts sits peacefully below a cliffside castle, a pirate flag flying. Lush green plants thrive in a sunlit field, creating a tranquil natural scene. 3 girls, including a samurai and a nun, are seen fleeing in comical terror from an unseen pursuer. An old man with a magnificent white mustache emerges from the foliage, his expression dazed and confused. The old man asks who he is, prompting one of the girls to exasperatedly identify him as an old man. A charming town in the land of magic, Kamgi, is dominated by a colossal gnarled tree at its center. A large one-eyed slime monster appears in the town, its gelatinous body quivering ominously. The slime begins to rampage through the streets, causing the terrified citizens to scream and flee. A man is swallowed whole by the slime, his body tumbling helplessly into its translucent mass. His form is visible within the creature, his fate hanging precariously in the balance. While being engulfed, the man makes a final, desperate plea to be burned with light. A cloaked magic user unleashes a powerful blast of light magic called Indra directly at the slime. The magical blast leaves behind a dark, spherical core at the point of impact. The slime monster completely dissolves, leaving the man unharmed on the ground. The female magic user, Miko, asks the man if he's hurt. He thanks her profusely for saving him. Two armored soldiers look on with expressions of surprise and awe at the powerful display. After the battle, a group of soldiers stands guard over the corpses of various defeated monsters. A horned woman, a knight, and a turbaned man introduce themselves as heroes from the land of sand. A local soldier reports seeing a white dragon at Mount Bor, a revelation that shocks the heroes. The horned woman and her turbaned companion react with alarm to the news of a white dragon. The turbaned man speculates that the dragon could be the legendary king of dragons, Blanner. The horned woman recognizes the name with a smirk, calling the Dragon King a big shot. The knight diligently records the roots and demons they have encountered on a scroll. A spectacled owl is shown carrying the rolled-up report, ready for delivery. The heroes watch as the owl flies off to deliver their report to the 17th Hero Guild branch. The turbaned man playfully asks if the report was the knight's will, making the horned woman laugh. Having gathered their intelligence, the trio of heroes departs from the town across a stone bridge. Later, in a forest at night, a girl gives the amnesiac old man a piggyback ride by a campfire. The old man explains that disasters are direct subordinates who represent the absent demon lord. He continues, stating that they gather demons for rampages and attack traffic routes in the dark. A nun-like girl, Luchan, holds up her hands, confirming that there are 10 of these disasters. A girl with a flower in her hair asks if the witch they fought was one of them. Luchan confirms it. The old man tries to eat a mushroom, but Luchan quickly smacks it away, scolding him. The flower-haired girl murmurs to herself that she thought she recognized the witch's name. A samurai girl, Ginkgo, remarks that the witch was a formidable, above-average opponent. The flower-haired girl then asks about another opponent they had faced. Luchan angrily smacks a stick from the old man's hand as he takes a bite of an apple. The old man begins to tell a story about an army of 200 soldiers sent to destroy the witch. Ginkgo asks if the witch was human. The old man explains she was called a demon to spare the soldiers from sin. A wall of armored soldiers stands ready, but the narration reveals the army never returned. The next day, the street where the witch's nest was found is dark and smoking, a sign of destruction. A horde of 200 monstrous demons swarms over the city, a terrifying and unexpected transformation. The flower-haired girl and Ginkgo look on in horror after hearing the grim tale. The flower-haired girl wonders aloud if the witch could possibly be dead already. Luchan, picking an apple, dismisses the idea that Ginkgo's stab wound was fatal. Taking a bite, Luchan confidently states she would have killed the witch long ago if it were that easy. Ginkgo and the flower-haired girl sit quietly, a swirling, ornate dragon egg resting between them. Ginkgo's expression ignites with fierce determination, her fists clenched in anticipation. She leaps to her feet, declaring with excitement that the stronger her opponents are, the more she enjoys the fight. A full moon shines brightly in the night sky, partially obscured by scattered clouds. A campfire has burned down to embers, a thin wisp of smoke rising into the air. The entire group is fast asleep around the dying fire, except for one figure keeping watch. Luchan, the nun, sits awake, her expression somber and contemplative as she guards her friends. Her sleeping companions are shown, with one murmuring in their sleep as she keeps her vigil. Luchan observes her sleeping friends, her watch solitary and quiet under the night sky. She closes her eyes, a single tear escaping as she is lost in a flood of painful memories. A traumatic memory flashes, a city with smoking rooftops, a scene of widespread destruction. A goblin-like monster mauls a child while a figure cowers in the background. A swirling vortex of energy consumes a town square as people scream for help and their parents. In the memory, Luchan laughs maniacally while a horned demon girl screams in terror beside her. A close-up shows Luchan's crazed, swirling eye and triumphant grin from the traumatic vision. The horned demon girl chides her for not being used to the horror after seeing it so many times. Luchan clutches her head, trembling, as if in physical pain from the intensity of the memory. Now with horns herself, Luchan begs for the horror to stop, her voice filled with despair. A small, goblin-like creature sits quietly, remarking on the presence of children in the chaos. The other demon girl taunts her, finding it cute that she, a demon, can still feel guilt. She leans in close, whispering the horrifying suggestion that Luchan should just kill the victims herself. A building's balcony is shown, setting the scene for another painful memory. Luchan, now a horned demon, lies defeated and bloodied on a cobblestone street. A powerful, dark figure scoffs at her for clinging to the last fragment of her human heart. He strikes her with a powerful blow, sending her reeling across the ground. He declares that he will not kill her, revealing that she is the daughter of his benefactor. He carries her on a griffin over a burning village, explaining Circe's mass transformations. Luchan's memory of that time is one of being completely overcome with paralyzing fear. In her memory, her gloved hand clutches a small, sharp knife in a gesture of pure desperation. She recalls her demonic form, clutching herself in terror at the memory of her transformation. In the present, Ginkgo's sharp eye is seen as she quietly addresses Luchan. Ginkgo startles Luchan from her reverie, asking if she's sleepy and offering to switch watch. Luchan insists she was just deep in thought, but Ginkgo looks at her with a suspicious expression. Ginkgo gives her a long, intense stare, her silence clearly conveying that she doesn't believe her. Ginkgo asks how Luchan turned back into a human, noting that it didn't seem like she used a cure. Luchan confirms this with a somber expression, preparing to tell her difficult story. She begins to explain the existence of an organ called a mana kidney, which surprises Ginkgo. She elaborates that most living things have this organ to create and store their magical energy. Luchan confesses that she destroyed her own, a close call that reverted her to a near manaless human. This is why she is now an ordinary elf who can barely use even a simple healing spell. She expresses her deep regret for running from Circe and her desire to help the witch's victims. Ginkgo is taken aback by this sudden, passionate declaration of resolve. Luchan points at Ginkgo, declaring that they will stick together and defeat the witch as a team. She explains that the only way to save everyone is to kill the caster, just as they did with a previous foe. Her fist clenches with grim determination as she reaffirms her deadly strategy. Luchan observes that Ginkgo herself wasn't turned into a demon by the witch's magic. She expresses her confidence in Ginkgo, but wants to make one thing clear before they proceed. She reminds Ginkgo that while demons are this world's enemy, Ginkgo is not involved in their fight. Luchan gently asks if Ginkgo has ever considered finding her own path to happiness in this world. Ginkgo is visibly moved by her friend's genuine concern, her eyes wide with emotion. A single tear escapes her eye, tracing a path down her cheek in a moment of quiet connection. A small masked girl observes that Luchan Dono has become strange, but Ginkgo insists she is being serious. The nun Luchan states she desires trials, not happiness, which Ginkgo confirms is her wish as well. With a fierce grin and blushing cheeks, Ginkgo proclaims that a scorched path is her ultimate wish. Ginkgo brings her katana up to meet Luchan's staff, their weapons clashing in a firm, silent pact. The hilt of Ginkgo's katana is shown in detail, crossed over the gleaming steel of its scabbard. Two small, doll-like figures watch the exchange, one confirming that there is now no turning back. The group arrives at the bustling, walled border town of Tomarigi, a hub of activity. Luchan, looking utterly exhausted, announces their arrival, an old man slung over her shoulder. Ginkgo marvels at the lively town as Luchan complains to the old man she's carrying. The amnesiac old man asks his grandma for food, much to the furious denial of Luchan. Ginkgo quietly wonders if the old man's memory loss is due to his time as a demon. She muses on the delayed surprise of realizing he was a monster. The old man looks closely at Ginkgo, his brow furrowed as if he recognizes her. He identifies her as a village girl named Selena, which leaves Ginkgo completely shocked. A small companion is flustered when the old man calls her a cutie named Fiole, asking who that is. The companion explains that this border connects Avalon to 3 other countries. She excitedly points to a map, identifying their destination as the land of magic Kamji. Ginkgo thoughtfully repeats the name, confirming she understands the new objective. In a flashback, A crown royal named Serene declares the demon lord is in Kamgi. Ginkgo in the memory is confused why Cyrene tore the map, who hopes her guess is right. A serious scholar is shown reading a book, surrounded by strange floating black symbols. The scholar points to a map explaining the region of Europa has 5 major countries. The land of hero Avalon is depicted as a grand, sprawling city of towers. A magnificent sword in a field of flowers represents the land of swords, Sparta. A massive, glittering crystal symbolizes the land of minerals, De Beers. A holy book and an ornate cross represent the land of God, Imhara. The scholar explains Kamgi is the most important country as it specializes in magic. Ginkgo listens intently, her finger to her masked lips as she absorbs the information. She confidently asserts her knowledge of warfare, stating that striking vital spots is essential. Ginkgo correctly deduces that the Demon Lord's army would target Kamgi first. Cyrene in the flashback confirms Ginkgo's logic with a serene, knowing expression. The Demon Lord's first attack was 5 years ago on Kamgi's former capital, Rifvervan. A devastating image shows the capital city engulfed in flames and dark swirling smoke. The city, once peaceful for 1,000 years, was utterly annihilated in a single night. A map littered with X's shows that demon attacks still plague the rebuilt capital. The scholar's face is grim as he considers the grave implications of this ongoing threat. Cyrene points forward, declaring with certainty that the Demon Lord is still in Kamgi. Ginkgo finishes recounting the news of the Demon Lord's return to her companions. Miko looks down, her expression somber as she processes the terrible story she just heard. Luchan complains about the old man's amnesia, while he nonsensically comments on the moon. Ginkgo, filled with boundless energy, declares they must press onward to the land of magic. Miko cheers in agreement as Luchan confirms their new mission is officially decided. Luchan's eyes widen with a sudden spark of inspiration, a new plan forming. She approaches Ginkgo and Miko, preparing to outline her strategy for the town. Luchan decides to take the old man around town while the others gather supplies. She observes the town's bustling streets, noting the large number of people present. She hopes to find someone to take the old man off their hands, calling him a burden. Miko whispers to Ginkgo that Luchan is simply too kind to abandon him, which Ginkgo finds adorable. The small companion announces that it's time for them to prepare for their journey. She notes this is their first chance to casually explore since the capital incident. With a cheerful, "Let's go," the group sets off to explore the town. The small companion points forward excitedly, leading the way through the city streets. Ominously, a blood-splattered pendant with a lightning bolt insignia lies on the ground. An aerial view shows the charming, bustling medieval town of Tomarigi in detail. A young woman takes a large, satisfying bite of a steaming hot bun. Miko and Ginkgo joyfully exclaim how delicious their favorite local snack is. The snack is identified as an apple meat manju, a local specialty costing 3 copper coins. A spiky-haired companion offers Ginkgo a purse of money from their sensei. Ginkgo, her mouth full of food, gratefully accepts the generous offer of funds. A chef asks Ginkgo if she is a traveler, commenting on her unusual attire. Ginkgo asks a vendor for miso soup, much to the confusion of the surrounding crowd. Ginkgo happily devours another large pastry as her friend questions her appetite. Ginkgo curiously asks Miko about the special bag she just purchased from a stall. Miko holds up the bag, explaining that it is more than it appears to be. She dramatically opens the bag and a sword emerges, leaving Ginkgo completely astonished. Miko asks if Ginkgo was surprised by the sorcery, offering to explain how it works. Miko demonstrates the bag's power by casting a shrink spell on Ginkgo's 2 katanas. The 2 katanas are shown crossed, glowing with a powerful magical energy. With a final flash of light, the swords are reduced to a miniature size. Ginkgo cries out in horror, holding her tiny shrunken swords in utter despair. Miko cheerfully explains the shrink spell's ability to temporarily reduce an item's size. She shows off the bag, noting the shrink spell is applied to its interior. A diagram shows how putting items into the bag shrinks them down for easy storage. Another diagram illustrates how removing items returns them to their normal, full size. Miko explains that such magic items are useful, but have limitations due to mana cost. Ginkgo weeps over her pathetic katanas as Miko apologizes and promises to restore them. The group continues their shopping, browsing a fruit stall in the busy marketplace. A friendly vendor offers them some of his fresh produce, including apples and grapes. Ginkgo thoughtfully examines a display of various swords and daggers in a weapon shop. She comically tries on a full suit of heavy plate armor, much to Miko's amusement. The scene shifts to the interior of a bookstore, its shelves packed with ancient tomes. Ginkgo is engrossed in a book while Miko looks on with a happy, heart-filled smile. Their spiky-haired friend takes inventory of their supplies, listing off their needs. Spotting flowers for sale, he is suddenly reminded of an urgent task he forgot. Ginkgo's expression suddenly turns sharp and alert, sensing that something is wrong. Her companion asks what's the matter, but Ginkgo dismisses it, saying it's nothing. Ginkgo scans the crowd with a serious gaze, calling out to see if anyone is there. The group looks on as a crowd of people gathers in the distance, a sense of unease growing. A knight in full plate armor bursts into the square, desperately calling for a recovery spell user. A local sister steps forward to offer her help, which the grateful knight readily accepts. Ginkgo and her friends are caught in the middle of the sudden and chaotic commotion. The group follows the knight to the formidable stone barracks building. Inside the infirmary, the sister kneels by a bed, casting a heal spell on a patient. The sister throws her hands up in defeat, her spell having reached its absolute limit. The patient, a woman, groans in agony, her wound still dark and gruesomely bleeding. The sister admits she's done all she can, but the knight sees the patient is still critical. The sister explains that her healing spell is limited and cannot perform miracles. The knight wonders why the spell was so ineffective and couldn't even stop the bleeding. Miko steps forward, her eyes wide with determination, asking if she can help heal the woman. The knight and sister are shocked as Miko confidently enters the infirmary. A knight tries to shield a child from a grim sight, but she insists on helping. The young girl reveals she was a student at the Magic Academy. Hearing this, the knight and a sister are stunned by the girl's claim. From a nearby doorway, a samurai named Ginkgo confirms the girl's story is true. Another onlooker points out the patient is shockingly missing an arm. The young magic user, Miko, nervously asks for permission to remove the bandages. She peels back the blood-soaked cloth, recoiling in disgust at the wound. A close-up reveals the gruesome, corrupted wound beneath the bandages. Miko's expression hardens with focus as smoky tendrils rise from the injury. The knight and sister watch as Miko kneels beside the patient. Ginkgo decides to wait outside, sensing the gravity of the situation. A voice from inside anxiously asks about the patient's condition. Miko delivers her grim diagnosis of demonic mana corrupting the victim. Pointing to another injury, she identifies them as dangerous bite wounds. She concludes that a simple heal isn't enough. A doctor is also needed. The knight is shocked at the mention of needing a doctor. Miko rummages through her enchanted bag, pulling out 2 magical flowers. One is identified as a versatile neutralizing flower. The other is a rare, pain-relieving mole flower from the holy forest. She closes her eyes, concentrating her power into the 2 flowers. Miko unleashes her Floramancy Morpheus Flora spell on the patient. A radiant light erupts as ethereal petals drift through the air. The patient's pained expression finally softens into one of peaceful rest. The knight and sister shield their eyes from the brilliant, magical light. Ginkgo, waiting outside, looks on, illuminated by the powerful healing spell. Far away, a desolate landscape of ancient ruins is shown. A crumbling colosseum stands as the centerpiece of the ruined land. A woman with wild hair, Circe, witnesses the spell through scrying. She marvels at Miko's interesting magic, the ability to use flowers' effects. Circe excitedly suggests Miko would be a perfect subject for experimentation. Her shadowy companion Kuro tells her to focus on his own scrying orb. The orb shows an image of the samurai warrior, Ginkgo. Circe agrees to change their focus from killing royals to this new threat. She decides to nip this in the bud before they become an obstacle. Circe wonders where their comrades are. Kuro bluntly says they all hate her. A stunning spread reveals the full, monstrous group of antagonists. A close-up shows a fierce wolfman's snarling maw. Kuro's shadowy face is seen, his white eyes piercing the darkness. An imposing knight in dark armor, its helmet marked with an eye symbol. A small horned demon girl with a vicious expression. A dragon-like humanoid with spiky hair looks on with disdain. Circe declares their new mission. They will hunt the samurai. In town, an official impatiently instructs an artist on a wanted poster. In the ruins, Circe questions if the target is a samurai. She confirms her suspicion based on their peculiar clothes and sword. A wolfman, Loup-Garou, snarls, demanding to know what they are. Circe conjures a shimmering image of the planet Earth. She identifies it as the Otherworld. A smaller magical globe spins in her hands. She points to a small archipelago, identifying it as Hinamoto. On a rooftop, she explains it's an island country racked by civil war. Circe describes samurais as soldiers who live by a code called Bushido. She adds that their hearts and fame are paramount. She calls them crazy monsters whose belief system is driven by death. Loup-Garou leans in close, his face a mask of aggressive impatience. He snarls that he only wants to know how strong they are. Cersei clarifies they are not simple swordsmen, using any means to win. Their strategies encompass both one-on-one duels and large-scale battles. They gain overwhelming experience from a constant stream of actual combat. A cat-like beastman wryly asks if a country of murderers could be weak. He lets out a satisfied puff of smoke from his cigarette. Loup-Garou's attention shifts, dismissing the conversation to confront someone else. He berates a small, horned demon girl named Dora for a past failure. On a high rooftop, he reminds her she couldn't even eat her prey. Dora seethes with frustration, vowing he won't escape next time. Loup-Garou lectures her sternly on the finality of a hunt. A memory shows a young wolf with prey, illustrating his point. He calls her a brat for making excuses like next time. Dora furiously retorts that he is the brat. Kuro, the shadowy figure, calmly tells both of them to stop fighting. Their group is scattered across the rooftop, surrounded by swirling energy. Loup-Garou erupts in mocking laughter, declaring Dora isn't cut out to be a demon. Enraged, Dora launches herself at Loup-Garou with a massive blade. The Wolfman meets her attack with his own massive clawed hand. Dora becomes a blur of motion, striking at him from all angles. The Dark Knight suggests to Kuro that they capture Dora now. A serpentine dragon looks on as the plot unfolds. Cersei explains her patient strategy, using a scrying orb of a town. She smugly recites the iron rules of kidnapping. The knight warns her not to lose her hostage. She confidently agrees. She releases a small orb of light, activating her magic. A close-up reveals her eye's strange, spiraling pattern. She unleashes her witch's eye spell, spying on Ginkgo. Cersei gloats, planning to watch the samurai's most shameful moments. Ginkgo, miles away, suddenly feels a sharp, intense stare. She looks around in alarm, sensing the unseen observer. She clutches her head, reacting to the magical intrusion. An intense close-up shows her eye, wide with pain and shock. Cersei's smug expression vanishes, replaced by one of pure, agonized shock. The magical connection violently backfires, her hand flying up in defense. The scrying orb she was using cracks under the strain. It violently shatters into 1,000 glittering pieces. Cersei lets out a pained cry, clutching her head in agony. The serpentine dragon and the knight watch the failure in silence. The knight correctly deduces that their target sensed their presence. Cersei lies on the ground amidst the shards of her broken crystal. Kuro asks what their next move is, his face an unreadable shadow. The duel between Dora and Loup-Garou continues unabated in the ruins. Miles away, a voice calls out Ginkgo's name in a quiet town. In a stone room, Ginkgo clutches her head as her friends rush to her side. A young samurai named Ginkgo looks on with a wary expression, sensing something amiss. Holding a small knife, she carefully scans the area, her hands poised for action. She insists she felt a stare, but her companion suggests it was just her imagination. Ginkgo grows nervous, wondering aloud if it could have been a ghost, much to her friend's dismay. Suddenly, a young woman with spiky hair cheerfully exclaims that it was a fairy shot. This young woman, Kogara, sits up in bed, her bright smile surprising Ginkgo and Miko. Miko explains to a confused Ginkgo that fairy shot is a local phrase for a fairy's prank. The narrative reveals that invisible natural beings known as fairies exist in this world. These whimsical creatures are often blamed for feelings of dizziness or being watched. Kogara enthusiastically adds that her grandmother used to tell her stories about them. She recites her grandmother's old saying that fairies make you sick if your hands are unwashed. Despite Kogara's insistence that she is fine, her companions tell her she should lie down. She happily declares that the pain is completely gone, flexing her bandaged arm. Her companion scolds her, reminding her that she almost died and was healed by others. A passing nun offers her blessing before excusing herself to continue on her way to church. Kogara bows deeply before the group, profusely thanking them for saving her life. An armored figure seems flustered by the heartfelt thanks, covering his helmet with his hands. Removing his helmet to reveal a bulldog's face, the armored man introduces himself as Teddy. Ginkgo and Miko introduce themselves in return, their expressions cheerful and friendly. Ginkgo stares at the bulldog man, her expression frozen in a state of utter shock. Her face contorts in comical horror as she screams out in disbelief at seeing a dog. Miko quickly interjects, explaining that there's a reason for Ginkgo's extreme reaction. The scene shifts to the rustic, stone-walled interior of a local establishment. A wooden mug sits on a table, setting the scene for a new conversation. Kogara is stunned to learn that the samurai, Ginkgo, is from another world. Miko explains Ginkgo's situation, which Kogara finds to be a very interesting story. Teddy feels Ginkgo's hand on his face, and she apologizes for being too forward. Ginkgo and Miko crowd around Teddy, marveling at the strange texture of his dog-like face. Ginkgo's curiosity intensifies as she leans in close, wondering what the rest of his body looks like. Teddy erupts in a fit of barking, while Kagara laughingly calls Ginkgo a pervert. Miko clarifies the important distinction between a mana-born demon and a kobold. She begins to explain the different races of their world, starting with humans like Ginkgo. She then introduces the concept of demise, a mutant race that was born from humans. Ginkgo lists the demise she has already met: Luchan the elf and Boris the dwarf. She then points to Teddy, who sits stoically with his arms crossed. Teddy introduces himself properly as a beastman, offering a polite and formal greeting. An encyclopedia entry describes beastmen as rare hunters who possess the hearts of humans. Teddy demonstrates his strength by effortlessly lifting Kagara and the bench she sits on. Ginkgo asks how his strength allows him to trust her unbelievable story of another world. Teddy explains that his sharp canine nose is the true reason for his belief. He sniffs Ginkgo, detecting an otherworldly scent of unfamiliar water and earth. The scent conjures visions of serene Japanese-style landscapes he has never seen before. Kogara excitedly declares that her savior's friend is also her friend. The heartfelt declaration of friendship completely flusters Kogara, who is being held by Ginkgo. Miko watches the scene unfold, a thoughtful and slightly confused expression on her face. She asks Kogara how she can remain so cheerful after having lost her arm. Kogara thinks for a moment, a slight blush appearing on her cheeks as she considers the question. She explains that there are two reasons, one of them being her duty as a soldier. A flashback shows her and her brother on a mission to assist a hero. The two siblings smile, their spirits high as they begin their important journey. They are shown panting but victorious after a grueling battle against goblins and mushrooms. Their mission leads them toward a large fortified stone bridge with a tall tower. As they approach, their expressions turn to shock upon seeing ominous silhouettes ahead. The silhouettes of their attackers are dark and menacing, promising a deadly ambush. Kagura narrates the goblins' cunning tactic of using decoys to set up ambushes. Her expression turns grim as she recalls that the attacker was not a goblin. The flashback shows her and her brother being sent flying by a powerful, unseen blow. In the present, Kagura reveals her brother died in the attack, blaming her own clumsiness. She clenches her fist, her sorrow hardening into a powerful resolve. She passionately declares she will fight and protect everyone for her brother's sake. Having made her powerful declaration, she turns away with a resolute, Ginkgo and Miko watch her with profound empathy and a deep understanding of her pain. Teddy looks on silently, his expression somber and thoughtful in the darkness. The scene transitions to a peaceful, cloudy sky, marking a change in time. Kagura and Teddy depart, waving goodbye to Ginkgo and Miko in the town. Ginkgo and Miko watch them leave from under the shade of a large leafy tree. Once their new friends are gone, Ginkgo lets out a long, heavy sigh of relief. She marvels that it isn't just heroes who fight monsters. Expressing her deep admiration, Ginkgo thoughtfully recalls her own arrival in this strange, new world. A memory shows her fighting alongside armored soldiers against a horde of grotesque monsters. She remembers comically calling the soldiers metal people, much to Miko's initial confusion. Miko corrects her, explaining they are called soldiers, recalling Kagura and Teddy's service. The soldiers are shown as an organized and disciplined force, patrolling the city streets. They gather for briefings, studying maps, and planning their strategies together. Their sworn duty is to protect innocent citizens from all manner of demonic threats. In the event of an incident, they are trained to handle the situation swiftly and efficiently. From their posts on the city walls, they keep a vigilant watch over the citizens. Miko expresses her admiration for the soldiers' professionalism and unwavering resolve. Ginkgo suddenly calls out Miko's name, her voice sharp and filled with alarm. Miko looks over, surprised by Ginkgo's sudden and serious change in demeanor. Ginkgo stands by a wall, her attention fixed on something Miko cannot see. Ginkgo raises a finger to her lips, signaling for absolute silence from her companion. She points towards a small barred window in the stone wall, directing Miko's attention. Miko cautiously peeks over the wall, her expression one of innocent curiosity. Her curiosity instantly turns to pure shock, sweat beading on her face. She sees Teddy gently comforting Kogara in a secluded and private alleyway. Kogara is on her knees, weeping uncontrollably, her brave facade completely gone. The sight of her friend's profound and hidden grief makes Miko gasp in shock. Ginkgo understands that Kogara was holding back her pain in front of the people she protects. With her family gone and her arm lost, there was no way she could truly be fine. Ginkgo's eyes narrow with deep empathy for the soldier's hidden suffering. Realizing this is a private moment, Ginkgo quietly tells Miko it's time for them to leave. The scene shifts to a desolate landscape of ancient ruins under a dark sky. A scarred man with a cigarette praises the nice design of the ruins. A small hooded figure named Circe giggles, vowing to show the charm of a young girl. A third cloaked figure sternly reminds them of their goal and warns against standing out. The trio, the scarred man, the gleeful Circe, and a dark knight, walk with menacing purpose. A small horned demon girl with teardrop markings looks on with great frustration. The scarred man informs the monstrous group that they are too conspicuous and must stay behind. The horned girl throws a tantrum, screaming that she wants to go on the infiltration mission. An unseen voice, accompanied by sinister laughter, expresses a desire to eat a samurai. Weeping, a small horned demon girl is gently patted on the head. An armored knight promises to bring her manju if she behaves to her delight. With the girl and another man watching, the knight announces their departure. The knight kneels on rocky ground, annoyed that it is not yet nighttime. A close-up reveals the knight's hand is skeletal and clawed beneath the gauntlet. Announcing his intent to go, the knight approaches a massive gate opening into darkness. A vicious-looking goblin with a long nose leaps forward, brandishing a large cleaver. The charging goblin surprises a squad of armored soldiers who react with alarm. One of the soldiers braces his spear, preparing to intercept the attack. The spear pierces the goblin's neck, its mouth agape in a final, silent scream. The brief skirmish concludes with the soldiers standing victorious over the goblin corpses. A soldier removes his helmet, thanking his comrade for the well-timed save. The spiky-haired soldier laments that demons are now appearing so close to the city. Another guard remarks he'd much rather face goblins than dragons and orcs. The hand of a fallen goblin twitches, showing a faint sign of life. A heavy stomp brutally crushes the goblin's hand, ending its movement. A man in a fur coat, smoking a cigarette, looks on with a puzzled expression. Standing over a defeated goblin, a soldier wishes someone would finally kill the demon lord. The spiky-haired soldier's eye narrows sharply as he spots something in the distance. He looks towards the city wall, where three figures are visible at a small gate. The three figures, one in a cloak, one a knight, one hunched over, wait by the gate. Two soldiers on patrol are confused by the figures waiting at the closed side gate. From the top of the wall, a guard calls down, asking what is wrong. A young man with a map explains that only the north and south gates are open. The soldiers from the wall descend, one chiding his partner for being too relaxed. A soldier asks a helmeted figure which squad he is in, who replies evasively. A man in a fur coat interjects, claiming to be escorting helpless civilians. A small, blonde, hooded girl's eyes widen with pure, sparkling fury at the insult. Her silent rage is so intense it seems to erupt with visible, powerful force. The soldiers are unnerved by her intense, unspoken anger at being called helpless. One of the guards directs the group towards the open north gate. Before they can leave, the other soldier's eye narrows with suspicion. He stops the fully armored figure, ordering him to remove his helmet. The soldier explains that some demons, like goblins, can disguise themselves in armor. He adds that powerful disasters are also rumored to look just like humans. The armored figure begins to remove his helmet without any protest. The soldier confirms the unmasked figure appears human as his partner scoffs. His partner points out the flaw in his logic, and the soldier admits his mistake. The unmasked man with dark, spiky hair dismisses the suspicion with a slight smile. The group enters the city through a grand stone archway into a bustling square. Two soldiers patrol the cobblestone streets, carrying supplies and a spear. A soldier stands guard, his helmet obscuring his face completely. Another soldier, wearing a different style of helmet, also stands at attention. The fur-coated man excitedly wonders if the large number of soldiers means he can rampage. A wolf man cautions that a ruckus would attract the samurai they are searching for. He adds that heroes would also arrive, tauntingly asking if the man is scared. The fur-coated man scoffs, declaring that humans are nothing more than prey to them. His eye gleams with predatory intent, his claws itching for a hunt. A hooded girl, Circe, dismisses his desire as mere base instinct. She taunts him, reminding him that his kind was once fed by humans. The fur-coated man's face twists into a snarl of pure fury. The insult strikes a deep nerve, his anger palpable and barely contained. He looms over Circe, asking the witch if she truly wants a fight right there. Circe covers her mouth with her hands, giggling at the tense confrontation. Their leader interrupts, refocusing them on their mission to find the samurai. The leader looks into a nearby alley, suddenly struck with an idea. He gestures towards the alley, having formulated a plan to draw out their target. He tells the others to wait and confidently steps into the alley. The silhouettes of the group wait in the street as he works his magic. In the alley, the fur-coated man and Cersei are seen with their leader. He whispers his plan to the fur-coated man, whose eyes widen in surprise. The leader's eye glints as a dark, swirling energy begins to manifest. The energy transforms the man into a female samurai with long, rabbit-like ears. The disguise is complete, her eyes now narrowed with a cold, serious expression. The leader confirms the disguise is perfect, despite missing details like a horn. Cersei cheekily asks what details, like her underwear, were left to his imagination. The disguised samurai walks through the streets, getting strange looks from the townsfolk. The leader explains that searching for one person in thousands is too difficult. The disguised samurai states that finding the real samurai isn't much of their job. Cersei giggles, understanding the cleverness of their deceptive plan to lure her out. A little girl's voice calls out for her lost dog, Pashbal. The girl joyfully hugs her fluffy white dog, having finally found it. She thanks two soldiers for helping her find her dog near the shops. A soldier proudly states that it is a soldier's duty to help people in need. The girl gives a bright smile, thanking them for protecting everyone from demons. The two soldiers salute proudly and continue on their patrol route. They walk down the cobblestone street, their steps echoing in the square. The disguised samurai watches them, the hilt of their katana prominent in the foreground. They observe how relaxed both the soldiers and the townspeople seem to be. Their eyes narrow into menacing slits as they declare such laxness cannot protect anything. A soldier turns, his face a mask of confusion at the sudden, chilling words. The disguised samurai delivers a devastating blow to the soldier's stomach. The force of the impact sends the soldier flying backward, his helmet knocked off. A crowd of onlookers reacts with shock, questioning if a fight has broken out. The remaining soldier, enraged, demands to know what the samurai is doing. He is met with another brutal attack that sends him reeling backward. He crashes hard to the ground, defeated in an instant by the imposter. The little girl and her dog watch in wide-eyed, paralyzed terror. The disguised samurai stands over the fallen, proclaiming their identity with manic glee. Onlookers scream in panic as the disguised samurai stands triumphantly over the guards. From a hiding spot, the leader confirms this is a strategy, not a random rampage. The camera pans over a bustling, peaceful marketplace in another part of the city. A young woman with a flower in her hair gasps, holding a large patterned egg. A material dealer with glasses excitedly identifies it as a super rare dragon egg. The dealer eagerly asks for a price, but the woman says it's not for sale. The dealer's stall is filled with monster parts, buying them at a high price. The dealer correctly deduces she found the small egg inside its slain mother. She points to the distorted patterns, explaining the baby dragon inside is incomplete. This means, she reassures the girl, that it will not hatch unexpectedly. A materials dealer warns about newborn demons, explaining they are born dangerous. Holding a knife, she insists the baby dragon must be killed if it hatches. Pointing to her own scar, she explains that humans and demons don't mix. Ginkgo, clutching the egg, sweats nervously and meekly agrees with the grim advice. A sudden, intense feeling washes over Ginkgo, her eyes closing in concentration. Her friend asks what's wrong, but Ginkgo is already focused on an unseen disturbance. Ginkgo senses an incident brewing, a premonition her companion questions with amazement. Her friend's expression shifts to one of dawning concern and confusion. A nearby fruit vendor hastily closes her stall, adding to the town-wide anxiety. A mother urgently pulls her frightened child along the cobblestone street. The faces of the townsfolk are etched with worry and unspoken fear. Ginkgo recognizes the panicked calm before a storm, a feeling her friend confirms. Her unique star-patterned eye narrows with sharp focus as she hones in on it. The spiky-haired soldier eagerly suggests they join a battle, but Miko Dono refuses. Two armored soldiers run with urgency, one pointing forward with alarm. They sprint past the silhouettes of Ginkgo and her friends, clearly fleeing something. The soldier apologizes for their haste as Ginkgo and her friend ask what happened. His face contorts in shock as Ginkgo gets unnervingly close to him. A hand points accusingly, labeling the startled Ginkgo as the passing-by demon. The soldier furiously accuses Ginkgo of feigning innocence and threatens to call backup. Reacting instantly, Ginkgo moves to strike the soldier with a fierce battle cry. Her companion stops her, scolding Ginkgo for her reckless charge against the samurai. Enraged, the soldier calls Ginkgo a heavy sinner and tells her to stop wordplay. A hand holds up a wanted poster featuring a crude drawing of Ginkgo. Ginkgo and her friends stare at the poster in utter, horrified disbelief. Ginkgo demands to know why there's a poster of her as the soldier makes his accusation. An injured soldier confirms the attacker claimed to be a samurai before fleeing. Ginkgo is rendered completely speechless by the false accusation against her. Her friend frantically insists it's a misunderstanding, but the soldier is unconvinced. Her friend's expression turns serious as she prepares to argue their case. She asks when the incident happened, and the soldier confirms it was an hour ago. She confidently provides Ginkgo's alibi, stating she was at the barracks at that time. She challenges the soldier, asking if he trusts the word of his own comrades. The soldier sweats, flustered, and unable to counter her solid alibi. Ginkgo's friend triumphantly declares that they are accusing the wrong person. The soldier retorts that witnesses describe the attacker perfectly, pointing to Ginkgo. Her friend looks at the wanted poster again, her confidence wavering. She has to admit the drawing and unique attire are a perfect match. Her eyes narrow as a horrifying realization begins to dawn on her. She asks if Ginkgo has a twin, a notion Ginkgo immediately denies. She concludes with shock that there must be another Ginkgo in the city. Ginkgo asks if someone is truly hurting people while claiming to be a samurai. The soldier grimly confirms there have been casualties, including civilians. Ginkgo's expression hardens into one of cold, focused anger at the news. Her hand tightens on the hilt of her katana, knuckles turning white. The soldier declares the imposter's actions unforgivable as Ginkgo's friends watch her. Ginkgo's friends are startled by her sudden, intense change in demeanor. Her grip on her sword intensifies, the sound of straining leather echoing. Her face is now shadowed, her thoughts turning inward toward her sacred code. She reflects on how a samurai protects people, making this imposter's actions blasphemous. A dark aura erupts around her as she vows not to let this blasphemy stand. The sound of armored boots echoes as soldiers move in to surround them. The polished tip of a spear gleams menacingly as they form a perimeter. 5 soldiers with leveled spears have Ginkgo and her friends completely cornered. The soldiers eye Ginkgo with a mixture of fear and aggression, ready to attack. The spiky-haired soldier draws his sword, his face a mask of furious determination. The soldiers identify Ginkgo from the wanted poster, certain she is their target. One of the soldiers commands her to throw down her weapon and surrender. Ginkgo's eye narrows, her expression grim as she prepares for the confrontation. A tall woman dressed as a nun makes a dramatic entrance, shouting for them to wait. She strides into the center of the tense standoff, halting the proceedings. Panting, she explains that she's glad she followed them and made it in time. She had seen the soldiers rushing towards the plaza and decided to investigate. She calls out to Ginkgo, her expression one of exasperation. Holding the wanted poster, she bizarrely warns Ginkgo to beware of the samurai. She scolds Ginkgo, asking what trouble she caused the moment she was alone. Ginkgo pouts, her face a mask of pure, frustrated anger. Her friends observe her fury, understanding her anger at being falsely accused. Ginkgo's blonde friend gets a bad feeling, insisting they must leave town immediately. The nun's eye widens as she is jolted from her lecture. The blonde friend asks about the old man the nun was supposed to be watching. The nun, flustered, admits she completely forgot about him in the chaos. She declares that she trusts Ginkgo to handle it as they prepare to flee. Ginkgo's hand, covered by a gauntlet, reaches out into the darkness. Ginkgo grabs the nun's face, demanding to know who she really is. Ginkgo explains that she sees something strange and unnatural in the nun's eyes. The nun feigns innocence, offering a wide, disarming smile in response. The imposter nun launches a powerful kick, which Ginkgo blocks with her scabbard. The imposter's face contorts in shock, her disguise beginning to fail. Ginkgo confirms her suspicion, identifying her attacker as a shadow person. Elsewhere, Luchandono observes, criticizing the imposter's failure to hide their bloodlust. The shadow creature lunges at Ginkgo as the true nun arrives on the scene. The blonde friend screams in terror as the chaos escalates. The real nun's eye narrows with deadly focus as she prepares her attack. She grips her weapon, a determined expression on her face. She leaps from a rooftop, a blur of motion against the sky. The shadow creature's eye widens in shock as it is targeted. A volley of sharp, needle-like projectiles flies through the air. The nun unleashes her attack, a storm of projectiles converging on the imposter. The shadow creature is pierced by the projectiles, its form beginning to dissolve. It dissipates into nothingness, leaving the real nun victorious in the square. A new shadow figure appears, chiding the samurai for her simplistic approach. The shadow morphs, a monstrous goblin face emerging from its dark form. It becomes a horrifying chimera of various demonic faces and wings. Ginkgo slashes at a 2-headed shadow eagle, which cracks and shatters. Ginkgo's eyes widen in surprise as she realizes the nature of her foe. The man's feet morph into bird-like talons on the cobblestones. His silhouette transforms, confirming his shape-shifting abilities. The shadow man greets the samurai, apologizing before declaring she must die. Ginkgo glares back, her expression one of grim and unwavering determination. In the middle of a European-style town, a young samurai confronts a blonde girl and a shadowy young man. The shadowy man adjusts his collar with an annoyed expression, a dark ribbon swirling around him. A girl with a flower in her hair, Miko, looks on with a face of pure shock. The samurai Ginkgo's eye is seen in a sharp close-up, her gaze focused and serious. A detail of Ginkgo's flowing black attire is shown as she stands ready. Suddenly, a squad of armored soldiers surrounds the shadowy man, their spears leveled at him. The soldiers, though sweating and nervous, hold their ground against the mysterious figure. From the darkness of the man's face, a single, glowing white eye peers out. The soldiers cry out in shock, realizing he just transformed into a black monster. One soldier questions if he is human and demands to know his identity. A swirling, hypnotic pattern emanates from the man, further unnerving a frightened guard. The man muses aloud that his own identity is something he himself would like to know. Borrowing their own words, he declares that he must be what they call a demon. A new energetic girl arrives, announcing she has found the samurai and will show her thanks. A sharp projectile, like a fin, flies through the air towards its target. The projectile impacts with a small, bright flash of energy on the cobblestones. The girl grins mischievously, brandishing a crude wanted poster of a samurai with rabbit ears. The soldiers are completely stunned by her sudden, bizarre appearance and announcement. Ginkgo's hand rests on her katana, a spark of energy glinting off the hilt. Ginkgo sits calmly on the ground in a meditative pose, her sword held upright before her. Her companion Miko is startled by her friend's lack of urgency in the tense situation. Miko rushes over, yelling that this is absolutely no time to be sitting down. Brandishing a dagger, Miko insists that they must join the fight against the demon. She voices her confusion about the demon's motives for impersonating them and causing chaos. Concluding the situation is too weird, she feels they must defeat him immediately. Ginkgo calmly states that she will not be intervening at this moment. She explains that it would be shameful for a warrior to gang up on a lone outlaw. Miko is left speechless, completely baffled by Ginkgo's strict and unwavering code of honor. She points out that the relaxed demon might be strong and could kill the soldiers. Ginkgo agrees, stating that this is precisely why she will not offer her help. Echoing a friend's words, she asserts that a soldier's life is to protect people. She concludes that this is their moment to fulfill their duty, and her help would be an intrusion. Should they lose, she will honor them by bearing witness to their final moments. Miko is horrified by this cold logic, thinking her friend has gone completely mad. One of the soldiers identifies the shadowy man as the wanted criminal from the poster. Filled with righteous fury, another soldier curses the demon and prepares to fight. The demon's hand blurs forward, effortlessly intercepting a soldier's spear thrust. Ginkgo's eye narrows from the rooftop, observing the battle with keen, analytical focus. The spear tip sparks against the demon's arm. The powerful attack stopped completely. The demon reveals that his arm has transformed into a monstrous, scaly dragon's claw. The soldiers cry out in shock, questioning what kind of demon they are facing. A slitted reptilian eye appears as he thinks that such a weak stab won't pierce a dragon's skin. He slams his monstrous claw into the cobblestone street with immense, earth-shattering force. A close-up shows the terrifying detail of the powerful bird-like dragon talon. The ground erupts, shattering into pieces and sending the soldiers flying in all directions. The soldiers are thrown off balance, their faces masks of pure shock and confusion. One soldier is sent tumbling backward by the force of the powerful shockwave. Amidst the rubble, the demon crouches low, ready to press his overwhelming advantage. A wide, malicious grin spreads across his shadowy face as he lets out a triumphant laugh. He appears before a soldier who braces himself for the next terrifying attack. The soldier looks on in abject terror at the demon's impossible speed and power. With a single flick of his finger, the demon shatters the soldier's spearhead into fragments. Another soldier is sent flying backward, crashing violently into a wooden cart. The demon lunges at a third soldier, grabbing him by the helmet with ease. The soldier lets out a pained cry as he is lifted effortlessly off the ground. The broken spearhead lies discarded on the cracked cobblestones, a symbol of their futile resistance. Another soldier charges forward, attempting to strike the demon from behind with his sword. The demon effortlessly catches the soldier's sword with his bare hand, stopping the attack. His face briefly takes on reptilian features as he delivers a powerful, unseen blow. The soldier grunts in pain, caught completely off guard by the swift counterattack. Two soldiers coordinate an attack, rushing the demon from opposite sides in a desperate pincer movement. The demon brutally punches one of the soldiers squarely in the face. His draconic form blurs as he sends his victim flying through the air. The soldier crashes into a wall with enough force to shatter the solid stone. A close-up captures the soldier's eye, wide with shock and the agony of the impact. He screams in agony as he is thrown high into the air by an unseen force. His leg armor begins to crack and crumble, not from impact, but from petrification. A close-up on scaly skin confirms a basilisk's teeth have the power to turn life into stone. A massive, feathered basilisk looms over the helpless, petrifying soldier. The soldier's face is a mask of pure, sweat-drenched terror and disbelief. The basilisk's reptilian eye swivels, its cold gaze scanning for its next target. Miko flinches in fear as Ginkgo sits calmly in the background, observing the chaos. The demon's shadow falls over the terrified Miko, who cries out that he is a monster. The basilisk seems to speak, asking the soldiers if they finally understand the situation. It declares the gap in their power is obvious and that they are nothing to him. The demon offers to spare their lives if they simply sit still and watch. A defeated soldier lies unconscious on the ground, bloodied and beaten. Another soldier leans against a wall, his body limp and broken in defeat. The town square is now a scene of utter destruction and ruin. A surviving soldier defiantly tells the demon to shut up, refusing to surrender. He roars that if the enemy acts like a demon, then they will proudly act as soldiers. With fierce determination, he vows they will never back down and will fight to the death. A spear slams into the ground as the last of the soldiers rally for a final stand. The remaining soldiers, though battered and exhausted, find their courage and prepare to fight again. A close-up focuses on the polished steel of a spear shaft, glinting in the light. A soldier's gauntleted hand grips his weapon tightly, ready for the final, hopeless battle. The demon remarks that this stubborn resilience is exactly what he likes about humans. He strikes a pose, inviting the soldiers to come and fight until they all drop. Multiple pairs of glowing, malevolent eyes appear within his swirling, dark shadow. A strange circular emblem with a line struck through it flashes ominously into existence. Miko stares in disbelief, her face a mask of shock and confusion at this new power. The surviving soldiers are equally baffled by this strange display of magic. Ginkgo's eyes widen, her hand tightening on her sword as she senses the new threat. An entire army of monsters erupts from the demon's shadow, charging forward in a terrifying wave. An anthropomorphic bulldog sniffs the air, his keen senses detecting something unusual. He asks his senpai what's wrong, noting a strange smell in the air. A massive spearhead smashes through a nearby wooden wall with explosive force. The clawed feet of a monstrous creature step onto the cobblestones amidst scattered apples. An old man with a magnificent white mustache flinches in surprise at the sudden violence. A woman in a nun's habit asks the old man if he's finally remembering something. A woman's eyes fly open in shock, a single bead of sweat on her face. Standing in a quiet European-style town, she senses an approaching disturbance. From a rooftop, a bandaged woman named Sol laughs maniacally at an ally's dramatic move. She and her fur-collared companion, Kuro, watch the chaos begin to unfold below. A narrator explains that an unseen party is observing the battle's every moment. The conflict involves various monstrous creatures, their faces twisted with aggression. A young girl is also watching the situation, her face filled with abject terror. The true observer is revealed to be Tsukitsuba Ginkgo, her expression sharp and focused. A close-up shows Ginkgo's unique, swirling eye, the medium for this remote viewing. In a distant, lavish room, a regal girl sits as her maid, Serene, cheers excitedly. The regal girl covers her eye with a gloved hand, her focus absolute. Her eye glows, revealing a mystical four-leaf clover symbol, the source of her power. She rises, her authority clear, as she uses her Destiny Doll synesthesia ability. She urgently commands Cyrene to gather all nearby heroes, even if the castle is emptied. Back in the town, a horde of grotesque, screaming goblins swarms the streets. A massive rock demon golem lumbers forward, a formidable and destructive presence. The golem smashes a stone well, sending a civilian flying in the chaos. A soldier's attack sparks uselessly against the golem's tough, rocky hide. Smoke begins to rise from the town's rooftops as the widespread destruction spreads. In the west area, armored soldiers rush forward to confront the growing threat. They discover a horrifying scene of carnage, with bodies of monsters and civilians alike. The soldiers are aghast, wondering where the sudden onslaught of demons came from. A goblin crouches over a fallen victim, its face a mask of vicious cruelty. Two nimble goblins leap at the guards who struggle to defend themselves. The guards' panicked cries fill the air as they call for heroes and reinforcements. In the east area, a large knight tells a young boy named Kagara to stay safe. A young woman with a missing arm, also Kagara, bravely defends a seated boy from a goblin. A dark-clad woman with a bat-like familiar recoils from a shadowy, scythe-wielding beast. A giant, toothy mushroom creature looms menacingly over a patch of flowers. A shadowy beast with a sharp, scythe-like arm slashes through the air. A hulking, green-skinned orc effortlessly lifts a struggling man into the air. A soldier screams in agony as a monster-ear demon sets him ablaze. A colossal black snake with piercing white eyes hisses over a terrified person. A bizarre, rooster-headed lizard creature pins a man amidst a ruined market stall. High above the north area, Soul soars through the sky on an ethereal creature. Landing on a rooftop, she reports to Kuro that the samurai is in the center square. Kuro suggests helping, but Soul cheerfully refuses, not wanting to interfere in the fight. She explains her dislike for stealing another's prey, a sentiment Kuro seems to share. Kuro warns her about fighting in the bright afternoon sun, a potential risk for a shadow. She laughs off the danger, callously stating she doesn't care if the weak perish. She gathers her power, preparing to cast her powerful, age-manipulating magic. Her arm transforms into a withered skeletal limb, crackling with dark energy. A close-up shows the grotesque, bony staff-like arm she has created. She sprints past two city guards, who are stunned by her monstrous appearance. A small detail shows her dark, comma-shaped earring as she moves with purpose. Arriving in a plaza, she is mistaken for a civilian and told to hide. A guard looking up wonders in confusion if she just fell from the sky. She proudly presents her transformed arm, identifying it as the Staff of Ayaya. In an instant, she attacks, her arm a blur of violent motion. The guards behind one horrified survivor are violently and instantaneously dispatched. The surviving guard screams in pure, unadulterated terror at the sudden carnage. Soul's eye is shown in a close-up, revealing a cold, merciless intensity. She clutches her transformed arm, shuddering with ecstatic delight at her own power. Her twisted philosophy is revealed. The strong have the privilege to break all morals. She proclaims the greatness of magic, demons, in a world that allows such power. Her voice rises to a fever pitch as she screams in twisted gratitude. She thanks her dear demon lord for granting her the mana for this destruction. Her reverie is shattered as a nun-like warrior, Jibril, descends to attack her. Soul recognizes her opponent as she prepares to counter the swift assault. Jibril fires a small, potent blast of energy from her fingertip. Soul dodges just in time as Jibril swoops past, repositioning for another attack. Soul's eyes are wide with a mix of surprise and excitement at the new challenge. Jibril's target suddenly changes, and she delivers a devastating kick to Kagara. The force of the blow sends a spray of blood and debris flying. Kagara is sent flying, coughing up blood as she hits the ground hard. The young boy Kagara screams at Jibril, calling her a witch and blaming her. The force of Jibril's powerful kick is shown in a detailed impact panel. Jibril confronts Soul, who compliments her surprising and unexpected spear work. A close-up shows the impact of Jibril's boot connecting with Kagara. Soul compliments Jibril on her impressive spear work, noting she managed a cut. She asks Jibril if she has finally made up her mind about something. Soul taunts Jibril, asking if she has instilled enough fear in her yet. A chaotic, scratchy panel visualizes the intensity of Jibril's rising terror. A gruesome, bloody flashback hints at a violent history between the two. Jibril is sweating, her face a mask of fear from the traumatic memory. She stumbles back, groaning in distress, overwhelmed by the psychological assault. A close-up on Soul's eye shows it cracking like porcelain, a sign of her power. Jibril is seething with rage, her features contorting in fury. Soul patronizingly calls her cute and tells her not to be a bother. Jibril's rage explodes as she vows to kill Soul with her own two hands. In the center square, a lone samurai stands ready under the bright sun. A massive serpentine lizard monster with a cobra-like hood lets out a deafening roar. The samurai smashes the giant monster into the cobblestones with a single powerful slash. A large man holding a trembling girl complains about her weight, shocked by the samurai's power. A nearby knight is equally stunned, noting the samurai killed a B-rank lizardman in one hit. The samurai's face is grim as he observes the ongoing chaos around him. He internally condemns the monsters for attacking those who cannot fight back. A goblin is shown terrorizing a fleeing civilian, illustrating the samurai's point. The little girl screams a warning as an orc-like beast charges from behind. The samurai's expression hardens as he turns to face the new threat. He pivots with incredible speed, his foot planting firmly on the ground. His naginata swings in a deadly arc, cleaving the orc's head in two. He becomes a whirlwind of destruction, carving a path through the remaining monsters. A close-up shows the dismembered maw of a defeated creature. The little girl mistakenly thinks the samurai is speaking to her. The young woman with the missing arm, Kogara, declares her resolve to fight and protect everyone. A town guard echoes her sentiment, vowing to end the conflict at any cost. The true samurai, Ginkgo, acknowledges the guard's spirit, recognizing the heart of Bushido in him. A goblin with a crate of bombs announces the arrival of a comrade from another world. A bizarre group of monsters faces a new arrival as Ginkgo makes her grand entrance. Standing atop her companion's head, Tsukitsuba Ginkgo introduces herself as a samurai here for justice. The woman beneath her grins fiercely, challenging their unseen foes to come at them. A nearby soldier expresses his disbelief at her noble morals, recalling their own past mistreatment of her. A close-up captures the soldier's shocked and deeply apologetic expression. An injured ally insists he must help, but is told his wounded leg makes it impossible. A monstrous goblin with a wicked fanged grin lets out a maniacal laugh. The goblin lunges with its spear, aiming to kill the small but determined samurai. Ginkgo's eyes are sharp and focused, her expression calm and ready for the impending assault. In the chaos of the town square, Ginkgo is a whirlwind of steel against a monstrous horde. Panting heavily, she admits to herself that her training is still insufficient for this overwhelming fight. A soldier calls her a monster, while a young girl enthusiastically praises her incredible strength and help. The injured ally insists he needs to help, even as a small figure drags him away to safety. A girl's eye, with its swirling pupil, widens in alarm as she notices something strange. A mysterious, cloaked figure with a butterfly motif gestures for quiet over a defeated demon's body. The demon's corpse dissolves into a trail of black smoke, vanishing completely into nothingness. The blonde girl watches in horror as the body disappears without a trace before her eyes. A soldier confronts a small goblin, challenging it to a face-to-face fight. The soldier grabs the goblin, engaging it in a fierce and desperate brawl. The blonde girl's face is a mask of pure shock at what she is witnessing. The soldier struggles with the surprisingly strong goblin, tears of effort on his face. He suddenly realizes with a jolt that the goblin he is fighting casts no shadow. Looking around, he questions why none of the other monsters seem to have a shadow either. The blonde girl reasons that since demons are living beings, this lack of shadows is unnatural. She kneels examining the cobblestones under the bright sun, desperate for an answer to the mystery. Her thoughts focus on the sun as she looks up, realizing it is the key. Her face is etched with worry and intense concentration as she pieces the clues together. A bizarre walking mushroom creature waddles forward, also casting no shadow on the ground. A small, spiky-haired creature screams in terror as the shadowless mushroom monster approaches it. A new figure, a man in a white tunic, coolly compliments Ginkgo on her impressive skill. The man's eye glints with menace as he draws a wicked, curved blade. He lunges towards Ginkgo with blinding speed, his form becoming a blur of motion. His blade meets the shaft of Ginkgo's spear in a brilliant shower of sparks. The man's face contorts into a monstrous bestial visage as he presses his attack. Ginkgo's eyes show surprise at her opponent's incredible speed and strength. His ferocious assault sends Ginkgo flying across the cobblestones with immense force. She lands on her feet, her expression shifting from surprise to dawning understanding. Having seen through his attack pattern, she stands her ground, ready for his next move. A spark of insight glints in her eye as she believes she has figured it out. She triumphantly declares that she has seen through her opponent's ability. The man's shadowy silhouette reveals a single glowing cat-like eye, hinting at his nature. Ginkgo points, accusing him of being able to turn into anything he wants. The shadowy figure flatly denies her theory, stating that she is absolutely wrong. Ginkgo is taken aback, her confidence shaken by his firm and immediate denial. From off-panel, the blonde girl urgently tells her to remember everything she has seen. Trapped inside a mushroom, the girl explains he transformed into their sensei and fought soldiers. She recalls him manifesting a powerful scaly dragon's arm during the battle. She also remembers him forming the terrifying feathered head of a basilisk. The girl reasons that if he could be anything, he would have just become a mountain to win. Ginkgo's face lights up with comprehension, realizing her friend's logic is correct. The clone confirms his power is not unlimited. He can only transform into someone. He explains that he has no real self and that his current form is just a borrowed one. This human-like form, he clarifies, makes it easier for him to partially transform himself. Ginkgo finds this fascinating, concluding he is a shadow figure, not a doppelganger. The clone dismisses his own ability as boring, but notes its advantage against a manaless foe. The blonde girl shouts a warning about the other demons that are attacking the town. The soldier struggles to escape the mushroom monster's toothy maw as it swallows them. He furiously yells at the creature to spit his friend out immediately. Ginkgo starts to shout something but is cut off by her opponent's sudden lunge. The two warriors collide in a massive, explosive impact of raw force. Ginkgo's hands grip her katana tightly as she parries the powerful blow. She expertly deflects a swift swipe from the clone's massive armored claws. Their full power meets, shattering the stone ground beneath them in a cataclysmic clash. Ginkgo is thrown back, a trickle of blood running down her face from the impact. Her eyes are wide with shock and pain from the devastatingly powerful blow. The clone, recovering, remarks that her head is as hard as a rock. A gentle, rock-like golem's face appears, comically denying this with a "not really." A memory reveals the true goal. They need the body, not the samurai part. A young girl with hypnotic eyes orders them to kill the samurai and bring back the body. Bloodied but defiant, Ginkgo demands to know why she is being targeted by them. The clone responds coldly that it doesn't matter, as she will be dead soon anyway. An aerial view shows a vast Gothic city dominated by a dark, imposing castle. The ornate stone balustrade of a balcony is shown in intricate detail. The young girl with hypnotic eyes declares the disasters must be eliminated to get the Demon Lord. In a grand hall, a regal queen rallies her diverse group of powerful heroes. She orders them to prioritize her people's lives, and they agree to the mission. The queen identifies the demon attacking Tomarigi as the doppelganger, a known culprit. The King of Shadows explains that a doppelganger is normally a weak, low-ranked demon. This one, however, was found by the Demon Lord and made a subordinate. A hero wonders if this makes it an abnormal, more powerful version of its kind. A scarred man notes the witch's persistent focus on it since the Ginkgo incident. A witch snips a thread of magical energy with a pair of ornate scissors. She announces that her preparations inside the glowing magic circle are now complete. Tipping her hat, she declares that with money on the line, they will fly there immediately. A young samurai woman with a bandaged face charges forward with ferocious intensity. She becomes a blur of motion, closing the distance to her shadowy opponent. The two clash in a deadly dance through the streets of a European-style town. The shadowy figure lets out a soft tsk of annoyance or concentration. He deftly evades one of the samurai's swift, arcing sword strikes. The clash continues, their movements a whirlwind of motion and flashing steel. The samurai's blade moves at an incredible speed, leaving a bright arc in the air. The shadowy figure thrusts his clawed hand forward, exclaiming that he has finally caught her. He lands a powerful open palm strike directly on her chest with explosive force. Despite the heavy hit, she grits her teeth, grabbing his attacking arm. A sharp sound effect emphasizes the incredible speed of her countermove. Using his momentum, she flips him clean over her shoulder in a powerful throw. He twists in midair, recovering with impossible agility to launch a counterattack. A powerful kick slams into her side, sending her skidding across the cobblestones. Wincing, she acknowledges he saw through her kick and is different from other monsters. Her attention is torn away by a child being chased by a mushroom monster. Her eyes widen in alarm as she abandons her fight to protect the child. A powerful clawed hand strikes a warrior's weapon in a blur of motion. The warrior Ginkgo looks on, her face a mask of shock and exertion. From the darkness, a shadowy figure with glowing white eyes peers menacingly. With a powerful stomp, Ginkgo dashes through the town square towards a new threat. The shadowy figure mockingly questions Ginkgo's naivete for worrying about others during a fight. A walking mushroom monster warns that her friend will soon melt away inside it. This creature, a matango, is a forest demon known for slowly digesting its prey. Ginkgo declares that while she dislikes it, the information is beneficial to her. A blade streaks through the air as her foe dismisses such consideration in battle. The two warriors clash in a brilliant explosion of force, their weapons meeting. The shadowy figure challenges the samurai to even try scratching his transformed arm. Ginkgo notes the arm's incredible toughness, comparing its texture to a chain gauntlet. Her opponent reveals the arm is actually that of a powerful scaly dragon. Undeterred by the revelation, Ginkgo declares her intention to destroy the arm first. She unleashes a powerful sword technique called Gauntlet Slash in a flash of light. The shadowy figure recoils from the attack, a single bead of sweat on his face. Ginkgo realizes with surprise that she has landed another cut, but only on his sleeve. With a sharp snap of his fingers, her opponent prepares a devastating counterattack. Ginkgo is surprised to see him using his clothes as a cover for his move. The shadowy figure confirms that he has created a cover with his clothes. Ginkgo wonders in shock if he is preparing to use some kind of hidden weapon. A dark, swirling energy begins to coalesce at the center of his billowing cape. A massive explosion erupts, throwing Ginkgo backward in a state of utter shock. A colossal beam of energy tears a deep trench through the town square. Ginkgo screams in disbelief, identifying the powerful and unexpected attack as fire. A close-up captures her eye, wide with shock from the force of the blast. Her opponent is revealed as a salamander man, blocking her blade with his clawed hand. A faint, condescending sound escapes the salamander man's lips as he assesses her. He holds a small, living salamander, revealing it to be the source of his power. Ginkgo is astounded, questioning what in the world is happening and how he controls fire. The creature introduces his small companion, its name simply being Salamander. He explains that salamanders are a type of demon that thrives in extreme heat. Their fire is so intense that it can instantly turn wood to charcoal. The flames are even powerful enough to completely melt solid metal. The salamander man compliments Ginkgo on her extreme reaction speed during the attack. His reptilian eye narrows, a hint of a butt hanging in the air. Ginkgo stands battered, her blade steaming, admitting the fiery attack had some effect. Blood drips from a fresh, deep wound on her arm. Her injured arm trembles, smoke and magical energy rising from the burn. The salamander man explains that demons were born with mana specifically to surpass humans. He declares that humans cannot win against demons, but then singles her out. He laments that it's too bad she didn't know more about the world. A single tear of frustration and pain falls from Ginkgo's eye. Her shadowy opponent seems to agree with her unstated grim thought. Ginkgo erupts, shouting that she is not a novice and knows about mana. Her opponent listens, his shadowy face completely unreadable. Looking at her mangled hand, Ginkgo accepts the blame for her own weakness. She declares that in battle, the differences in weapons and skills are trivial. In a strange gesture, she blows a cloud of vapor onto her wounded hand. Her eyes burn with intensity as she proclaims the deciding factor is always guts. She explains her philosophy of finding friendship in a life-or-death struggle. With fierce determination, she demands to know her opponent's name. Standing on shattered rock, he simply replies that his name is Soul. Ginkgo's eye narrows in suspicion at the simple one-word name. She demands his real name, not the name of his doppelganger form. Soul deflects, asking if she knows that the dead simply return to the ground. A flashback shows a young boy feeding crows, lamenting his impending death from illness. The crows peck at the breadcrumbs he has left for them on the ground. The boy wishes he could be a stuffed specimen so he won't be forgotten. With tears in his eyes, he hopes the crows will at least remember him. The crows gather around him, one casting a strange, solid shadow unlike the others. The next morning, a single crow sits on his windowsill as he wakes. A manic laugh from Ginkgo is juxtaposed with a quiet, somber memory. Soul leans in, mocking her for being stupid and stating he was never real. At the south gate of Tomarigi, citizens flee in a panicked hurry. A guard screams for everyone to get out of the town immediately. A fleeing woman cries that there are demons outside, but is told it's worse inside. A small child wails in terror, clutching a teddy bear amidst the chaos. One man's bravado is quickly shut down by others urging him to run. The frantic steps of the fleeing populace echo on the cobblestone streets. A knight asks what to do about the people still hiding inside buildings. His superior confidently states it won't be a problem once they kill the demons. That same superior is immediately and brutally impaled by a tentacled monster. A small fanged demon head lies on the cobblestones after the sudden attack. A blur of motion and a starburst of impact signal another violent attack. A young man named Kagar is sent flying by a powerful blow. A tusked demi-human is brutally impaled through the chest by a spear. Kagara insists he's not done yet, as his companion urges him to stop. A guard asks Kagara if he's all right after the devastating attack. Kagara's face is a mask of pain and shock, blood on his lips. A massive reptilian creature, a salamander, stomps menacingly into the street. The creature is identified as a formidable redstone lizard salamander. Kagara and his bulldog companion recognize the desert demon in terror. The salamander opens its fanged maw, preparing to unleash its power. The bulldog senpai shoves Kagara out of the path of the attack. A massive blast of energy consumes the heroic bulldog warrior. Kogara is thrown to the side, his body contorted from the shockwave. He watches in horror as his senpai is charred black by the blast. The senpai's smoldering body remains standing for a final, heroic moment. With his last breath, the bulldog warrior tells Kogara to run away. Kogara's face is a mask of pure, unadulterated terror at the sight. The senpai's body crumbles into a pile of ash and armor. Kogara scrambles to his feet, grabbing a small pouch from the remains. Overwhelmed with guilt, he laments having dragged someone down with him again. A bright light shines from an unseen source, signaling a new arrival. Kogara closes his eyes, bracing for the light and what's to come. A stylish boot steps forward as a voice utters the single word torch. A woman in a witch's hat stands protectively over the distraught boy. She unleashes a torrential wave of dark, monstrous fire at the salamander. A close-up shows the dark flames consuming the beast's fanged maw. A powerful force streaks downwards with immense speed and energy. The energy continues its descent, tearing through the air towards its target. A cataclysmic explosion erupts in a town square, viewed from above. A witch boasts that her fire is hotter than the lizards. She turns to a stunned young man, ready to address him. With a confident grin, she apologizes for being late, announcing a hero's arrival. The young man, Kogara, whispers her name, Grunica-sama, in total awe. The fire hero Grunica laughs, dismissing the weak lizard as only worth 5 gold. The charred remains of Kogara's armored senpai lie on the ground. Grunica holds up 2 glowing orbs, announcing her intent to heal and resurrect. Magical energy flows from her fingertips towards the fallen warrior's remains. A brilliant light envelops the charred body, beginning the restoration process. The bulldog-like senpai's face contorts as he is brought back to life. With a sudden jolt, he sits up, leaving Kogara shouting in disbelief. The revived senpai seems dazed, recalling a vision of a field of flowers. He examines his own body, shocked and confused by his miraculous recovery. Looking at his hand, he marvels that there isn't even a burn mark. Kogara and his senpai bow deeply, thanking her as she stands confidently. Her expression shifts to a greedy grin as she demands 100 gold. Kogara is stunned, but Grunica furiously reminds him that she saved his life. Kogara promises to pay later, while Grunica scoffs at his magicless state. She states that the city is currently a mess, surveying the destruction. Munching on food, she reassures him not to worry, having brought others. Kogara and his dog look on, questioning who the others could be. The scene shifts to the embattled east area, smoke rising from the buildings. A trio of goblin archers takes aim, their expressions vicious and determined. A blur of motion streaks across the path with incredible speed. Arrows slam into the ground and wall, missing their nimble target completely. A cat girl lands in a low crouch, her eyes sharp with focus. With a powerful leap, she soars over the goblin archers below. Her body tenses mid-air, her tail twitching as she prepares to strike. A whirlwind of slashes and impacts fills the air with violent energy. The goblin archers look up in stunned surprise at the airborne assault. She crashes down on a horned monster, sending it flying backward. The defeated goblins are sent tumbling through the air by her attack. The street is now littered with the bodies of the fallen monsters. A soldier thanks her as she and other cat people celebrate their victory. The soldier recognizes that the cat beast woman, Matatabi, is now a hero. Her moment of rest is cut short by a new startling sight. She identifies a bipedal lizard man as it turns to face her. With claws extended, she declares her intent to get payback for her village. A massive axe blade meets its target with a powerful grunt. The dwarf hero, Boris, brings his weapon down in a devastating axe smash. He stands triumphantly amidst the rubble of his completely obliterated foe. The exploding axe hero, Boris the dwarf, is identified in a close-up. He boasts that a mere rock demon is no match for his style. His determined eye glares from beneath his horned helmet, full of resolve. Boris stands guard over a town square littered with fallen soldiers and monsters. A tall, horned warrior looks down at a slain soldier, his expression somber. The warrior's horned silhouette is seen against the chaos. He tells the fallen warriors they held out well and can now rest. The scene shifts to the rooftops of the north area of the city. A bandaged woman floats high above the city, clutching a massive staff. Her single visible eye is narrowed, swirling with intense magical focus. She descends in a blur of motion, swinging her enormous staff. 2 men cower on the ground as her attack narrowly misses them. The powerful strike kicks up dust and debris as it connects nearby. A woman in a nun's habit, Gibriel, watches with an annoyed expression. She thinks to herself that a pumpkin with no mana is useless. With a furious grimace, she tells the staff wielder her help isn't needed. Gabriel warns a man that another hit will turn him into a demon. The two men react with dawning horror, realizing they are facing demons. One of them whispers the name of their true enemy, the witch. The staff wielder looks up in terror, her face a mask of shock. From the ground, soldiers stare up at a lone figure, silhouetted against the sky. The witch floats serenely, her hair whipping around her as she holds her staff. Soldiers on the ground shout at her, demanding she come down and face them. A young woman senses the immense mana, wondering if the witch will involve the city. The witch's eye narrows with a dismissive, "No way." She speaks to an unseen Gabriel-chan, reminding her of a previous plan. She states her intent to turn half the country's humans into demons. Looking down at the city, she announces her intention to start there. Gabriel's face contorts in pure fury as she screams for her to stop. She launches herself forward, a blur of motion streaking across the street. The witch calmly raises a hand, and a magic seal intercepts the charge. The witch laughs maniacally as she floats above the city, her power absolute. She mockingly tells the enraged Gabriel that her angry face is cute too. A narrator describes her as a manifestation of evil who brings disaster. Gabriel is ensnared by ethereal chains, screaming that she is trying to be a witch. Her expression shifts to terror, realizing she is outmatched and cursing the situation. From the shadows, a hooded figure raises a hand and utters a single word. The figure's hand is shown in a close-up, crackling with power. The witch's ornate staff shatters violently into countless fragments. Her face is a mask of pure disbelief as she utters a confused, "Eh?" The crystalline pieces of her staff fall through the air like glittering rain. With her flight magic gone, she plummets from the sky, crying out. Her eyes are wide with panic as she tumbles uncontrollably. She screams for her lost staff as she continues her descent. Her fall is framed against a tall city clock tower a long way down. The hooded figure is revealed to be an old man, naming his spell God's Sealer. He stands in a stone alcove, his expression weary and sad. He looks down at the fallen witch, asking if this is her true form. His face is overlaid with a bird of prey as he thanks her for 100 years. The witch looks up from the ground, her face a mask of pure terror. A violent sound effect rips across the panel, signifying a fatal blow. The old man lies dead on the tiled floor, leaving onlookers stunned. A single small orb of light appears on her hand before fizzling out. Her hand with its black nails trembles near a pool of black liquid. She sits amidst the rubble, her body shaking as she lets out a scream. Tears stream down her face as she reaches for the shards of her broken staff. Two onlookers express their confusion, wondering aloud why the bandaged woman would injure herself. An elf's eye is shown in a close-up, her gaze sharp and serious. A small, cloaked figure sits pensively in a high bell tower, observing the city. From a distant rooftop, a voice calls out, drawing attention to the unfolding events. An armored knight strides forward, sensing the magical light means heroes must be present. A soldier peeks from behind a wall, ordering any able-bodied comrades to go help. A mustachioed guard's face shows alarm as he witnesses the chaos. A bandaged woman lies defeated in a town square as soldiers rush to the scene. A close-up reveals the stern, determined eyes of a man in an academic cap. A witch with a wide-brimmed hat smiles with sinister glee, anticipating the conflict. A cat girl flanked by two small companions looks on with a smug expression. A map of the city shows various heroes positioned for a coordinated response. The west area of the city is shown, with small figures engaged in combat. The top of a distinctive academic cap is seen as a new figure enters. A gloved hand rests calmly on the ornate, basket-like hilt of a rapier. The figure's deliberate steps echo on the cobblestone street as he proceeds. The law hero Dracro stands amidst the dissolving remains of slain monsters. Dracro's sharp eye observes the strange phenomenon of the disappearing bodies. A small winged demon's body evaporates into wisps of dark energy. Dracro stands silently as a monstrous shadow rides and then vanishes completely. He notes that the demons' bodies are vanishing and they cast no shadow. His familiar judge explains they are monodolls that disappear after their duty. A true physical goblin is shown, contrasted with the magical copies they are fighting. A defeated shadow goblin dissolves, confirming they are merely projections from elsewhere. Dracro continues his methodical patrol through the quiet, damaged streets of the town. An orc-like monster with a spotted head peeks from behind a corner, ready to attack. The monster's head explodes in a spray of black liquid, dispatched instantly by Dracro. Dracro, now on a rooftop, looks down at another fallen foe he has just slain. His gaze is fixed on the dissolving remains of a large, monstrous creature. He moves with silent efficiency through the streets, his presence almost spectral. Drakro questions the nature of a weapon he has just seen in action. A flashback shows a samurai and a companion studying a map in the wilderness. The samurai's thoughts reveal the doppelganger doesn't start pointless, chaotic fights. He ponders the doppelganger's true goal amidst the city's smoking chimneys. His contemplation is shattered as he is thrown into a ferocious, close-quarters battle. A shadowy, monstrous claw slashes through the air during the intense fight. The samurai Ginkgo lands a powerful punch, the impact creating a starburst of force. With a wild, determined grin, she presses her attack against the shadowy creature. The shadow creature recoils from the brutal blow, its indistinct form wavering. A monstrous clawed hand flexes, its sharp talons ready for a counterattack. Ginkgo dodges a retaliatory swipe from her opponent, a blur of controlled motion. She seamlessly flows into her next move, ready to strike at her foe again. Ginkgo engages a hulking golem, her movements swift and ruthlessly precise. With a sickening crack, she puts all her weight into her short sword's thrust. The golem mocks her crude fighting style, thinking it is not a child's game. Ginkgo's target is the golem's single, glowing eye, its only vulnerable point. She drives her blade deep into the golem's eye with ferocious, unstoppable force. The creature lets out a final groan as dark energy erupts from the fatal wound. A winged, gargoyle-like demon swoops down from above, its attack swift and sudden. Ginkgo's eye is sharp and focused, reacting instantly to the new aerial threat. She parries its claws and slices it out of the air in a single fluid motion. The defeated gargoyle-like demon tumbles from the sky, its attack neutralized. The two main combatants charge, their blades meeting in a shower of sparks. Ginkgo is wounded, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth from the strain. She is forced onto the defensive, her sword groaning under immense pressure. The shadow figure summons a creature with a venomous, segmented scorpion tail. Another monster, a large spotted frog, is also summoned to join the fight. Ginkgo, bloodied and outnumbered, stumbles back, appearing to be on the verge of defeat. The shadow figure watches, confidently believing that the end of the fight is near. The frog monster's spotted face is shown, its gaze fixed on the weakened warrior. The shadow figure declares that this final assault will be enough to end the fight. A flash of desperation and cunning suddenly appears in Ginkgo's determined eye. In an unorthodox move, she hurls an object directly at the frog monster's face. The projectile strikes the creature squarely in the eye, stunning it for a moment. She executes the eye blinder technique, throwing an item to create an opening. The stunned frog monster reels back, buying the samurai a precious second to act. Ginkgo draws her remaining sword, her motion swift and decisive in the brief lull. The shadow figure is taken aback by this sudden and unexpected turn of events. Ginkgo then sheathes her blade, her back turned to her opponent in a risky gambit. The shadow figure wonders if she is running away, but quickly dismisses the thought. Ginkgo sinks into a low, powerful yaijutsu stance, gathering immense energy. The shadow figure senses the power and decides to meet it head-on with the demon. Dark, swirling energy manifests as the shadow figure summons its ultimate defense. A colossal adamantite golem is summoned, its body forged from glittering crystals. The golem's single, glowing eye narrows with destructive intent, ready for battle. With a deafening crash, its massive, blocky fist smashes into the ground. The golem rampages through the town, a small warrior running before its advance. The warrior Ginkgo turns, meeting the titan's assault with her gleaming katana. She unleashes her counterattack, a spinning vortex of destructive, focused energy. She lands, and behind her, the golem stands frozen with a deep gash across its torso. Ginkgo's face shows the immense strain of the attack, blood trickling from her mouth. The recoil of her own power surges back as the golem's crystalline form shatters. The golem collapses, and the shockwave sends the injured Ginkgo tumbling backward. She lands hard, skidding across the ground and groaning in agonizing pain. With a defiant roar of effort, she pushes herself back to her feet. Her katana held ready, she scans the battlefield for her true opponent. Her eyes widen in surprise as she spots a figure sitting calmly amidst the rubble. She looks across the ruined street at her foe, who is now seemingly defeated. A young man sits cross-legged as black mist peels away from his body like smoke. The inky black energy dissolves into the air, his form growing translucent. Ginkgo realizes with horror that his very body is fading away with the mist. She calls out to him, asking with confusion why he isn't getting up. The fading man looks up, his expression weary as he concedes her victory. He reveals that her powerful slash struck his vital, mana kidney. He explains that without mana, a demon cannot recover from its wounds. The damage was too severe, and he can no longer maintain a physical form. Ginkgo listens, her face a mask of shock and confusion at this revelation. Her eyes are wide as she processes this fundamental difference between them. Panting, she clenches a twig between her teeth, trembling with exhaustion. She stands over his fading form, her battle won but the mystery deepening. A young samurai woman, Ginkgo, is on high alert, her face slick with sweat. She holds her katana in a low stance, her expression one of surprise. Her hand rests firmly on the hilt of her blade, ready for anything. A memory of her warrior's vow flashes through her mind as she prepares. She declares her solemn promise to never forget the enemies she has cut down. An intense, chaotic close-up of her eye reveals her unwavering focus. Her opponent, a spiky-haired young man, begins to fade away into shadow. In a dark void, he reveals his true identity as a doppelganger. He explains his origin as a mindless shadow, replacing monsters that had died. His form was once that of a simple, crow-like creature. He and his kind scavenged corpses in a desolate, ruined village by the water. A memory surfaces of a human child who began to offer him bread. His crow-like form is shown pecking at the offered food. In his human guise, he recalls how incredibly delicious the bread tasted. He excitedly describes its soft and fluffy texture, a new and wonderful sensation. His gaze sharpens as his physical form continues to dissipate into mist. The last of his shadowy essence swirls away from his fading body. Pointing a translucent finger, he reveals he knows she is seeking the Demon Lord. He explains that he saw her purpose, perhaps through a vision of her companions. He questions her involvement, suggesting the Demon Lord has nothing to do with her. He cynically asks if royalty is rewarding her, deeming the quest not worth her life. Ginkgo, battered but defiant, shouts that the people of this world live in fear. She feels indebted to them and will be the one to judge the demon. A fond memory shows her friends Mikodono and Luchandono, who saved her life. She sees slaying the Demon Lord as the only way to repay them. Her eyes burn with manic intensity, confessing her desire for a worthy opponent. The two warriors are separated by the ruined battlefield as she adds another reason. She explains her homeland's code of Bushido, taught to her by Buddha-sama. She makes the stunning declaration that Buddha-sama themselves sent her to this world. The doppelganger's fading form jolts with surprise at her incredible claim. He repeats the name Buddha-sama in utter disbelief. Ginkgo proclaims the Demon Lord is the evil manifestation Buddha seeks to slay. The doppelganger muses that he, too, would like to see this Demon Lord. Wounded and weary, Ginkgo imagines the Demon Lord will have a truly unimaginable appearance. Suddenly, the doppelganger's fading foot becomes solid, dismissing her assumptions with a firm declaration. He warns that she will be destroyed like all other humans, unable to reach the horrifying Demon Lord. Ginkgo's eye widens in alarm, sensing the sudden appearance of an overwhelming new threat. Startled, the samurai is thrown back by the materialization of an immense demonic presence. The colossal, shadowy silhouette of the Demon Lord manifests, radiating immense power. Soul's voice echoes, warning that in the face of this world's real demons, her very existence is nothing more than an insignificant speck before their might. From his deathbed, the fading doppelganger offers a final piece of advice. This parting gift comes from a dying man to one fated to soon follow. His shadowy form solidifies as dark tendrils of energy coil around his feet. A colossal, horned demon towers over Ginkgo, who lies defeated on the shattered ground. Despite its terrifying Oni mask, the demon begins to weep, tears streaming down its face. Ginkgo stares up in utter shock, her face bloodied, her mind reeling with confusion. In a frantic vision, a crowned girl flees through an opulent room in terror. Her cross-shaped pupil shows her fear as she screams a warning about the demon. A man runs across the rooftops, his face contorted as he shouts about the Lord. The Demon Lord's massive silhouette looms over the small, kneeling samurai warrior. Elsewhere, the town is swarmed by shadowy inkblot monsters, overwhelming the guards. A wizard conjures a bird of pure flame to combat the demonic horde. The firebird incinerates the demons, startling onlookers who see it looking at them. A shadowy, serpentine creature slithers through the streets, attacking the townspeople. A small cat-eared girl watches as the amorphous black monsters continue their rampage. The shadowy creatures scale the walls of the quaint, timber-framed houses. Frightened citizens and soldiers are caught in the middle of the chaotic onslaught. The Demon Lord's angelic wing, tinged with darkness, bids the samurai farewell. Ginkgo, battered but alive, stands alone on the scarred battlefield, looking up. With the battle over, she stands amidst blooming flowers as wisps of dark energy dissipate. She kneels in a field of flowers, offering a quiet, solemn prayer. Her attention is caught by a single black feather landing softly in a puddle. Plucking the feather from the water, her expression is one of utter bewilderment. She holds the feather, a tangible remnant of her unbelievable and surreal encounter. Her moment of reflection is shattered as she is seized and shaken vigorously. In a ruined town square, a small samurai warrior calls out for Mikodono. The soldier explains Miko is safe now, though she is covered in stinking foam. Covered in the foul substance, Miko collapses, splattering her horrified companions. The dazed Miko looks on as her two companions stare in complete shock. After being asked if she is all right, Miko gasps, suddenly noticing something alarming. Miko points in alarm at Ginkgo's many battle wounds and tattered clothes. Looking up at the town buildings, Miko questions how Ginkgo's arm was burned. Miko suddenly recalls having leftover healing flowers from a friend named Kogara-san. Kneeling beside her friend, Miko prepares to use the flowers to treat Ginkgo. The sky is filled with clouds, setting a brief moment of calm. Miko's gloved hands gather several glowing magical flowers for the healing spell. Miko unleashes her healing flora spell, bathing the injured Ginkgo in restorative light. A powerful gust of wind from the spell startles the onlookers nearby. With first aid complete, Miko asks how Ginkgo feels, receiving a grateful thanks. Ginkgo flexes her arm in amazement as the wounds vanish in a warm glow. Her strength fully restored, the samurai warrior leaps energetically to her feet. A companion praises Miko's work but gently warns her against being reckless. Miko humbly explains her heal spell's limits, regretting she can't use a resurrect spell. She adds that her healing feels pleasant and is simply glad she could help. Looking around the ruined square, Miko is struck by a sudden alarming thought. A soldier asks the group what became of the rampaging black demon. Another soldier explains to the shocked Miko that her friend defeated the demon. He recounts the amazing battle, remembering Ginkgo's incredible fight against the creature. Admitting their own weakness, he praises Ginkgo for her amazing strength. Miko asks the group why all the defeated demons dissolved into black mist. Holding up two fingers, she states there are only two explanations for this. One explanation is summoning, which brings a creature that already exists from another location. She illustrates the first possibility, bringing a demon here from somewhere else. The second possibility, she explains, is creating a demon directly from pure mana. Both summon and create are possible, Miko concludes, because of magic. Miko adds the crucial clue that none of the demons had a shadow. A wise figure confirms this is impossible for a creature with a physical body. Miko explains that a mana doll vanishes when its summoner leaves. An armored warrior regrets missing the Magic Academy as Ginkgo vows to remember the lesson. Still in shock, a young girl with a large bow in her hair stares wide-eyed. Kneeling in the ravaged town square, she can't believe one person caused so much destruction. Her fear gives way to a hopeful smile as she joyfully declares the demon is gone. The scene shifts to the now quiet north area of the quaint European-style town. A close-up reveals the town's stone bell tower, standing silent and peaceful. Patrolling the streets, a young swordsman and an armored dogman walk with purpose. The swordsman suddenly stops, his attention caught by strange black splatters on the cobblestones. His gaze follows the trail upwards, and a look of dawning horror fills his face. An overhead view reveals a plaza littered with the impaled bodies of dozens of soldiers. The bodies are dissolving into an eerie black mist, their forms fading into nothingness. A close look shows a sharp black spike piercing a piece of discarded armor. The horrified swordsman wonders if a dragon horde appeared, knowing the demons were gone. He turns to his superior, the dog warrior, his face a mask of terror. His senior officer grimly notes that the clean cuts were not made by a dragon. The dog warrior's keen senses pick up the scents of blood, a cigar, and an elf. The scene is one of carnage, with a tipped-over barrel and spilled dark apples. A severed arm lies starkly on the cobblestones amidst a spreading pool of black liquid. In a shadowed alley, the severed head of a wild-haired blonde woman is discarded. Her eyes are wide open in abject terror, her mouth agape in a silent scream. The camera pans out to show the deserted street, a lone figure in the distance. A hand firmly grips the hilt of a short sword, pulling it from the ground. A masked samurai Ginkgo explains that the doppelganger monster was specifically targeting her. Her companions, a blonde man and a small girl, react with shock to this news. With a soft clink, she sheathes her blade, concluding that she caused all this. Her hand rests on the hilt of her sheathed sword as her gaze falls. Her blonde friend looks on with dismay, trying to comfort her. Ginkgo expresses her sorrow, acknowledging that her friend was also a victim. A group of battered town soldiers arrives, one asking if she was the target. Another soldier angrily points, blaming her for all the death and destruction. The polished tips of the soldiers' spears gleam menacingly in the dark. Her friend tries to de-escalate, but Ginkgo steps forward to face them. Her expression is one of grim resolve as she accepts their anger. She understands their need for a target now that the demons are gone. Her eye narrows with determination as she decides to shoulder the blame. Miko's friend is horrified by Ginkgo's decision to take full responsibility. Dropping to her knees, Ginkgo offers her head to appease their rage. Her eyes are wide with conviction as she prepares for the ultimate sacrifice. Her small companion latches onto her, trying to stop the act of penance. Her blonde friend grabs her other arm, vehemently declaring their friendship. The soldiers watch this display, their initial fury giving way to uncertainty. The largest soldier, his head bandaged, looks on with a complex expression. He shatters the tension by shouting that she is a freaking dumbass. Ginkgo is stunned into silence by his unexpected outburst. The other soldiers begin to question the logic of punishing her for the demon's actions. They argue that she didn't destroy the streets, so she shouldn't be blamed. One soldier clarifies that their hatred is for the demons, not for her. A scarred soldier explains that blaming her would set a terrible precedent. He illustrates his point with a vision of a child fleeing a demon. In the vision, the child is denied entry to a fortified town. He expresses his humiliation that Ginkgo would think so little of them. The soldiers stoically accept their losses, stating their duty is to protect people. One soldier prepares to speak for all of them, his hand open in a gesture. He insists with absolute certainty that it is not her fault. He adds, however, that they would show no mercy to humans like the witch. The word witch triggers a painful memory for Ginkgo, her eyes wide. She recalls a battle where the order was given to kill all Western troops. A memory surfaces of her country, deciding that samurais only cause trouble. She remembers being ostracized as a child, sitting alone in the rain. A heartbreakingly sad smile is seen on her younger self's face. Back in the present, a soldier asks why a demon was targeting her. Ginkgo admits she has no idea, not even a clue why she was targeted. The soldier speculates that demons target royalty or heroes to create chaos. Unseen, a witch on a broomstick soars above the town, observing them. The soldier asks if she's a hero from a foreign land. She declares she's a samurai. Miko's eyes widen as she begins to connect the dots. A montage of recent violent events flashes through her mind, all connected. Her eye widens in shock as a horrifying realization dawns on her. She turns to Ginkgo, about to voice her suspicion. A colossal wolf-like beast materializes behind Ginkgo, interrupting Miko. Ginkgo is frozen in terror, her face a mask of pure, unadulterated shock. Miko lets out a horrified scream at the sight of the massive beast. A witch and a soldier scream for the beast to stand down. The creature's fanged maw holds a cigarette as it leans in close. It menacingly asks Ginkgo if she is done talking. In a blur of motion, the beast shoves Ginkgo aside, intercepting a deadly attack. A massive starburst of energy explodes against the wolf creature's side. Miko is thrown through the air by the force of the impact. The wolf creature stands as a defiant shield between Ginkgo and a new doppelganger. Ginkgo struggles in its grip as the beast holds her arm tightly. The beast throws its head back and lets out a wild, maniacal laugh. It is clearly thrilled by the fight, enjoying the chaos. The soldiers ready their weapons for the renewed battle against the doppelganger. A glint of light shines off the doppelganger's weapon. The wolf creature, now revealed as Ginkgo, dons a kitsune mask and draws a katana. A massive, monstrous hand with impossibly long metallic claws slashes through the air. A young warrior, Miko Dono, parries the strike with her katana, surprised by the force. The creature, Lu Garu, declares he is no normal wolf, but something almighty. In a war-torn town square, his name is spoken with dread. A grievously wounded blonde elf gasps a desperate warning to run away. A soldier warns Miko Dono that she cannot win, as he is on another level. The soldiers recognize the name Loup Garou with dawning horror. They identify him as one of the disasters, the legendary king of wolves. His legend speaks of a monster with human intelligence, and he grins menacingly. With a flash of light, the battle begins. Mikodono lunges, her katana a silver blur aimed at the monster's neck. Her eyes are narrowed in fierce concentration as she presses her attack. Loup Garou is impossibly fast, ducking under the blade with incredible velocity. He leaps high into the air, descending like a meteor upon the lone warrior. She braces for the immense impact, her expression a mixture of defiance and strain. The duel is a whirlwind of motion, a chaotic dance of blades and claws. The scene erupts in a chaotic flash of violent impacts and blinding speed. A fierce battle rages as a monstrous wolf and other warriors attack a lone samurai. A swashbuckling man with a grand mustache observes the fight with determined grit. A stout dwarf in a horned helmet eyes the battle with intense focus. A ferocious catgirl bares her fangs, her expression a mask of pure aggression. The massive wolf creature's predatory eye gleams with amusement in the darkness. The heroes become a whirlwind of motion, launching a coordinated high-speed assault. The dwarf taunts the wolf, questioning the use of destructive power that misses its target. An energy blast misses its mark, exploding harmlessly against a nearby stone wall. The wolf creature looks on with wide-eyed surprise at the missed attack. A swordsman named Themis glares with fierce determination, ready for the fight. Themis, Wildcat, and a nine-tailed fox creature stand as a united front. The wolf's expression hardens into pure menace, his powerful claws flexing in anticipation. Wildcat lunges forward, her powerful clawed paws ready to tear into her foe. A flurry of rapier slashes and claw strikes hammer against the unmoving wolf creature. Themis presses his advantage, holding the glowing tip of his blade to the wolf's throat. The wolf taunts Wildcat, calling her an unnatural creature, neither human nor beast. A visceral spray of black blood erupts from an unseen, brutal blow. With a mocking "nya," the wolf casually backhands Matatabi, sending her flying. Drakro acknowledges the king of wolves is too strong, shouting Matatabi's name in alarm. Believing he must kill him, Drakro summons a ball of energy for his gavel attack. The energy blast strikes the wolf, his face contorting in a mask of shock. Drakro is suddenly encased in a prison of solid rock, completely immobilized. The trapped hero senses an unseen force at play, identifying it as wind. An explosive gust of wind shatters the earthen prison with devastating force. Drakro is thrown backward, crying out in agony from the powerful counterattack. The wolf mockingly laughs, boasting that a wolf's gust can blow away a brick house. The law hero Drakro falls from the sky, his body limp and defeated. The wolf condescendingly tells Drakro that age has robbed him of his strength. The wolf casually recalls the wounded elf, the one who just wouldn't die. He looks across the ruined courtyard at the still form of the blonde elf. He expresses surprise that she has managed to cling to life for so long. A young girl rushes past him, tears in her eyes, crying out for her sensei. The wolf throws his head back and lets out a wild, maniacal laugh. The remaining soldiers are frozen in terror before the wolf's menacing silhouette. The soldiers couldn't move a single muscle, their faces masks of pure fear. They were paralyzed even as the demon they hated so much walked right by. It was as if they were helpless frogs being eyed by a massive snake. All they could do was watch as their lives became as insignificant as pebbles. A wide view reveals the devastated town square, with the wolf at its center. The wolf stands silently for a moment, his ears twitching as he listens. Taking a long drag from his cigarette, he contemplates his next move. He turns, a wicked and toothy grin spreading across his lupin face. He acknowledges some difficulties but challenges the final standing warrior to continue their fight. The wolf smirks, saying he has something to do before they continue their fight. From his clawed hand, he produces a large, dark, shimmering feather. He presents the feather to the bandaged samurai, who stands ready for battle. The large black feather is a stark and silent omen in the tense standoff. The samurai's eyes are sharp and focused, her hands steady on her katana. She reflects on his blistering speed, a movement her trained eyes could barely register. She recalls how he pulled the feather from his sleeve with the speed of an arrow. Her eyes were barely able to catch the impossibly swift motion. The wolf compliments her for killing Sul, who he admits was weak but prideful. He swallows, a hint of anticipation in the simple gesture. The warrior introduces herself as Tsukitsuba Ginkgo, a samurai, as the wolf listens. She identifies the wolf person as Sul's companion, her expression serious. She demands to know why he is targeting her, stating a samurai doesn't involve others. The wolf dismisses the war, saying he is unserious and doesn't care who wins. He reveals his motive for wanting to kill her is purely personal. A close-up on his fanged maw emphasizes his predatory nature. He crouches low, his form swelling with muscle driven by a demon's instincts. He asks if a samurai is strong, then declares he is too and wants to have fun. He explodes into motion, a massive blur of claws and teeth lunging forward. The samurai leaps backward, narrowly evading a cataclysmic swipe that tears up the ground. The ground shatters under the immense force of the wolf's attack. Sparks fly from the wolf's eyes as he presses his joyful, destructive assault. His attack lands with a thunderous boom, sending shockwaves through the plaza. The samurai lands nimbly amidst the chaos as the wolf closes in again. She blocks a crushing blow with the flat of her blade, gritting her teeth. The wolf's powerful tail whips around like a scorpion's stinger to strike. The tail strike sends her tumbling helplessly through the air with brutal force. She pushes herself up, blood trickling from her mouth, her gaze sharp and analytical. Her gaze is sharp and analytical as she stares up at her colossal foe. The wolf laughs, mocking her fortitude and asking if a samurai's heart is steel. He prepares to strike again, coiling his body and asking how she'll handle this. The samurai's eye widens as she anticipates the next move in their deadly dance. Instead of retreating, the samurai charges forward, launching a powerful upward slash. She shouts the name of her counter technique, Gano-sen! Her blade flashing up. Her face is a mask of fierce determination as she executes the counter. The wolf's expression shifts to wide-eyed shock, not anticipating such a direct counter. A brilliant flurry of sword strikes forces the massive demon to stumble backward. The samurai kneels, breathing heavily, as the town square falls silent for a moment. The injured Themis curses, surprised the wolf could use a blowing gust technique. He knows his arm is useless and he won't be able to help in time. He praises the samurai's skill as a swordswoman, her blade a blur of motion. He doubts she can win, even if she manages to disable one of his arms. He berates himself for being a fool, knowing the law should be fair to all. The wolf's grin returns as he mutters that this is just what he wants. His predatory eye spots a new vulnerable target in the seemingly empty streets. He chuckles, spotting an oblivious girl casually walking her dog at a time like this. From behind a stall, the samurai watches the wolf, her expression grim and worried. He sneers at how humans lack awareness of the dangers surrounding them. He continues his taunts, finding the weakness of humans surprising and amusing. The wolf is startled by a sudden, unexpected intervention from an unseen source. A black projectile, a crow, slams into the ground directly in front of the girl. The samurai and the injured Themis are both shocked by the sudden intervention. The samurai now stands in the open, her sword held at the ready. The wolf has repositioned himself, now perched atop a tall brick chimney. He looks down on the scene with an intrigued, almost impressed expression. The samurai stands ready as onlookers marvel at her incredible body strength. A samurai's spiky hair frames her startled face as she questions what is wrong. The monstrous face of a wolf splits into a wide, toothy, and menacing grin. From a high perch, the wolfman laughs, dismissing the injured samurai as weak prey. He announces that his plan to kill her is aborted, granting her another day to live. The samurai's ear twitches with barely contained irritation at his condescending pronouncement. Her face contorts in fury as she reminds him that he was the one who started the fight. The wolfman is taken aback by her outburst, questioning what she is now blabbering about. She furiously berates him for his selfish, childish behavior during their duel. Perched on the chimney, the wolfman looks down, his arrogant demeanor faltering. A close-up reveals his shock, his mind struggling to process her unexpected lecture. Her eyes blaze with conviction as she schools him on the necessity of respecting one's opponent. His eye widens in utter disbelief at being called third-rate by the small warrior. She points a commanding finger, demanding he come down and apologize for his actions. With her katana ready, she vows they will start the fight properly, for his sake. The wolfman's jaw hangs open, rendered completely speechless by her incredible audacity. In a different part of the town, a frantic voice calls out for someone named Sensei. A young blonde girl finds her teacher lying unconscious and bleeding on the tiled ground. The girl's face becomes a mask of pure terror as she begins to process the scene. A single tear traces a path down her cheek, her eyes wide with horror and grief. She kneels over her fallen sensei, a blonde elf woman whose body is battered and broken. The girl's face is pale with panic and sweat as she confronts the grim reality. A dark, shadowy orb of magic materializes in her hand, a desperate attempt to help. Her sensei wheezes, her face shadowed and her condition appearing critical. The girl clutches the orb, realizing her mana isn't increasing enough to heal the wounds. The orb, patterned with strange swirls, pulses with insufficient magical power. Kneeling, she is overwhelmed by a situation she never expected, her world collapsing. Her mind races, acknowledging that even with more mana, she lacks the means to heal. With desperate resolve, she decides she must first try to stop the bleeding. She presses a cloth to the wound, pleading for the bleeding to stop. A monstrous creature with wings and a fanged maw appears in a chaotic flash of memory. In a forest clearing, a nun with a spear confronts a small, cloaked figure. The nun points at the tattered girl, offering to wash her as if she were a dog. Later, an elf woman drinks while the tattered girl eats, looking embarrassed. A samurai and the tattered girl sit in a field, the latter looking dejected. The girl's back is turned as she laments always being the one who needs saving. A memory surfaces of a lesson about magic being a miracle for the people. She recalls her past as a rising star, now feeling she's never been useful to anyone. In her darkest memory, she clutches her dying sensei's body in a desperate embrace. The sensei's body grows cold as she desperately pleads to God for help. Tears stream down her face as she screams for her sensei to be saved. She attempts the forbidden magic of resurrection, a fragile light appearing from her. A violent explosion erupts, obliterating her sensei's body and the floor. She is thrown back, kneeling in shock amidst the utter destruction. Watching two figures walk away, she remembers a harsh lesson from her past. A memory echoes, warning that relying on God over magic is a mage's end. A bizarre vision shows her severed head held by two panting warriors. In the vision, her face is manic as she tells them they have a long way to go. 10 minutes earlier, a state of alert is declared in the city's north area. A female knight and her comrades react with shock to the news of Loop Guru. Town guards shout for a fleeing girl to stop, surprised by her slowness. The girl, Miko, runs with a panicked expression, her hair flying wildly behind her. She trips over a crate of apples, her escape cut short by the clumsy fall. The crate shatters, sending apples scattering across the cobblestones in a chaotic mess. She lands hard on the ground amidst the rolling fruit, groaning in pain. Clutching her head, she declares she's had enough of this frantic chase. Looking up, she finds herself completely surrounded by the city's guards. A stern nun, Jibril, smirks triumphantly, confident she has the witch cornered. Trapped against a gate, Miko's demeanor shifts to one of defiant power. Her eyes swirl with manic energy as she reveals her unexpected escape plan. With a powerful leap, she launches herself vertically into the air over the gate. The guards and Jibril stare in disbelief as one shouts that it's a spell. Flying high, Miko mockingly waves goodbye to the idiots who can't fly. Her triumphant flight is cut short by a sudden, violent spasm racking her body. Her eye, with its swirling pupil, rolls back in her head as the seizure takes hold. Her face contorts in agony as her body seizes up in midair. The spasm intensifies, her eye bulging with pain and shock as her magic fails. She plummets from the sky, crashing hard onto the cobblestones below. The soldiers watch, stunned into silence by her abrupt and violent fall. Her hand twitches on the ground, a sign of her weakened and incapacitated state. She lies on the ground, groaning in pain from the brutal crash. Her face is a mess of vomit and dirt, her eyes wide with delirium. The white foam around her mouth twitches as her body continues to convulse. She coughs violently, the sound echoing from the city rooftops in her distress. Lying in a pool of her own vomit, she struggles to breathe on the tiled ground. Her face is contorted in pain and delirium as she tries to rise from the filth. The soldiers and Jibril approach cautiously, bewildered and shocked by her condition. Jibril's eyes narrow as she carefully diagnoses the problem with a serious expression. She identifies the condition as mana exhaustion, surprising a nearby soldier. A soldier questions how flying for a few seconds could drain so much mana. Jibril explains that learning to fly requires a week of constant levitation. On the ground, Miko weakly reaches for a small black orb that has fallen. She takes a desperate bite out of a dark, glistening apple lying on the ground. Jibril's eyes widen in furious comprehension as she realizes the truth. She points an accusatory finger, declaring she was tricked by the witch. Miko looks up with a defiant smirk, asking what she was tricked about. Jibril reveals the staff Miko cherished contained a massive mana diamond. A flashback shows Miko with her sinister, skull-top staff, Ayaya. Another flashback explains that a mana diamond is a stone that stores mana. The explanation continues, noting its rarity and use in powerful magic. Jibril clarifies that such items are usually just a backup for mages. Her eye glints as she poses the rhetorical question of who would have thought. Her voice drips with contempt as she lists the witch's heinous reputation. She delivers the final damning accusation. The feared witch is a manaless fraud. Miko taunts Jibril about her natural gifts as Jibril orders her to surrender. Miko holds an apple, her expression shifting from weary to enraged. Jibril and her soldiers stand ready, facing the cornered witch. A soldier consults a manual, confirming their target's disaster status. He reads from the book, which contains crude sketches of the witch's appearance. The drawing is a perfect match, confirming to the soldiers it's really her. The soldiers whisper excitedly, seeing this as a great chance to defeat her. A small cloaked figure stands on a tiled floor, sighing as she holds an apple. The figure, a wild-haired witch, insists she can hear her accusers and identifies herself. She emphatically repeats her identity as the witch, a yin-yang earring visible in her ear. Her face contorts in rage as she decries being called a fraud for lacking any mana. With swirling eyes blazing with fury, she asks if they really thought she wouldn't be prepared. A dark, menacing aura erupts from her as she begins to float, terrifying the surrounding soldiers. A woman in a nun's habit, her face grim, orders a hesitant soldier to give her a spear. With a sudden, powerful impact, the nun is thrown back, her head snapping to the side. The nun's shocked eye meets the equally surprised eye of an unseen assailant. Thrown back with her companions, the nun lies defeated before a massive, shadowy creature. A monstrous wolf creature roars at a human to get out of its way. The wolf's massive fist contemptuously shoves a soldier sprawling to the ground. In its other hand, it grips a captain, who begs the beast to spare the citizens. The captain's desperate plea is brutally cut short with a crushing sound. The wolf's massive fanged maw is shown crushing its victim with sickening force. Onlooking soldiers stare in abject terror, their faces sweating and their eyes wide. The captain's head is shown being brutally crushed between the monster's sharp teeth. The crowd of soldiers is frozen in a state of pure, paralyzed horror. In the town square, the wolf gleefully declares, "And all I can hunt on the remaining humans." The monster's massive, tooth-filled maw parts in a predatory snarl of anticipation. The nun Gin confidently tells the terrified soldiers that she will handle the demon. Her face fills with fierce determination as she screams at them to run for their lives. The werewolf, Loup-Garou, launches a ferocious, citywide assault in a blur of motion. A voice calls out to someone named Sei from the encroaching darkness. A blonde elf, Circe, is startled as a voice calls her Sensei from behind. The bandaged witch, Miko, comes crashing into Circe on the cobblestone street. Miko beams with pure joy, expressing her immense gladness that Circe is okay. She joyfully tackles Circe in an enthusiastic flying hug, crying out her name. Miko sniffs Circe deeply, commenting on her sweet, flower-like scent like a spring wind. Circe bluntly tells Miko she stinks. Miko explains she was inside a matango. The name triggers a horrified realization in Circe, who shouts the name Loup-Garou. Cursing the damn bastard, Circe shoves Miko away and runs off in a rage. A voice from off-panel urges Circe to stop her reckless charge. The disembodied head of a witch peeks out from the ground, observing the scene. The witch's head assesses Loup-Garou's merciless nature, noting he treats hunting as playtime. Her swirling eyes deliver a chilling warning, certain that Circe's corpse will be torn to pieces. Circe's face is a mask of terror, superimposed over the werewolf's snarling visage. The witch's head asks Circe if she was the one who healed her from death's door. She explains she had to use a beastman's mana to survive her injuries. Now dismembered, she asks Circe to reconnect her body as thanks for saving her life. Circe flatly rejects the offer and demands her father's heart back first. A girl with a flower in her hair looks on, utterly confused by the mention of a heart. The back of the witch's head is shown against a dark, ominous background. The witch's face appears, offering to kill the werewolf if Circe helps her. Circe's swirling eye reflects her acceptance of the deal with the witch. The witch taunts Circe, asking if she's selling out her friends now that she's outmatched. The witch cynically states that everyone prioritizes themselves and using others is only natural. Circe glares back with a cold, determined expression, rejecting the witch's philosophy. Her eye is wide as she watches the battle unfolding in the distance. A soldier announces that the werewolf is fighting the samurai in the plaza right now. Two soldiers watch the duel with looks of profound fear and awe. The samurai Gin clashes with Loup-Garou in a dynamic, high-speed exchange of blades. The tip of her katana gleams, its concentric patterns hinting at its hidden power. Loup-Garou twists his body, narrowly dodging a swift sword strike from Gin. He continues his fluid evasion as the blade's arc just misses his form. He dodges a third strike, his body a blur of motion against the samurai's attack. The samurai's relentless assault culminates in a powerful, explosive strike against the beast. Jin grits her teeth, admitting to herself that she can't see all of his attacks. Her armor cracks and blood seeps from a wound on her arm from the struggle. From a distance, soldiers watch a massive explosion rock the town square. A soldier reflects on his past. Having killed many goblins and orcs before, he despairs, realizing those skirmishes meant nothing against this level of power. A vicious, toothy grin spreads across Loup-Garou's face as he launches another attack. Circe's voice asks if she's going to abandon Yin, to which she firmly says no. Circe passionately declares that while she doesn't care about the others, she wouldn't do that to Gin-chan. She acknowledges that Gin might be eccentric but has a true heart and faith. Circe calls Gin a good kid for continuing to live as a samurai in an unknown world. The witch's severed head lies on the floor, listening to Circe's heartfelt declaration. Circe's face fills with determination as she vows to help, even if it costs her her life. She whirls around and orders a bewildered Miko to watch the witch's head. Miko stares at the severed head on the tiles, utterly confused by the command. The witch's head remarks that it's Circe's self-sacrificing way of thinking that causes these situations. The witch's long hair is splayed on the ground as she mutters how gross it is. Two boys recover from being knocked out, one complaining of exhaustion and acknowledging magic's power. A serene sky filled with fluffy white clouds provides a moment of calm. A single black feather drifts down into a deserted, debris-strewn town square. A small samurai girl, Ginkgo, lands with incredible speed, kicking up dust from the cobblestones. Three guards ask if they are safe now. Ginkgo, her face masked, thinks so. Their relief is shattered by a furious scream echoing from off-panel. A blonde elf, Luchan, charges forward with a look of comical, unrestrained rage. Ginchan runs towards her from the waterfront, relieved to see Luchan Dono is safe. Ginchan asks if Miko Dono healed her, but Luchan dismisses the question as unimportant. Luchan announces she is here to help with her elf-style bare-handed combat. The guards, distracted by the elf's beauty, wonder where the wolf person has gone. Ginkgo also ponders this question with a thoughtful, serious expression. On a rooftop, a monocled loup-garou glares down with pure hatred at the samurai. His eye swirls with fury as he swears he will kill her and warns her not to forget. He smashes his fist into the brick chimney he's perched on with explosive force. The brick structure shatters outwards in a shower of fragments and dust. From a distance, smoke curls from the shattered remains of the chimney. The group in the square sees the smoke and realizes he got away. Luchan is visibly frustrated and annoyed by the missed opportunity for a fight. She laments that she couldn't punch him 20 times but admits not fighting his best. She asks Ginkgo if he was scared of her strength, but Ginkgo firmly says no. Ginkgo calmly states that, on the contrary, he was taking it easy on her. Luchan is stunned into silence by this incredible and unbelievable claim. Ginkgo's eye is sharp as she acknowledges him as a truly strong warrior. She internally analyzes his fierce, techniqueless, beast-like fighting style. She recalls his shadowy form and his ability to adapt his body to any situation. She marvels at his art of 100 styles, something no normal person could ever master. Ginkgo's opponent had the terrifying ability to summon and control a vast army of monsters. She imagines the horrifying possibility of facing that entire monstrous horde all at once. The memory leaves the samurai silent and pensive, her hands resting on her twin katanas. She recalls the overwhelming pressure of the fight, an unstoppable storm that left her flustered. Her mind flashes back to her own expression of terror during the intense battle. The monstrous, snarling face of the wolfman loup-garou fills her memory. Wiping away a bead of sweat, Ginkgo acknowledges with grim satisfaction that she faced the best. In the battle's aftermath, soldiers rally to help the heroes and their wounded comrades. The dwarf hero Boris thanks an unseen ally, assuring them that he is fine. Armored legs are shown walking through the rubble-strewn streets of the devastated town. A wounded man is helped to his feet by his comrades in the chaotic square. Two onlookers stare in shock at the widespread destruction left in the battle's wake. The injured cat girl Matatabi is helped by her friends, her fight now over. A soldier looks on with horror as Matatabi is tended to by her comrades. A young girl named Miko sits alone, looking out at the ruined cityscape. A friend tries to comfort the still-shocked Miko after the traumatic battle. Utterly exhausted from the fight, Ginkgo collapses onto the tiled floor with a weary flop. Miko kneels beside her, asking if she is okay as her friend whispers, "It's finally over." With the battle concluded, the evacuated townspeople are allowed back inside the walls. The citizens file back through the main gate into their damaged town. A man holds his head in his hands, overwhelmed by the sight of the destruction. A crowd of silhouetted townspeople gazes in horror at their smoking, ruined homes. A massive crater mars the town square, a testament to the battle's ferocity. A soldier stands over the body of a fallen comrade in a pool of dark blood. An officer points, directing his comrades in the overwhelming cleanup effort. With practiced efficiency, the soldiers begin to clear rubble and carry away the wounded. A damaged watchtower begins to crack, its structure failing after the battle. A soldier spots the danger and screams a desperate warning to those below. A young boy looks up in pure terror at the collapsing structure above him. The tower gives way, crashing down in a massive explosion of stone and debris. The dwarf hero Boris emerges from the rubble, shielding the boy with his body. The boy cries out his name as blood drips from Boris's helmet. Boris declares he will handle the rescues as the fighting has weakened the buildings. The boy frantically points to the debris, crying that his grandmother is trapped underneath. A young man and a dog man search a room for bandages and medical supplies. Boris holds up a massive slab of stone, saving the boy and his grandmother. A woman uses glowing healing magic on a wounded soldier lying on the cobblestones. A girl with a flower in her hair strains to lift a heavy piece of rubble. Ginkgo and Sul carry a wounded man on a stretcher, rushing to get him help. A severed head with wild hair lies on a dotted background. The townspeople are filled with anxiety after witnessing the terrifying power of the monsters. A young girl bandages a man's arm while others weep in the background. She reflects that this is the second time she has seen such devastation. Her expression is somber, her eyes wide with the weight of her memories. A view of a quaint, half-timbered house stands peacefully against the sky. A person, their head completely wrapped in bandages, lets out a muffled cry. The elf soul reports the events, kicking the bandaged head of the defeated witch. She tells the groaning head to be quiet and stay that way for now. Ginkgo warns Saul she'll be punished for kicking a dead person. The samurai is shocked to learn the witch is still alive despite being decapitated. Ginkgo marvels that people in this world don't die from decapitation. Her shock quickly turns into a wide, sparkling grin of pure fascination. Saul recounts how the streets were filled with demons before Ginkgo's victory. She clarifies that the witch is now just a living, bandaged head. The witch's head protests that she did nothing, but is told an old man helped. Saul's eyes widen in alarm, realizing the old man has disappeared. An old man with a large mustache gestures, having vanished without a trace. A close-up shows the back of the dwarf hero Boris, his axe resting on his shoulder. The scene focuses on the rooftops of the quaint, half-timbered town buildings. Boris sits slumped on a crate, lamenting that Loup-Garou got away. He reflects on his own helplessness in the face of the powerful demon. A memory shows him as a blacksmith, recalling how he abandoned that life to be a hero. He considers the strengths of his dwarven race, martial arts, weapons, and an unwavering heart. His thoughts turn to what kind of hero he should aspire to become. His eyes are shown in a close-up, filled with contemplative doubt. Ginkgo and Miko approach, offering him water and asking if he's unwell. The dwarf looks up at Ginkgo, their gazes meeting in a moment of silence. A grotesque, multi-limbed monster bursts into existence in a spray of blood. A spiky-haired boy and a dogman arrive, apologizing for being late. The two newcomers stop short, sensing they've interrupted a serious situation. The boy explains they brought everything, while the dogman complains the sack feels gross. A close-up shows the large sack wiggling unpleasantly in someone's arms. The tall elf, Sul, asks what the soldiers brought with them. Sul declares her plan to bring the remains of the witch to Serena-sama. Her expression is grim and determined as she looks at the devastated city. She curses, marveling at the destruction caused by just a few hours of invasion. The boy and his dogman companion look on, having only heard stories of such a disaster. Ginkgo agrees with the boy, comparing the scene to urban warfare. Saul explains that there are always one or two exceptionally powerful demons per generation. She reveals that while they defeated the witch and doppelganger, Loup-Garou escaped. The group gulps in unison, terrified by the scale of the demonic threat. Ginkgo, however, tells her friends not to get too excited about the danger. Sul slaps the witch's head, declaring they will interrogate it with Serena-sama. The boy gets excited, listing the intelligence they could gain on the enemy. An eye-patch-wearing elf exclaims that information is the essence of war. Ginkgo is horrified by the idea of ending the war without fighting. The boy asks Sul if she's returning to the capital, but she says she'll stick around. The eye-patch elf gleefully suggests they torture the witch's head together. Ginkgo contemplates her companion's words, her expression thoughtful and serious. She strikes a pose, declaring she will move onward, as turning back is not her principle. She cites a historical tale of Imagawa being tricked by false enemy information. Miko and Boris decide to explore the world on their own, a fight waiting for them. Miko turns to Ginkgo, her expression earnest and a little sad. A small, decorative object is shown against a white background. Miko timidly asks her sensei, Sul, if she can ask for something. Sul beams, generously agreeing to anything Miko wants, finding her request rare. A view of a quaint, half-timbered house stands against the sky. A furious shout of, "Don't screw with me!" erupts from the house. The entire group is startled, their hair standing on end from the outburst. Miko kneels on the ground dejected as Sul stands over her, her request clearly denied. A woman named Sul's face contorts in fury as she calls out Miko's name. Looking up in surprise, Miko and a small girl question what is happening. From a high window, Sol berates Miko for being smart, yet saying foolish things. She expresses her disbelief that Miko would want to travel with the samurai, Gin-chan. Watching the confrontation, Gin-chan and a spiky-haired boy sweat nervously. The boy explains that Gin-chan's journey is one of constant, life-threatening battles. A guard informs Miko that this dangerous quest is not a simple tour. Miko insists she understands the risks, but Sol vehemently disagrees and rephrases her argument. Sol passionately asks if any parent would willingly let their child go off to die. She reveals they had an appointment at the local Hisui's Tomagiri church, adding to her frustration. Sol scoffs at Miko's ambitions, pointing out that she can't even defeat a goblin. Stung by the insult, Miko clenches her fist and vows to become stronger. Sol's face contorts in shock at Miko's continued, unwavering defiance. Miko's determined expression mirrors the intense tension of the moment. Miko argues that Gin-chan is strong but new and vulnerable in this world. She passionately declares that Gin-chan is as helpless as a newborn baby. Sol stares in wide-eyed horror at the absurd yet powerful comparison. An image of an infant Gin-chan with a tiny katana flashes through her mind. As an orphanage manager, Sol panics, muttering that she could never abandon a baby. The thought of a baby all alone fills her with intense emotional turmoil. Her face contorts in a comical expression of pure, sweating panic. Gin-chan clears her throat loudly, attempting to interrupt the chaotic argument. She asks for permission to speak, but Sol dismisses her, calling her a baby. Turning to Miko, Gin-chan asks directly why she wants to follow her. Miko, looking earnest and slightly nervous, begins to explain her simple reason. She states that she wants to help because they are friends. Gin-chan is visibly moved by Miko's pure-hearted and selfless declaration. Kneeling down to Miko's level, she shows her respect for the young girl's resolve. Ginkgo asks if friendship is the only reason, and Miko confirms it. A blush spreads across Ginkgo's face as the sincere sentiment touches her. Her eye widens, filled with a profound and unexpected sense of connection. The intense emotion of the moment completely overwhelms the stoic samurai. She lets out a small, flustered eek at the powerful feeling. The onlookers are touched, calling Miko a good kid and a true warrior. Exasperated by the emotional display, Sol urges Gin-chan to give a straight answer. Ginkgo tells her that Miko can do as she likes, making her own choice. She compares the situation to a past gremlin fight, an accepted and necessary risk. Ginkgo declares that if Miko understands the dangers, it becomes her battle too. Acknowledging Sol's worries, she states that overprotection won't help Miko grow. Ginkgo places a reassuring hand on Sol's shoulder, calling her Sensei. Sol looks at Miko, her stern resolve beginning to crumble. Miko looks up with unwavering determination, insisting that she can do it. Sol looks on, her expression a mixture of worry and indecision. The weight of the decision contorts Sol's face in a grimace of emotional pain. Overcome, she covers her face and finally gives her tearful consent. Miko's face lights up with a radiant, triumphant, and joyous smile. Sol gives Miko a final set of instructions, urging her to be safe. She tells Miko to prioritize her own life above all else if things go wrong. Miko nods seriously, confirming she understands and accepts the conditions. The two share a final heartfelt hug as their companions watch the farewell. The onlookers are moved by the touching scene, calling Miko a warrior. With their goodbyes said, Miko turns with renewed purpose for the journey. She cheerfully calls out to Gin-chan, and the two run off together. Gin-chan responds with an enthusiastic yes, ready for their new adventure. Luchan watches them leave, admiring Miko's benevolent and courageous heart. A small, thoughtful smile touches Luchan's lips as she watches her friends depart. She thinks to herself that Miko's brave choice is the right way to live. The two companions stride forward, ready to pursue their own unique deaths. A peaceful sky hangs over the town, a quiet moment before the next scene. The story shifts to the stark, stone walls of the barracks infirmary. Inside, the room is filled with wounded soldiers lying in simple beds. A witch named Grunica demands all the injured be brought to her, declaring her mana endless. Two soldiers approach her, one supporting the other, calling out her name. A soldier looks on with despair, tears in his eyes at his comrade's state. He explains a demon ate his friend's leg, asking if there is any hope. Grunica dismisses reattachment, stating it's better to simply resurrect the limb. With a flash of magic, the leg begins to rapidly regrow from the stump. The new leg continues to form, shimmering with restorative energy. In moments, a perfectly formed new leg is in place, completely whole. The healed soldier and his comrades stare in utter astonishment at the miracle. Overcome with gratitude, the soldier thanks Grunica, knowing he can fight for his family again. Another man approaches, timidly asking Grunica a question. He asks if she can fix his brother's eye, lost in a childhood accident. Grunica explains the mechanics of her resurrection magic to the confused man. She illustrates how her magic only returns things to their normal state. She concludes that his brother's one-eyed state is now his normal, and she can't help. Having finished her lesson, she immediately demands a fee of 2 coppers. Grunica's intense gaze falls upon a new patient with a missing arm. She warns a woman with a missing arm that she should get it fixed soon. The woman, Kagara, explains she wants to keep the injury as a reminder of her brother. Grunica and a dog-like companion look on, moved by her resolve. Kagara gives a wide, determined smile, her decision made. Grunica huffs in disappointment, muttering about the money she could have made. The dwarf warrior Boris storms into the room, shouting Grunica's name. He is relieved to see her alive, but immediately confronts her about her absence. Grunica is confused, asking what he means by her healing all the soldiers. Boris angrily recounts how people were dying while they fought the King of Wolves. He accuses her of knowing the powerful demon was present, yet doing nothing. He demands to know her priorities as a hero, the soldiers or the disaster victims. Grunica looks at him with a blank expression and simply agrees with his premise. Her eyes widen with manic intensity as she declares life is priceless. 2 soldiers are stunned into silence by her bizarre and passionate outburst. Boris is completely thrown, his angry expression replaced by utter confusion. Grunica asks if she said something weird, not understanding his reaction. A scholarly man named Dracro intervenes, stating both choices were correct. He absolves Boris of his guilt, saying they were all responsible for the werewolf's escape. Boris, humbled by the man's wisdom, offers a quiet apology for his outburst. A small dwarf warrior looks on, understanding the difficult situation. An overview of Tomagiri reveals the heavy toll of the demon attack. Despite the soldiers' deaths, amazingly, 0 civilians died in the disaster. An elf girl named Miko is being hugged so tightly she can barely breathe, while 2 companions urge her to get going. A young samurai, Ginkgo, with bandages on her face and torso, thoughtfully holds her katana. In a field, Ginkgo complains to Miko that her left arm feels strange, a development Miko had anticipated. Miko points out Ginkgo's injury and tattered clothes, remnants of their recent battle with demons. With a confident grin, Miko announces she knew this would happen and will take care of everything. She dramatically presents a large, pristine roll of perfectly white cloth. Ginkgo is visibly amazed by the high-quality fabric Miko is holding. Miko explains the cloth is Diodora silk from the land of silver, a name that means gift from God. The artisans of that land are so perfectionistic, she reveals, that they sell even slightly defective products cheaply. As a high-grade item, even flawed Diodora silk is popular, selling for half its original price. Miko points out the tiny, almost invisible flaw, much to Ginkgo's astonishment. With the new fabric acquired, Miko cheerfully declares that now they must handle the color. She asks about the color of Ginkgo's clothes, guessing it's the color of blood. Ginkgo confirms it's crimson. Filled with purpose, Miko dashes into a field of flowers, searching for natural dye ingredients. She carefully scans the various plants, looking for the perfect one for her task. Her expression brightens with a blush as she spots exactly what she needs. In the distance, she sees a plant bearing a cluster of dark reddish-black peppers. A close-up shows the detailed peppers on the vine as Miko exclaims that she has found it. Miko proudly presents the pepper, identifying it as a tugran, as Ginkgo looks on with curiosity. A close-up of Ginkgo's face shows her bringing the mysterious pepper to her mouth for a taste. Thinking it's a spice, Ginkgo pops it in her mouth while Miko screams for her to stop. A massive, swirling torrent of fire erupts from Ginkgo's mouth with explosive force. The salamander tugran is so spicy, it can wake a hibernating bear, and Ginkgo screams for water. While Ginkgo writhes in agony, Miko calmly prepares the dye, mixing the pepper with other flowers in a flask. Miko invokes her coloring flora technique, channeling her magic to create the dye. The ingredients, peppers, cosmos, and a rose, are shown being combined in the air. A single perfect drop of the vibrant red liquid falls from Miko's hand. The crimson dye spreads perfectly and instantly across a test piece of the white silk. Miko triumphantly holds up the newly colored crimson fabric, declaring her success. A frazzled Ginkgo expresses her gratitude as Miko cheerfully announces she will fix the arm part next. The 2 stand on a cliff, gazing out at a breathtaking and bizarre alien landscape. Ginkgo marvels at the magnificent view in the clean air, while Miko pants from the climb. Miko points out the distant walled city of Tomarigi, their destination. She opens a magical 7-day bottle, uncorking it to take a refreshing drink of water. The bottle is a magic tool enchanted with a shrink spell, allowing it to hold 7 days' worth of water. Miko takes a large, satisfying gulp from the enchanted canteen. After her drink, she exclaims how delicious it is. But Ginkgo suddenly calls out her name in alarm. Miko is startled by Ginkgo's cry, asking what is wrong and what is happening. Ginkgo points a trembling finger towards a strange object floating in the sky. The two of them stare up at the sky, their expressions a mixture of shock and curiosity. A massive, blocky chunk of rock is seen floating silently in the air. Ginkgo asks in disbelief if the rock is floating, and Miko casually identifies it as a float rock. Miko is surprised that Ginkgo's world doesn't have them, calling the absence of such things weird. Miko explains that uniquely shaped float rocks are used as landmarks by travelers and merchants. Ginkgo is utterly fascinated by this strange and wonderful phenomenon, her eyes sparkling. Ginkgo excitedly points to another rock, but Miko dismisses it as just an ordinary one. Petals and stones lie on a path bordered by vibrant flowers, setting a tranquil scene. Ginkgo reflects on the fleeting nature of a 50-year human life. Miko identifies a strange song as Atsumori, while Ginkgo compares life to a dream and an illusion. Miko expresses her joy at the beautiful scenery, feeling as if her childlike heart has returned. She questions Ginkgo's desire for danger, suggesting a long and safe life would be better. Ginkgo erupts in frustration, shouting that a peaceful life is not the life of a samurai. They spot a wooden landmark on the path ahead, and Ginkgo's interest is piqued. Miko excitedly points out the landmark, happy to have found it on their journey. Ginkgo asks what the sign says, admitting she cannot read the foreign script. Miko translates the sign, which points the way to the sunflower path. A vast path unfolds before them, bordered on both sides by enormous, cheerful sunflowers. Miko shows Ginkgo on a map that the path leads to their destination, the land of magic, Kamgi. She excitedly points out their destination on the detailed illustrated map. Miko can't wait to give Ginkgo a tour of her magical birthplace, which has everything related to magic. Her excitement abruptly turns to panic as she stops in her tracks, remembering something crucial. She spins around frantically, telling Ginkgo there's something important she forgot to say. Miko warns Ginkgo that there is one specific place in Kamgi that she must never, ever go to. She admits her knowledge is based only on frightening stories she has heard. A dark, scratchy image reveals that a demon lives in that forbidden place. Miko explains that the truly terrifying part of this demon is not its physical strength. A horrifying multi-pupiled eye is shown, representing the true source of its power. A grim-faced knight stands ready, representing the many warriors who have faced the demon. Miko explains that no army, no matter how large, is a match for this creature. A warrior's hand goes limp, their sword falling uselessly to the ground in surrender. The demon's hypnotic gaze compels complete surrender without a fight. Its power is one of mental domination. It kills the heart. A group of people are shown bowing in loyal submission, charmed by its unavoidable charisma. Miko concludes her tale, describing the terrifying power of the demon eye. Ginkgo, however, simply lets out a thoughtful, "Ho!" her eyes sparkling with intense interest. Miko is taken aback, asking if Ginkgo finds the story interesting. Ginkgo confirms she very clearly does. As they walk, Ginkgo confidently reassures Miko, while a cloaked demon watches them from hiding. Miko groans, realizing she shouldn't have told Ginkgo, as the hidden demon chuckles to itself. A blur of motion shows the cloaked demon peeking from behind a large rock. A close-up reveals the demon's wicked, grinning face, its eyes narrowed with predatory intent. The winged demon watches the two girls traveling alone, laughing to itself from a high vantage point. He observes that the two girls are on a trip without an escort. The demon calls them stupid and wonders how he should tease them. He considers this a stroke of luck on his way to find his lost brothers from the royal capital. An image of two grotesque, muscular demons represents his missing bros. He reflects on how seeing humans scream in terror is like a drug to all demons. A close-up of a monstrous, fanged maw captures the ecstasy of the hunt. He believes his brothers are simply lost in the thrill of a hunt they can't stop. The demon decides he will claim 2 more poor lambs for himself today. Ginkgo's head whips around, her senses on high alert as she detects a hidden presence. Her expression is sharp and focused, her body tense and ready for a threat. A blur of motion shows the cloaked demon's surprise at being noticed. A close-up on Ginkgo's eye reveals her intense, swirling pupil, focused on the unseen enemy. The demon is utterly shocked, its eyes bulging in disbelief at her keen senses. Miko asks what's wrong, and Ginkgo replies that she felt a presence. The hidden demon wonders how the human could have possibly noticed him without a sound. He is completely flustered and shocked by her impossible perception. Miko's attention is drawn to a massive, spotted frog-like creature that has appeared before them. The huge toad lets out a deep, guttural croak, its presence dominating the path. The toad is a carnivore that grew large from mana, capable of swallowing prey larger than itself. A cloaked demon reacts with shock, exclaiming in disbelief at the sight of a toad. The creature laments that the toad, likely from a nearby lake, is targeting his prey. Ginkgo marvels at the sheer size of the frog, while Miko frantically points out it's a demon. Miko trembles with fear, trying to convince herself that it's just a simple creature. Ginkgo, completely captivated, calls the creature splendid and admires its magnificent horns. She tells Miko that it's unfair to judge it as a monster, citing the teachings of Buddha. The toad's mouth opens wide, revealing rows of terrifyingly sharp teeth, shattering Ginkgo's peaceful assessment. Miko lets out a piercing scream of pure terror at the sight of the monster's maw. The monstrous toad lunges forward, its jaws gaping, as Ginkgo prepares for the fight. The massive creature leaps through the air, lashing out with its long, powerful tongue. Ginkgo's expression hardens with intense focus as she prepares to meet the attack head-on. She dodges the tongue with fluid grace, leaping high into the air above the beast. The toad's attack strikes empty air as it looks back in surprise at its missed target. With a powerful cry, Ginkgo brings her blade down in a devastatingly swift arc. Her face is a mask of intense concentration as she executes the powerful downward slash. The blade connects with the toad's massive body, the impact shown with incredible force. In a blur of motion, Ginkgo slices cleanly through the massive toad demon in midair. The two halves of the toad fall to the ground with a heavy, final thud. Ginkgo lands softly, her gaze calm and focused after delivering the decisive blow. A close-up shows Miko's gloved hand, trembling after witnessing the brutal fight. Ginkgo smoothly sheathes her sword with a soft sound, the battle now concluded. Miko asks about the loving part, but Ginkgo coolly replies that it's different when she's there to kill. The hidden demon watches the aftermath in a state of absolute paralyzing terror. Its eyes bulge in horror, realizing the human samurai is something it must never touch. A small bird-like creature flits peacefully through the sky, a stark contrast to the recent violence. The travelers, Ginkgo and Miko, walk along a dusty road, a strange plant nearby. Miko, map in hand, asks Ginkgo if they have been walking in circles. She shakes her map in frustration, trying to make sense of their incorrect path. Miko voices her confusion, stating that they should have reached the sunflower path by now. Their path abruptly ends at the base of a colossal, sheer cliff face. Miko defensively insists that her map is the latest print and shouldn't be wrong. Ginkgo observes that it's a dead end, while Miko points out the sign didn't mention one. Miko suddenly gasps, her eyes wide with a startling discovery. She points ahead, showing Ginkgo a large arched wooden door set into the stone. The ancient weathered door lets out a faint creak, one side slightly ajar. Both Ginkgo and Miko are astonished by the unexpected sight of the door. Ginkgo wonders if it's a shortcut, while Miko notes it isn't on the map. Miko points out strange holes suggesting someone tried to nail the door shut. Ginkgo enters the wide, dark cave, her blade partially drawn, as Miko watches from the entrance. Ginkgo tells Miko to wait, deciding to investigate the passage alone. She casually tells Miko to assume she's dead if she doesn't return in half a day. Miko grabs at Ginkgo's sleeve in a panic, trying to stop her reckless plan. Miko tries to convince herself they should stick together, despite her bad feeling. Unable to leave her friend, Miko runs into the cave, calling for Ginkgo to wait. A monstrous winged silhouette watches as Miko disappears into the darkness. The creature is revealed, a demon with a skeletal helmet and chains tipped with massive nails. Its wicked, toothy grin shows its satisfaction, having successfully trapped them. The demon glances back at the sheer cliff face, its plan working perfectly. With an outstretched hand, the demon casts a spell to undo its illusion. The massive stone wall, a magical construct, begins to shimmer and dissolve. The illusion peels away, revealing the path that was hidden behind it. The cliff face is now gone, showing the true open road. The path is revealed to be a beautiful road lined with sunflowers under a starry sky. The demon lands softly on the newly revealed path, its work complete. It boasts about its illusion skills, noting the spell dispels on contact. It recalls Ginkgo detecting its presence earlier, imagining her panicked reaction to the wall. The demon concludes that Ginkgo is strong physically but has no resistance to magic. It muses that there are many ways to kill an overconfident person in this world. With a triumphant laugh, the demon flies away, leaving its victims trapped. Inside the dilapidated mine tunnel, Ginkgo and Miko proceed cautiously. Miko begins to wonder if the wall could have been an illusion after all. Ginkgo, oblivious, gushes about the rarity of a magic-using demon they didn't even see. A large spider suddenly drops from the ceiling, causing Ginkgo to scream in terror. Miko, still reeling, sarcastically mutters that spiders are a sign of good luck. The mine is littered with discarded tools like pickaxes and piles of crystals. Bats hang from the ceiling among the stalactites in the dark cavern. The path is uneven and rocky, adding to the treacherous environment. 6 glowing orbs like watching eyes appear and then vanish in the darkness. Ginkgo and Miko move carefully through the crumbling, web-covered mine shaft. They proceed cautiously along the debris-strewn path, wary of their surroundings. Miko finds it strange that the tunnel is brightly lit despite the torches being out. Ginkgo touches the cavern wall, a small sound escaping her lips as she thinks. She points out that the rocks themselves seem to be guiding them forward. Miko calls Ginkgo over to look at a massive pickaxe lying in the rubble. She strains with all her might to lift the incredibly heavy tool. Ginkgo dryly suggests Miko should at least make her struggle look convincing. Miko realizes the pickaxe was made for the immense strength of dwarves. Her focus then shifts as she spots something glittering in the debris. She picks up a small crystalline rock, holding it in her gloved hand. Miko excitedly shows the rock to Ginkgo, insisting she look closer. Ginkgo is taken aback by the discovery while Miko beams with excitement. The small, faceted stone glows with a brilliant light in Miko's hands. The object is identified as a luminaris stone, which lights up using its own mana. Ginkgo fantasizes about being able to read her swordsman books all night long. Miko explains how large stones could light a village, and small ones could be used in houses. Miko adds that the stone's sun-like energy allows even cold countries to grow crops. She concludes the cave is bright because these stones are mixed in with the rock. Miko explains that all life on the planet is blessed by the power of mana. Ginkgo's cheerful demeanor vanishes as she spots something on the ground ahead. She freezes, her gaze fixed on the grim discovery in the tunnel. Lying in the rubble are the skeletal remains of a person in decaying armor. Miko and their companions stare in shock, Miko quietly asking if it died here. The skeleton's worn, metal-plated boots are shown amongst the rocks. A short sword and its sheath lie discarded on the dusty ground. Ginkgo muses that anyone traveling outside a city would need a weapon for self-defense. She examines the sword, noting its short length was designed for indoor fighting. Miko discovers the skeleton's pack, finding a map, rations, and medicine. She is amazed to find a notebook with detailed records of the tunnel's life forms. A close-up on the skeleton's skull emphasizes the grimness of the discovery. Ginkgo gently holds the skull, promising to bury the bones in a sunny place. In a dark cave, Ginkgo holds a human skull while Miko examines a pack. Miko wonders why such a well-prepared person would enter this empty place. She studies a hand-drawn map, noting a simple path from entrance to exit. Miko's eye narrows as a horrifying realization begins to dawn on her. She gasps in terror, identifying their location as the spider's tunnel. A massive, glowing spider silhouette appears, blocking their path as Ginkgo crouches. A smaller black spider with a fanged maw lunges directly at Ginkgo. The spider is cleanly bisected, its halves falling apart from her swift strike. Ginkgo immediately faces a new, larger spider that is scuttled into the cavern. With a determined grit, she prepares to engage the formidable new foe. She leaps forward, her katana held high for a powerful downward slash. From the background, Miko cheers her on, yelling for her to decapitate it. Ginkgo's expression of concentration shatters into one of pure, wide-eyed shock. The spider screeches, having moved with unexpected speed to counter her attack. Its sharp leg impales Ginkgo's shoulder, trapping her in a painful grip. Ginkgo's face shows her agony, blood splattering from the grievous wound. Miko watches from a distance, her face a mask of silent, stunned horror. She lets out a shocked gasp at the sudden and brutal turn of events. Ginkgo, though impaled, grips her sheathed sword, preparing an unorthodox counterattack. Gritting her teeth, she unleashes her technique with immense force and strain. A powerful circular slash erupts, severing the spider's legs in a single motion. Her attack frees her as one of the spider's severed legs crashes down. Miko worriedly points out Ginkgo's bleeding, but Ginkgo stoically insists she is fine. Ginkgo casually mentions her father's brutal training, horrifying her small companion. Miko explains they accidentally wandered into Dudley's tunnel, a dangerous detour. She apologizes profusely, admitting this was the one place she wanted to avoid. Ginkgo tries to downplay the situation, saying it was just a wrong turn. She attempts to change the subject, brushing off the severity of their mistake. Miko reveals the spider they fought is a demon called an arachne. The defeated arachne's monstrous, detailed form lies on the cavern floor. An informational panel describes the arachne's ability to spit webs and use fangs. Miko explains the tunnel was a border route sealed due to an arachne infestation. She points out that the path they are on was once a main route. Realizing they're at the entrance to the nest, Miko panics and urges a retreat. Miko's eyes widen in alarm as she sees her friends suddenly collapse. Her shock is palpable as she watches the warrior fall to the ground. Ginkgo falls to the rocky ground, her strength having failed her completely. Lying on the ground, Ginkgo pants heavily, sweat pouring down her pained face. The dark infected wound on Ginkgo's shoulder is revealed in gruesome detail. Miko frantically tells her to stay still as Ginkgo mutters about her embarrassment. Miko explains that arachnes accumulate a super strong poison in their teeth. Ginkgo's face is pale with sweat, confirming the poison's potent effect. Miko holds a glowing plant, a healing flora, preparing to use it. She presses the plant to Ginkgo's wound, casting her healing spell. Miko strains with effort, channeling her magic into her fallen friend. Ginkgo winces in pain as the healing magic is applied to the wound. Miko's hand glows, but the magic seems to have little effect on the poison. The magical energy fizzles out, the healing proving insufficient against the venom. Panning, Miko admits her heal can only slow the poison, not remove it. Ginkgo's eye is wide with pain as she weakly asks about a cure. Miko consults her book, learning that arachnes prey on poisonous centipedes. She deduces that a luminous lotus can cure the refined centipede poison. Luckily, her book reveals that the lotus also grows inside the tunnel. Miko's face fills with resolve, knowing she can save Ginkgo if she finds it. A small companion confirms the flower is all they need as Ginkgo struggles up. Ginkgo gets to her feet, determined to continue despite her grave condition. Miko pleads with her not to move as Ginkgo insists on fixing her own mistake. Ginkgo laughs defiantly, declaring that if she fails, she will simply die. Miko is utterly horrified by her friend's reckless and fatalistic attitude. Ginkgo is racked by a violent coughing fit, spewing a large amount of blood. Miko watches in terror, realizing Ginkgo is in no condition to fight. The black viscous blood splatters across the ground, a horrifying sight. Miko realizes the poison is far stronger than she thought, causing hemorrhaging. She notes with dread that the bite is dangerously close to Ginkgo's heart. Ginkgo groans in pain, the poison's effects becoming overwhelming. Miko looks on, her face pale with worry and a nervous smile. Miko asks Ginkgo if she could have defeated the arachne without getting hurt. She questions why Ginkgo didn't just throw the skull she was holding. The human skull lies on the cavern floor, the object of their debate. Miko yells in frustration, finding it weird that Ginkgo shielded mere bones. Ginkgo recalls visiting many graves, noting few people die as they wish. She believes the skull's owner was a passionate person denied a proper end. With blood on her lips, Ginkgo says she'd feel bad for disrespecting the remains. Miko is left speechless and aghast by Ginkgo's profound empathy. Ginkgo makes a final request, for Miko to bury the bones if she dies. Something inside Miko snaps, and she lets out a determined cry, startling Ginkgo. Miko lunges forward with a powerful shout, her face a mask of resolve. She rushes past the surprised Ginkgo with incredible speed, knocking her aside. Ginkgo stumbles, calling out her friend's name in confusion at the sudden action. Miko looks back, asking if Ginkgo is alive after her surprise pounce. She lets out a small, triumphant chuckle, her plan having succeeded. Miko proudly holds up Ginkgo's katana, exclaiming that she's got it. Ginkgo looks up from the ground, her expression one of utter bewilderment. Miko points out Ginkgo couldn't even dodge, proving her unfit to fight. She declares with fiery conviction that her living friend is more important. Ginkgo is left flustered and speechless, completely outmaneuvered by her friend. Miko announces she will go find the lotus, telling Ginkgo to wait. Ginkgo calls out her friend's name as Miko runs off into the darkness. Miko runs with determination, her dagger drawn, on a mission to save Ginkgo. Far below in a chasm, a man struggles to climb, insisting he's all right. A girl watches him, but then spots a familiar figure in a cave entrance. Miko plunges into the darkness of the cave with a powerful leap. Her eyes are wide with focus as she descends into the unknown. She lands with a heavy impact, cracking the ground beneath her feet. The force of her landing sends dust and debris flying through the air. She finds herself in a colossal cavern, a labyrinth of thick spiderwebs. Ginkgo's shocked face flashes through Miko's memory as she recalls her friend. Miko remembers how Ginkgo saved a stranger despite her own predicament. She also recalls Ginkgo's passionate plea for them to save the world. Filled with resolve, Miko declares it is now her turn to return the favor. A young girl, Miko Dono, sneaks cautiously into a dark and ominous cave. She admits to herself that her brave declaration to find the luminous lotus was just a front. Venturing deeper, she confesses her growing fear of the dark, unsettling environment. The girl reflects on her isolation, knowing no one can save her in this sealed place. Her anxiety peaks as she imagines encountering a demon she cannot possibly defeat. A horrifying vision of a skeletal monster flashes through her terrified mind. She pictures being caught in a web, facing a painful death like a captured bug. Her teeth chatter loudly with uncontrollable fear as she continues through the cavern. A small floating companion lets out a terrified squeak, mirroring her dread. Overwhelmed by terror, she feels a wave of nausea, thinking she might throw up. She and her companion carefully navigate the treacherous, rocky path inside the cave. A close-up shows her face, etched with pure, unadulterated terror. Stumbling forward, she pushes onward through the oppressive darkness of the tunnel. Her expression is one of wide-eyed panic and profound unease. Suddenly, she spots a large spider dangling from the ceiling and recognizes it. The girl exclaims that she has finally found the creature she was looking for. A massive arachne hangs silently from a single thread, its form menacing. She looks on, her face a mask of fear at the sight of the giant spider. A closer look reveals its multiple eyes are not glowing with malice. Realizing the monster is asleep, she sees a chance to slip past it undetected. She knows with certainty that this is not an enemy she could win against. She and her companion agree that taking a safer, longer detour is their best option. Her steps falter as she hesitates, her resolve beginning to waver. A flicker of a new idea crosses her mind, changing her plan. A memory of Ginkgo's determined face in battle fills her thoughts, inspiring her. She realizes saving someone means risking one's own life, just as Ginkgo would. A chibi-style thought bubble shows her declaring that Ginkgo-san would never hesitate. The oppressive darkness of the cave seems to close in around her. Now resolved, she faces the slumbering arachne, ready to take the direct path. Her face is a mask of pure shock, her hand clamped over her mouth. She clenches her small fist, her determination solidifying into action. Holding her breath, she begins to sneak carefully past the sleeping monster. She successfully navigates around a large rock pillar, moving with stealth. Letting out a quiet sigh of relief, she believes she has made it through safely. Suddenly, the now-awake arachne looms directly behind her, its eyes wide open. A piercing scream of pure terror rips through the cavern as she realizes her mistake. Reacting on pure instinct, she draws her dagger and lunges at the giant beast. With a desperate battle cry, she drives her blade towards the monster's head. The attack connects, a starburst of impact against the creature's tough carapace. Her dagger scrapes uselessly against its exoskeleton, failing to pierce its hide. She wonders how Ginkgo-san could slice through such a creature with one hand. The irritated arachne swats her away with a powerful leg, sending her flying. It skitters across the wall, launching a volley of sharp projectiles at her. She is stunned by the creature's incredible speed as she scrambles to dodge. One of the projectiles streaks through the air, a blur of deadly motion. The projectile strikes her sword, knocking it from her grasp with a loud clang. Her only weapon is sent spinning away, embedding itself in the cavern wall. Disarmed, she can only watch as her sword falls out of reach. A dark smudge marks her cheek, but her expression is now grimly determined. The giant spider towers over her, its legs closing in to trap her. She braces for the impact, gritting her teeth as the creature captures her. Pinned by the spider's legs, she reaches into her robes for a hidden item. She pulls out a small, dark spherical object from her gloved hand. A memory surfaces of Ginkgo explaining a shinobi blinding powder technique. With a defiant shout, she thrusts the sphere into the arachne's eyes. Sphere explodes, blinding the monster, which rears back in agony. The blinding agent affects even smaller spiders nearby, who screech in pain. In its blind panic, the giant spider thrashes wildly, striking her one last time. The creature's fangs only graze her arm and leg, a lucky escape. The enormous blinded creature scrambles away in terror, disappearing into the darkness. It continues its frantic retreat, a white aura of panic surrounding it. The monster vanishes completely into the deep tunnels, the immediate threat gone. Mikodano lies alone on the cavern floor, bruised but victorious. She whispers her success to herself, wincing in pain as she pushes herself up. A book slides from her clothes, revealing it absorbed a powerful blow. The book is torn and pierced, showing how it saved her from impalement. She checks a minor graze on her leg, confirming she wasn't poisoned. She expresses her relief that the book stopped the creature's fangs from digging in. Assessing her minor injuries, she concludes that she should be fine for now. Her expression hardens into one of grim determination for the journey ahead. With both fists clenched, she prepares herself for the final part of her quest. She leaps from a precipice into the chasm below, landing with a heavy thud. Her small companion stays behind, believing its help would be useless anyway. She sprints through a dark, cavernous landscape filled with jagged, crystalline structures. Her feet kick up dust as she navigates the treacherous terrain. An imposing spiderweb blocks her path, and she looks on with trepidation. A small, bat-winged imp flutters into view, a sign of the cave's monstrous denizens. Another, more formidable horned dragon-like beast soars through the upper cavern. The cave is teeming with life, from winged creatures to strange organic growths. Her companion carefully scales a wall covered in unsettling, bulbous flora. She jumps across a gap in the rocky path, continuing her perilous trek. Her landing is rough, sending small rocks scattering as she stumbles. A massive, gnarled root or stalagmite looms in the oppressive darkness. The journey takes a severe toll. She pants heavily, exhausted and in pain. She stumbles onward, her body faltering under the strain. The exhaustion becomes too much, and she collapses to her knees. Blood drips from a gash on her leg, staining the ground. She fights to catch her breath, her small frame trembling. She complains that her legs feel heavy and her vision is becoming blurry. She realizes with dread that the spider's poison is circulating through her body. The severity of her symptoms makes her understand why Ginko-san couldn't endure it. She clenches her fist, pushing past the pain with sheer willpower. Through her hazy vision, she spots a magnificent, glowing white lotus flower. Forcing herself to her feet, she takes a determined step forward. She reaches the water's edge and carefully plucks the flower. "Found it!" she exclaims, holding the precious, luminous lotus in her hands. Her vision swirls and distorts, the poison worsening as she plans her route back. She turns to leave, knowing she must hurry back to Ginko-san. Her face is a mask of pained determination as she begins her return journey. Her path is suddenly blocked by a massive chittering horde of giant black spiders. On a desolate, rocky surface, two large, glossy black spiders crawl menacingly. A whole horde of these monstrous spiders advances across the cavern floor. From below, one spider is seen crawling across a thick, glowing web. A close-up reveals the creature's multiple, unblinking white eyes. A spiky-haired blonde girl's face is a mask of pure terror, a tear escaping her eye. Overwhelmed by fear, she lets out a choked, agonized groan. The spiders chitter menacingly, their fanged maws visible and ready. Their unsettling, chittering sounds echo through the oppressive air of the cave. The girl realizes with dawning horror that the creatures are laughing at her. A massive, fanged maw drips venom, looming directly above her. Her terror turns to outrage, and she defiantly tells the spiders not to toy with her. Clenching her gloved fist with sudden resolve, she prepares to act. She then throws a handful of small, glowing seeds into the air. Admitting her own weakness to herself, she finds a new source of strength. She vows to save Ginko-san and challenges the entire horde to come at her. The spiders are surprised by her sudden show of confidence, with one remarking on it. The creatures look at each other, confused by her unexpected defiance. The young girl is bewildered by their strange, unexpected reaction. From a dark tunnel, Ginko the samurai emerges, standing over a skeleton. With a weary smile, Ginko tells her friend Miko that she finally understands. She explains that she followed the scent of Miko's blood and the flower. Miko frantically clarifies that her real concern is the poison in Ginko's body. Ginko, slightly embarrassed, states that she has confidence in her guts. She declares she could never rest while Miko was risking her life for her. Turning to the monstrous spiders, she readies her katana for battle. Ginko becomes a whirlwind of steel, cutting a path through the swarm. Black blood splatters across her face as she fights, her own blood also dripping. The sheer force of her strikes sends smaller spiders flying through the air. Her hands grip the hilt of her katana with unwavering, powerful strength. With a wild glint in her eyes, she bellows that now she fights. The cave floor is shown as a gruesome tableau of defeated monsters. The carcasses of giant spiders and centipedes lie twisted and still. The aftermath of the battle is silent and grim inside the dark cave. A long-dead centipede lies curled on the rocky ground. The defeated body of a large spider is shown amidst the rubble. Miko's small companion is rendered utterly speechless by the carnage. Ginko stands victorious amidst the slaughter, panting heavily from exertion. The poison finally takes its toll, and Ginkgo's strength fails her. She collapses, vomiting violently as Miko cries out her name in alarm. The radiant white luminous lotus is shown, its petals glowing softly. Miko holds the flower over Ginkgo, casting a detox flora spell. Ginkgo sighs in relief at the soothing light as Miko says it will take time. Ginkgo's breathing eases as the healing magic works its power. Miko looks on with a gentle smile as her friend begins to recover. Ginkgo is silent for a moment, feeling the poison leave her body. Now sitting up, Ginkgo marvels at how fast the healing was. A radiant smile fills her face as she thanks Miko for saving her. The ordeal over, Miko finally allows herself a moment of rest. 2 hours later, Miko pushes against a massive wooden gate, groaning with effort. The door is sealed shut, and Miko realizes they can't go back either. Their small companion notes that it is a physical, not magical seal. Ginkgo attempts to lift a colossal stone hammer, but finds it too heavy. Miko stands before the sealed door, calling out to her friend. Ginkgo announces this is the decisive moment and tells Miko to leave it to her. She hefts the massive hammer, preparing to smash the door open. With a look of fierce determination, Ginkgo prepares to strike the barrier. Unleashing a mighty blow, she shouts for the door to take her attack. The door is obliterated, and they emerge into the light, cheering their escape. They find themselves in a strange, beautiful landscape with giant lotus plants. Ginkgo is ecstatic, celebrating being in the sunlight and being alive. Miko is overcome with emotion, tears of relief streaming down her face. Ginkgo strikes a comical, winning hand pose, shouting that she's alive. Later, they have constructed a small burial mound for the skeleton. Ginkgo kneels, offering a quiet prayer for the deceased to sleep well. She reflects that the person must have been attacked by an arachne too. Ginkgo's expression turns serious as she continues to consider recent events. She thrills at the memory of fighting a giant spider, feeling like a legendary hero. Miko watches her friend's excitement with a look of silent concern. Miko suddenly calls out Ginkgo's name, her demeanor turning serious. She makes an astonishing request for Ginkgo to punch her, leaving Ginkgo baffled. Miko insists Ginkgo hit her with all her might, which only frightens Ginkgo more. Miko looks down, confessing that she had been lying to Ginkgo. Ginkgo listens, her expression now serious and questioning. Miko frantically clarifies that her friendship was real, but there was more to it. She clenches her fist, preparing to reveal her true motive. She admits that she has an enemy upon whom she must exact revenge. The revelation hits Ginkgo with the force of a physical blow. Ginkgo is shocked, exclaiming that a quest for revenge sounds unlike Miko. Miko explains she feared Ginkgo would recklessly jump into the inevitable deathmatch. She confesses she believed with Ginkgo's help, they might be able to kill her foe. With a heavy heart, Miko makes her full confession. She was using Ginkgo. Tears stream down her face as she offers a heartfelt, desperate apology. Ginkgo is frozen in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. Miko's apology dissolves into loud, unrestrained wailing. Ginkgo, flustered by the outburst, can only clear her throat awkwardly. A nearby old man expresses his hope that they never enter a cave again. Ginkgo admits she would have died alone and needs Miko's help. Miko looks up, moved by Ginkgo's confession of needing her. Ginkgo's hand rests on her sword as she prepares to make an offer. She states that as a newcomer to this world, she needs Miko's help. In return for Miko's help, Ginkgo proposes to lend her strength. Miko is visibly moved, her eyes lighting up as she whispers Ginkgo's name. A blush spreads across her cheeks, her mind racing with emotion. Miko, however, still insists that Ginkgo should punch her as penance. Ginkgo's face contorts in a comical expression of deep thought. Miko passionately explains she wants to be an equal, not just be forgiven. She pleads with Ginkgo to grant her request for a consequence. Ginkgo considers this with a pained but understanding expression. Ginkgo agrees to a light punch, stating it will put the matter to rest. Miko, her eyes downcast, feels that even a light punch is too kind. A young girl silently resolves that one day she will be treated as an equal teammate. In a rural clearing, the samurai Ginkgo stands calmly as a round creature spins away. The story transitions with a serene, wide view of a cloud-filled sky. On a grassy hill overlooking mountains, a large, sacred-looking tree stands sentinel. An old man is shown being carried in a large basket on someone's back. 2 pairs of feet, one in Geta sandals and the other in boots, walk along a path. Ginkgo has a sudden realization, pointing forward with an excited, "Ah!" She excitedly points out a town on the horizon to her companion Miko. Miko, burdened with her passenger, complains that she is too numb to see anything. They arrive at Hishiri Village, a quaint settlement with charming, rustic architecture. The unique timber frame buildings and steep roofs are shown in a close-up. Another view showcases a building nestled against a steep, tree-lined cliff face. Miko finds the completely empty streets of the village to be very strange. An intricate magical sigil appears as Miko reveals they are in the land of Kamgi. She explains that she is from this country and has visited this specific village before. A warm memory shows the village as it once was, bustling with happy people. Miko wonders what happened, noting the lack of destruction from a demon attack. Ginkgo announces she will investigate, and Miko cautions her to be careful. Ginkgo begins her search, moving cautiously through the silent, deserted courtyard. Her expression is grim and focused as she continues her methodical investigation. An extreme close-up highlights Ginkgo's sharp, alert eye. She approaches a heavy wooden door set into a stone wall, her katanas ready. With her hand on her sword, she cautiously enters the dark building. Inside, she discovers a rustic kitchen with a pot of stew on a wooden table. A closer look reveals the hearty stew, its contents still intact. Ginkgo dips her finger into the pot, getting ready to taste it. She thoughtfully brings her finger to her mouth, testing the stew. She deduces that the food is cold but not rotten, made very recently. This leads her to the unsettling conclusion that the villagers have only just left. An overhead view shows Ginkgo continuing her search through the eerily empty village. She carefully pushes open a wooden gate, peering into a new area. Peeking through the gate, she grips her sword, ready for whatever she might find. Her eyes widen in pure shock at the grim discovery she has made. A tiger man on a wall observes that her expression didn't change upon seeing the bodies. He reveals the people were his puppets and vows to bury her right there. Ginkgo reacts instantly, her katana flashing from its sheath with a sharp sound. A close-up shows her hand gripping the hilt of her drawn sword, ready for battle. Elsewhere, Miko screams in terror, her new arachnophobia triggered by a tiny spider. In the village garden, a tense standoff begins between Ginkgo and two tiger men. The tiger man on the ground lunges forward with incredible speed, a blur of motion. In response, Ginkgo unleashes a devastatingly fast sword strike, her face determined. The sheer force of her blow sends the attacking tiger man hurtling backward. His body is contorted by the powerful impact as he is thrown through the air. The power of Ginkgo's attack is shown as the tiger man is propelled away. Ginkgo looks on, a hint of surprise on her face at the result of her strike. The tiger man crashes violently into a distant windmill with a starburst of impact. He becomes a living projectile, ricocheting across the village from roof to roof. Ginkgo floats gently back to the ground, her sword held defensively. She tracks his chaotic trajectory, noting that he is as fast as an arrow. As the dust settles, she briefly thinks that her opponent has vanished completely. She quickly dismisses this, sensing his potent bloodlust is still present. A slight confident smile plays on her lips as she realizes the fight is not over. Ginkgo pivots, gripping her katana tightly as she searches for her hidden foe. She readies herself, her posture shifting to proactively anticipate his next move. She holds her katana close to her face, her focus absolute and unwavering. Her eye widens in shock as she senses an imminent, high-speed attack. The tiger man erupts from the ground in a blur of pure speed and aggression. He closes the distance in an instant, his movement a sketchy streak of energy. His muscular arm swings forward for a devastating claw attack. His snarling face is inches from hers in a terrifying point-blank assault. The tiger man unleashes a special attack, becoming a spinning vortex of destruction. Ginkgo's eye is sharp with focus at the last possible second before impact. She executes a flawless, acrobatic backflip, twisting through the air to dodge. The spinning tiger man misses her by a hair's breadth, crashing into the ground. Ginkgo lands impressed by his incredible, beast-like agility and nimbleness. The tiger man is equally amazed by her unbelievable reflexes, dodging his headhunt. He wonders who this mysterious and skilled woman could possibly be. Crouching low to the ground, he sniffs the air to analyze his opponent. His expression turns serious and inquisitive as he processes the scents. He is shocked to detect the overwhelming and undeniable smell of human blood on her. He also smells a mix of fresh demon blood, noting a scarily strong one among them. He concludes he can smell the deaths of more than 20 humans on her. He grimly believes he was too late, that she has already gone astray. Convinced the local soldiers can't stop her, he resolves to end her himself. Ginkgo's eye twitches, her senses picking up on his renewed and intensified killing intent. The tiger man's body tenses, crackling with a visible aura of immense power. A flashback shows the beginning of their fight, with a dark silhouette lunging at her. Ginkgo turns to face the sudden ambush, her sword still sheathed. A single bead of sweat drips down her face as she reacts. Her face contorts in comical shock as she blurts out a question about a tiger. The attacking tiger man is momentarily taken aback by her very human reaction. He asks who she is, and she introduces herself as Tsukitsuba Ginko, a samurai. He is surprised that she is conscious and able to respond to him. He skeptically questions her claim of being a samurai, his claws flexing. He looks her over, expressing his doubt based on her appearance. He asks if she is really a... Ginko interrupts, asking if he is a tiger. Her eyes sparkle with wonder, and she covers her mouth in flustered awe. She looks utterly charmed and impressed, a bead of sweat on her cheek. The tiger man addresses Miko Dono, who has just arrived on the scene. Miko runs in, frantically asking Ginko why her sword is drawn. Miko is horrified to see many bodies lying on the ground nearby. Ginko defensively insists to Miko that she didn't do anything. The tiger man lets out a long, weary sigh as the misunderstanding begins to clear. A shot of the peaceful snow-capped mountains establishes a calmer mood. A wide view of the idyllic village shows strange plants and rustic houses. The tiger man offers a sincere apology for attacking her under a wrong impression. Inside a rustic building, he formally introduces himself as Sangetsu. Miko and Ginko are stunned, recognizing the name of the legendary tiger hero. Sangetsu gives a slight, confident smile, confirming his heroic identity. Two young women, Ginko and Miko, stare in wide-eyed shock at an imposing tiger man. Miko exclaims that she knew it, while the tiger man simply confirms her realization. Ginko frantically asks her friend Miko Dono about the identity of this amazing person. Miko excitedly explains that beastmen have great strength but are usually poor with magic. She reveals that this is Sangetsu, a top-class hero who hunts demons. His methods are relied upon by many other beastmen whom he teaches. Thanks to Sangetsu's efforts, a great deal of suffering was finally ended. A flashback shows the horrifying Queen of Arachne and her massive spider army. A year prior, a skeletal warrior is shown subjugating this very queen. Sangetsu stands stoically with his arms crossed, exuding an aura of immense power. A roguish character cheekily asks the annoyed Sangetsu for some of his unused money. Miko enthusiastically declares that people call him the strongest hero alongside Grunika-sama. Ginko marvels at his tiger-like strength, though she doesn't quite understand the context. A companion asks if tigers are special, and Ginko enthusiastically confirms that they are. In her homeland, she explains, tigers are revered as mythical beasts of bravery. Ginko is overcome with awe, stating she would fight one to the death. Getting close, she marvels at the legendary tiger's glare said to repel misfortune. She asks for a glare and some fur for luck, but he flatly refuses. A companion then points out that the great tiger hero has only one eye. Sangetsu gestures to the deep vertical scar over his closed left eye. He confirms he lost it in a recent battle, shocking his listeners. Sangetsu calmly states that it is not surprising to lose something in battle. He explains that the true enemy is the fear of injury or death. In this world, even a cornered mouse can defeat a cat with resolve. He declares that this warrior's resolve is why he will never fear a battle. Ginko and her small companion listen to his powerful philosophy with rapt attention. Sangetsu believes that no matter how strong someone is, they cannot fight without will. He judges the people of the current era as weak and lacking in resolve. Ginko closes her eyes, whispering that she completely understands his perspective. Sangetsu acknowledges her, praising her for possessing the mindset of a mythical beast. He compliments the splendid and powerful spirit she displayed during their earlier fight. A companion asks about her technique, which Sangetsu identifies as Yai Jutsu. The companion is thrilled that the famous hero has acknowledged Ginko's strength. Ginko blushes, admitting that her own father would only ever yell at her. Sangetsu quietly observes the two, a thoughtful expression on his face. He reflects on her impressive spirit, his mind drifting back to their first meeting. A flashback shows the moment he first charged at her in a grassy field. He recalls seeing her terrifying, unwavering eye, filled with absolute killing intent. He knew with certainty that if he had killed her, he'd have died too. She had determined she couldn't dodge, so she aimed for mutual destruction. Faced with this certainty, his body reacted on instinct and bailed on the attack. He knows it was the right choice, as he still has important things to do. But he cannot deny being pressured by her crazed, reflexive aura. The humiliation of his body choosing survival over his warrior's pride still stings. He who faces every battle with the resolve of death admits to himself that he lost against her unwavering resolve. Ginko, meanwhile, is lost in her own thoughts, questioning who this girl is. She reflects that their fight was too sudden, with no reason to kill. She wonders if she is simply stupid or actively trying to get killed. She concludes she has never met a human with such a perplexing, death-defying drive. Sangetsu's face twists into a grin. He wants to witness Ginkgo's true form. He stands still, pondering what to do with his new strange companions. He knows he cannot simply have them following him around on his dangerous quest. Miko suddenly interrupts, pointing to a group of collapsed figures on the ground. She identifies their black robes as the uniform of the country's soldiers. She wonders what they were doing in a remote, now empty village. Miko explains that she evacuated all the residents, making the scene even stranger. Sangetsu grimly informs them that the soldiers are dead, killed by his own hands. Ginkgo and Miko are utterly horrified by this shocking and brutal confession. Miko screams, questioning how a hero could kill his own country's soldiers. Suddenly, Sangetsu's head snaps to the side, his senses on high alert. Ginkgo and Miko are startled by his sudden, intense reaction. Miko's face is a mask of pure terror, sweat beading on her forehead. A heavy wooden gate is kicked open with explosive force, surprising everyone. A heavily armored knight stands in the ruined doorway, a new threat revealed. Ginkgo and Sangetsu immediately dash for cover behind a nearby cottage. A quick, sharp slash is seen through a narrow viewport in the darkness. The field is littered with bodies, and the knight deflects an unseen attack. The knight's gauntleted hand firmly grips a longsword, ready for battle. It brings its sword down, striking a discarded crossbow on the ground. The crossbow shatters in a violent explosion of black energy and wooden splinters. Miko runs out from the gate, calling Ginkgo's name with concern. Ginkgo looks back, her expression one of surprised confusion. Miko sees Ginkgo standing in a field where a figure is tilling the soil. The bodies of the fallen soldiers lie in a tangled heap on the ground. Ginkgo's eye is wide with terror and confusion at the scene of carnage. She steps forward, her face a mask of fury, shouting, "That's enough!" The knight raises its bloody sword, ready to strike down another victim. A rapid motion blur indicates a swift and deadly attack is underway. The knight's armored foot steps forward with purpose, closing in on its target. In a dramatic pose, the knight stands over the fallen, its grim mission clear. Ginkgo asks Sangetsu what kind of monster they are facing now. The knight's helmet is shown in a menacing close-up, its visor dark. Sangetsu's slitted eye narrows as he grimly replies that their foe is human. The knight turns, startled, holding a crossbow and a quiver of bolts. Sangetsu warns the others to watch out. It has an order to kill humans. Miko is shocked, questioning who could give such a terrible order. The knight aims its heavy crossbow directly at the group. With a powerful twang, the weapon is fired with incredible force. Ginkgo and Sangetsu's eyes widen in alarm at the sudden, deadly attack. The massive crossbow bolt screams through the air directly toward Ginkgo. She reacts instantly, drawing her sword and slicing the bolt in midair. The bolt is deflected, narrowly missing her head as she follows through. The two combatants face each other across a wide open field. The knight draws its longsword, preparing for a close-quarters fight. It reloads its crossbow with impossible speed, thanks to a magical spell. The crossbow is a powerful ancient weapon, rarely used due to its slowness. A historical illustration shows its original, cumbersome loading mechanism. However, this knight's enchanted crossbow circumvents that weakness completely. The weapon crackles with magical energy, ready to fire again in an instant. A knight reloads a crossbow, its magical reload spell making the process instantaneous. Aiming with intense focus, the knight prepares to fire in just 1 second. The knight's helmet reflects the tension of the moment before the shot is loosed. A samurai woman, Ginkgo, reacts with alarm as the knight attacks her directly. The crossbow bolt screams through the air, aimed with lethal intent at its target. Ginkgo dodges with incredible speed, the bolt narrowly missing her head. In a swift counterattack, Ginkgo's blade severs the knight's helmeted head. From within the helmet, the knight's final words express a quiet "thank you." Ginkgo is utterly stunned by the slain enemy's unexpected gratitude and final words. A tiger-like beastman, Sangetsu, observes the scene with a small, concerned child. The fight, Sangetsu notes, was completely one-sided, a fact he finds interesting. Sangetsu's keen eyes follow the trajectory of the bolt into the grassy field. He reveals Ginkgo didn't just dodge. She slashed the arrow to protect the child. The child, now safe, offers a quiet, heartfelt thank you to Ginkgo. A young girl, Miko, arrives, frantically asking what has just happened. The rest of Ginkgo's party now stands in the field, surveying the aftermath. A close-up shows the severed, helmeted head lying ominously in the grass. A companion with rabbit ears shrieks in terror, accusing Ginkgo of mercilessly killing. Ginkgo remains unfazed by the gore, her expression distant and deeply troubled. Miko watches Ginkgo, noticing her odd behavior is like her usual self. Sangetsu approaches Ginkgo, asking if the head has captured her attention. Ginkgo confirms the knight thanked her, stating she had a suspicion about him. Her gaze is sharp, reflecting the intensity of her confusing encounter. A flashback shows the knight's face, his expression one of gratitude. Sangetsu stands stoically, preparing to explain the grim truth of the situation. Ginkgo holds up the helmet, demanding an explanation for the bizarre events. The man, Sangetsu explains, was a puppet soldier controlled by a demon. Ginkgo's rabbit-eared companion is horrified by this shocking revelation. A visual metaphor shows a knight manipulated by skeletal hands on puppet strings. The puppets are driven by a single, relentless command to kill all humans. They mindlessly attack civilians, trapped in a living hell, unable to stop. Unable to even end their own lives, they can only fight until destroyed. The knight's face is shown in close-up, tears streaming from his eyes. Sangetsu concludes that Ginkgo's act was a mercy, putting an end to his suffering. He assures her he would have done the same thing if she hadn't. With a grim expression, he tells her not to feel too bad about it. Ginkgo's expression hardens as she asks for the name of the demon responsible. Her companion trembles with fear upon hearing the demon's name. With a low growl, Sangetsu reveals their master is the demon known as Incubus. Ginkgo's eyes narrow as she processes the name, her new target identified. The Incubus's lair is a massive, foreboding, gothic castle circled by skeletal dragons. Its grounds are patrolled by monstrous sentinels, including a serpentine dragon and slimes. Inside, strange, sword-wielding moth demons flit up a grand stone staircase. From a watchtower, robed figures observe the surroundings through a telescope. Small, winged eyeball demons act as floating sentries within the castle walls. A massive, elegant dragon lands with a heavy thud in a vast stone hall. The source of a haunting melody is a piano in the castle of Flower Garden. A figure with flowing white hair plays the instrument inside the main castle. The vast ballroom is filled with eerily still figures, their wills stolen. A group of intruders crouches low, realizing they have walked into a trap. One of the intruders curses, overwhelmed by the number of enthralled guards. He confirms the rumors of the incubus capturing and taming humans are true. Their leader decides their only option is to fight their way through. The haunting piano music abruptly stops as a hand lifts from the keys. The white-haired figure rises, turning to face the intruders. He moves with an unnatural, fluid grace, his intentions unclear. One of the intruders looks on with dawning recognition and dread. The figure calmly welcomes the humans to his castle, his voice echoing. A confident, malicious smile spreads across his face as he reveals himself. Surrounded by an illusion of roses, he introduces himself as Adenhide, the incubus. He acknowledges his title as a disaster, one of the 10 great demons. Two of the intruders, a man and woman, glare at him with defiance. Aiden recognizes the sacrifices they made to reach him, though they couldn't succeed. He declares them the best of the best and wishes to feel their strength. In a blur of motion, he moves with impossible speed through the hall. One of the armored heroes is caught completely off guard by the sudden assault. The hero's weapons are torn from their grasp, clattering uselessly to the floor. The entire party is left stunned and disarmed by his effortless display of power. An armored knight is forced to his knees, his weapons skittering away. The disarmed heroes stare in disbelief at their scattered gear on the floor. Aiden dismissively invites them to retrieve their weapons, his own soldiers unmoving. A subordinate tiger demon observes his master, Aiden, from the sidelines. Two of the heroes look on in shock and confusion at their opponent's actions. A warrior cries out in disbelief, realizing Aiden has closed his eyes. From a bull demon's perspective, the heroes appear small and outnumbered. The hulking, bull-headed demon guard stands impassively, watching his master. The tiger demon understands Aiden sealed his eyes because he knows what comes next. Two heroes, enraged by his arrogance, prepare to attack the seemingly defenseless demon. Aiden simply smiles, his eyes still closed, anticipating their futile assault. A powerful attack is unleashed, filling the air with destructive energy. The two warriors leap towards Aiden, their blades flashing from opposite sides. Aiden moves like a phantom, weaving between their desperate slashes. His form blurs as he effortlessly parries and dodges their attacks. The clash of steel echoes through the hall as he evades their strikes. The other heroes cry out the name of their combined spell, Vatra. A massive, swirling vortex of destructive energy erupts towards Aiden. The 3-in-1 spell, a grand magical assault, fills the chamber. The casters boast that its power is equivalent to a salamander's fiery breath. Aiden stands in the epicenter of the blast, completely unaffected by the magic. He remarks with boredom that it has been decades since he was last burned. A flicker of annoyance crosses his face as he observes the minimal damage. He lets out a single contemptuous "ha" at their failed attempt. The lead attacker breaks into a fit of wild, desperate, sweat-drenched laughter. Aiden mutters a quiet curse under his breath, his patience finally snapping. His intricately armored hand clenches into a tight, menacing fist. He lunges forward with impossible speed, his form blurring into a deadly streak. A spray of black, ink-like liquid spatters across a white background. The heroes are torn to pieces by a shadowy, violent force of pure destruction. The ornate, rose-patterned ceiling remains untouched, a stark contrast to the carnage. The polished floor is now a gruesome canvas, smeared with the heroes' remains. In a grand hall, a lone, horned figure stands amidst the dark stains of his fallen enemies. The powerful being Aiden smirks as he inspects his own armored hand after the battle. A small, goblin-like soldier hurries forward, presenting a fresh set of clothes to his lord. Aiden accepts a new white cape from the subordinate, offering a simple word of thanks. Draped in his flowing cape, Aiden stands with his back to the viewer, his presence commanding. A Cyclops demon looks on from the side, expressing his awe at his master's power. A Beastman subordinate marvels at Aiden's strong body and immense mana, which already healed his burn. A winged demoness observes that their lord is fundamentally different from ordinary demons like themselves. The goblin soldier asks his master why he chose not to use his powerful eye ability. Seated casually upon his throne, Aiden dismisses the question, stating his opponents weren't even worth a look. With an expression of profound boredom, he elaborates that they were simply uninteresting humans. A narration reveals that Aiden is consumed by a thirst for a real challenge, born from his own overwhelming strength. Since birth, he has never known the thrill of danger or the satisfaction of a hard-won victory. This desperation led him to beg the Demon Lord for a massive war to find a worthy opponent. This desire gave the prideful Aiden a purpose to fight, overriding his usual disobedience. His tiger-striped subordinate offers his own perspective on his master's power. He believes no human could possibly maintain their sanity after looking into Aiden's wet eyes. Aiden's own philosophy is revealed. A truly noble soul is one from whom nothing can be stolen. In a peaceful village, a young blonde girl gasps, a look of dawning horror on her face. She stands in a grassy field with a samurai named Ginkgo and a tiger man, Sengetsu. The girl Miko frantically reminds Ginkgo of a frightening story she told her in a mining cave. She realizes with pure terror that the monster she described inside the land of Kamgi was real. Her eye widens in panic as she thinks to herself that they absolutely cannot get involved. Sangetsu and Miko notice that Ginkgo has grown uncharacteristically quiet and somber. Ginkgo sits alone, cradling a heavy knight's helmet in her lap as a single tear falls. Miko is completely shocked to see the stoic samurai warrior crying. The powerful tiger man, Sengetsu, is equally taken aback by the unexpected display of emotion. His feline eye widens as he exclaims in disbelief at the sight of her tears. Ginkgo brusquely wipes her face, insisting that the tears are not her own. She explains with a strained voice that it was the head inside the helmet that was crying. Puffing out her cheeks, she claims that her own tears do not fall so easily. Sangetsu explains that his current mission is to subjugate this demon to prevent more casualties. He admits he cannot win alone and needs strong allies who can resist the incubus's charm. Miko is shocked by the grim assessment of their chances. Ginkgo listens, her expression hardening with a newfound and fierce resolve. Miko, sensing Ginkgo's rising determination, tries to urge her to remain calm. With a sharp cry, Ginkgo declares that she will lend them her hand in this fight. Clutching the helmet tightly, she vows that she cannot let the knight's story end with him as a puppet. Her eyes filled with tears of rage and sorrow, she refuses and proclaims she will help him reach nirvana. A small horned creature looks on, contemplating the samurai's passionate declaration. Miko's face is a mask of worried confusion as she tries to process the sudden turn of events. She concedes that she understands Ginkgo's reasoning, even though she has her doubts. Miko stammers, still struggling to reconcile her friend's actions with her words. She points out that Ginkgo was the one who killed him, but Sangetsu clarifies it was an act of self-defense. Miko asks for confirmation that their main goal is still to face the Demon Lord, which Ginkgo affirms. Ginkgo looks down at the body of the fallen knight, her expression pained. She reflects that the knight was far stronger than any opponent she has known. A pendant on the knight's chest confirms he was one of the heroes Aiden had defeated. Ginkgo understands that his heart, the most important thing in battle, was stolen from him. Her face contorts in anguish and fury, knowing she was the one who had to kill him, Ginkgo's grief explodes into a furious vow to kill the incubus before leaving the country. A small, floating creature observes that her entire goal has just changed, but that it is the correct path. A flashback shows a hooded figure explaining that the demon lord cannot be found by ordinary means. Miko admits she was once optimistic about finding him, but now knows it's impossible. She recalls that Ginkgo's victory over a subordinate of the demon lord was merely a chance encounter. An idea forms in the darkness. If they could defeat more of the powerful disasters, they could forcefully pull the demon lord from his hiding place, like dragging him from a Pandora's box. Miko realizes with shock that defeating the incubus could lead them directly to the demon lord. Sangetsu asks about the demon lord, but Ginkgo dismisses it as a long story. Sangetsu cuts to the chase, asking if Ginkgo will fight alongside him. He assesses the group, asking, "Just who is she?" as his gaze falls upon them. The Tiger Man's face is a mask of fierce intensity, a grin spreading across his muzzle as he awaits her answer. Ginkgo declares she will witness the fight, proudly identifying herself as a samurai. Miko, filled with new resolve, shouts that they will defeat the incubus first. The newly formed team charges forward, Ginkgo carrying a severed head as Miko asks how long she'll hold it.